are joining us, this is Maiyegun live. For those who are watching it live, brethren, as you are joining us at this hour, please read beyond the description of this broadcast. Read beyond the caption of the broadcast, rather. Read the description as well. Like it. Share it. Invite your friends. Invite your not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today. And if you have done that already, thank you. Tonight, even though we have a lot to catch up on in the last 2 days, we are starting tonight with the news of the abduction, the kidnapping of Dele Farotimi, one of the outspoken individual from that contraption, Nigeria. Dele Farotimi raised an alarm just yesterday. And it was about some individuals who were totally after his life. According to Dele Farotimi, is out there an ongoing running issue with the supposed Nigeria oligarchs, the Nigeria elite, the stinking, dirty, coward elite of Nigeria. Started with Tony Elumelu of UBA. Then from Tony Elumelu to the useless old man called Afe Babalola, the criminal from Ekiti. So according to Dele Farotimi, in a piece on your screen right now that he released just yesterday, he has been invited by the Nigerian police in Lagos, Zone 2, where he was being questioned because of a petition written by Tony Elumelu. And according to Dele, DF, he said on Monday, the 11th of November last month, he was informed that an invitation letter from Zone 2 Police Command was delivered to his office. The letter requested that he report to the station on Wednesday, the 13th of November, 2024, by 10 a.m. So accompanied by his legal counsel, he arrived at the station at 9:45 a.m. on the stated date. At the station, he was presented with a petition written by a lawyer on behalf of Tony Elumelu, accusing him of defamation. Despite finding the petition baseless, according to DF, he addressed its content. Subsequently, in quote, he said, "I met with the Deputy Commissioner of Police, DCP, and the Assistant Inspector General of Police AIG in charge of Zone 2. After discussions, I was released on bail on self-recognition, and asked to return to the station on Thursday, the 21st of November. So following this, I informed my friend, Pastor Sam Ayedogbo of Realm of Glory International Churches about the incident. On Saturday, the 16th of November, 2024, Pastor Sam informed me that one of the pastors in his church, John Untekume, had been abducted by the police, interrogated, and then returned to the church. He was coerced to write a statement along with another pastor, Obiora Ochoku. The police showed them a petition written by Chief Afe Babalola in Ekiti State, addressed to the Ekiti State Police Command, and demanded that they lure me to the church to facilitate my arrest. The pastor informed the police that they had no means of doing so, as I am not a hidden person and do not have a direct relationship with them. They explained that I had preached at their church as a guest of their senior pastor and left. From their accounts, it became evident that the officers were from the Ekiti State Police Command. I found it perplexing that the police would attempt to lure me through such means, especially since I had already reported to Zone 2 on the 13th of November 2024 and was scheduled to return on the 21st of November 2024. During my visit, I even met with the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, who supervised the entire Southwest Police formation. I honored the invitation on the 21st of November 2024 again in the company of my legal counsel and was permitted to leave. However, I subsequently began receiving suspicious messages from individuals clearly attempting to lure me to certain locations where I feared I might be abducted. It became evident that these individuals were operating outside standard procedures. As a precaution, I approached the Lagos State High Court seeking enforcement of and protection of my fundamental human rights against these unconventional tactics. I also alerted my associates and staff, urging them to exercise caution. To my dismay, the situation escalated when one of my domestic staff was targeted. These individuals contacted him, claiming to have a package for him at Evron Food Store on Chevron Drive, Lekki. Having been forewarned, he asked them to leave the package with the store's security personnel. When the attempt to coerce the security guard into luring my staff failed, they arrested the guard, took him to Zone 2 police station and questioned him about my home address and wife's contact information. The security guard was released on bail later that evening. I must reiterate that I am a law-abiding citizen. I have consistently honored every lawful invitation by the Nigerian police force. However, this recent development, targeting my associates, tracking my phone, and harassing innocent individuals are deeply concerning. It has therefore become clear, and it is no longer hidden, that there are policemen from Ekiti State Police Command who are currently working out of Zone 2 police stations on a mission to abduct me. Now, this leads me to ask a question. If I faithfully attended the police station as invited, why not invite me in the same manner again? Assuming there is even a charge, it does not take a lawyer to point out that law enforcement officers going around arresting people connected to me and intimidating them is not the proper way to carry out a lawful arrest. So I have good reasons to be fearful for my life, my personal liberty, and even the well-being of those around me. You will all recall, gentlemen of the press, that in February 2021, I publicly disclosed a murder plot against me. I was given 6 names by the persons who reviewed the plot. I mentioned 3 with specificity to the Lagos Commissioner of Police at the time, Mr. Hakeem Odumosu, who is now part of Lagos State Parks and Services. One of the persons whose name I did not disclose at the time was a serving police officer. Of the 3 that were specifically mentioned, one is a traditional ruler. All this happened in 2021, and the police never once investigated these claims. Yet, the same police are now surreptitiously trying to abduct me outside the procedure of the law. Now, let me be clear. I wrote a book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. I wrote the truth, and I stand by every single word in that book. Should anyone be aggrieved, there are clear provisions for redress, even if one elects to pursue criminal proceedings and attempts to criminalize free speech. As Shifafe Babalola is attempting to do, there is still a lawful process to follow. It is no accident that the Ekiti State Police Command has been enlisted in this injustice and has become an instrument of evil. Shifafe Babalola is the largest employer of labor and the highest taxpayer in Ekiti State. Abducting me to be tried in Ekiti State is not justice but a witch hunt. I am being prepared for the gallows by Shifafe Babalola and his minions who are doing his biddings in Ekiti State. If I have committed a crime, it was not done in Ekiti State. I live in Lagos, I work in Lagos, and every event described in my book occurred in Lagos State. The rest is in Lagos. What I alleged if Babalola did, he did in Lagos. I published my book in Lagos. If I have done anything deserving of criminalization, those acts occurred in Lagos State. All we have seen so far is unbridled impunity unleashed on a citizen. So the rest is pretty much on Dele Farotimi's Twitter. So the stinking, dirty elite of Nigeria, who actually hates responsibility, they are, they are part and parcel of a ruined, destroyed Nigeria. You see, I have said it on this platform severally, that the destruction of Nigeria, the ruined Nigeria, was not done by the politicians alone. They have their friends in the banking sector. They have friends in the legal sector. They have friends in the supposed other sectors of the society, including the religious sector, if that is the sector. So the criminals in Nigeria, when you talk about the establishment in Nigeria, the establishment is beyond just the politicians. And you see, the police in Nigeria, the criminals in uniform, they are always very much ready and handy to track citizens that by any means goes against the norm of the supposed stinking, corrupt elite of Nigeria. Dele Farotimi is a well-known individual. He has spoken out on so many public vices many, many times. But you see, those ones that always feels like their ego are pretty much bruised when the truth hits them. So they have the police recruited or enlisted, as DF put it. They can track citizens. They can track your phone. They can lay siege around you. They can track people around you. But these criminals, this criminal police in uniform, right? They can never track the real terrorists terrorizing Nigerians, abducting, and then killing them. They can't do that. So that they do not have resources to do all that. But if you offend a big man, or a big man feels his own ego is bruised and he feels offended, he can enlist the Nigerian police force in a twinkle with a prize. So what really happened? Dele Farotimi put it succinctly in this shorter clip. Listen.
I'm saying that Ariafe Babalola corrupted the judiciary. And in corrupting the judiciary, it came across my practice. When I came across it, I challenged it as a lawyer and I fought it to the point where he could not enjoy the fruit of his exertion in the Supreme Court. In writing the letter that he wrote to the then Chief Justice of Lagos State, Ayomide Philip, he libeled me and I sued him for libel. And when I sued for libel, the machines of corruption went into overdrive, and a case that should never have been killed at the preliminary stage was killed. If Ariafe Babalola was the only person who is licensed to enjoy that level of impunity, that's different. It's not about him. It's a system-wide problem. You simply can't get justice. I'm saying that Ariafe Babalola...
And that's to put it in a short form. So, after Babalola used his influence, is used that many times. The judiciary of Nigeria is always for the highest bidder. Justice in Nigeria is pretty much like non-existent. So if you offend the criminals in charge of Nigeria, they can use the rigged system, okay, to totally, right, destroy you if they can. Because they can actually do that. So according to the report this morning, some criminals who were not even like wearing uniforms, they were in jeans, they barged into Dele Farotimi's office, his supposed partners, his chamber in Lagos. And when they got in, they pointed guns at the staff and other partners working in the firm, asking for Dele, DF. So when they finally got to him, they took the phones of everybody in that place, assaulted them. They threatened to shoot and kill them. if any of them make any attempt of getting closer to them. So then they took him. In that forceful manner, they dragged him and took him out of his office. And they put him in a car. In an abduction style, it was like a pure kidnapping. The style of the Nigerian, the Nigerian criminal police. Okay? So they did not tell anybody who they were, where they were from. They were not wearing police uniform other than they were wearing, a vest. A vest, which is like bulletproof vest. And RRS was written on it. So they put him in a car and they drove him to Ekiti without telling anybody. So when people started making phone calls about, come, this guy honored your invitation when you invited him to Zone 2 in Lagos. And why was he invited to Zone 2 in the first place? Another criminal in that criminal system, Tony Elumelu, said that Dele Farotimi defamed him or he bullied him on social media just by also, right, exposing his own criminality, free speech. And if you feel so kind of triggered, if you feel offended that somebody says something that is like a libel, something that is not true, what you need to do is to actually write them and sue them. There has been several court charges, court pronouncements in Nigeria. And there have been some states that have actually decriminalized, defamation. So which means that, especially in Lagos, if anybody feels like you defame them and you are in Lagos or you live in Lagos or they live in Lagos, that is not a criminal offense. Defamation is not a criminal offense. In so many of these states in Nigeria, in places where they still use that as a criminal offense, these were those who were keeping the same military dictatorship, this military act or so. So in Lagos State, it's there, defamation is not a criminal offense. What that simply means is a civil offense. It's a civil case. What you do is that you will write the person. If I say something about you right now, and it is not true, it's a lie, right? And you know it's a lie. It's going to defame you. What you will do is that you will write me and ask me to retract and apologize. If I choose not to, I double down that yes, I'm saying the truth. The next thing is going for you to institute a case. That is how you treat defamation. You do not call the police. You see, the Nigerian police is a criminal organization. It is the most corrupt organization or police force in the whole world. And it is also the most evil too. Where they are not working to protect the interest of the people. They work to protect the interests of the few, which are mostly the elite. They are lawless. They don't even have anything to do with law. To start with, Nigerian police force. So they reported Elumelu, the billionaire that is in bed with those who are destroying Nigeria, Tony Elumelu, the same criminal who went on to go and make a deal for Bokwari and Afrexim Bank. They gave Bokwari about $5 billion. They used Nigeria crude oil as collateral. That is why today, Nigeria, that was supposed to be getting 300,000 barrels of crude oil every day from the IOCs in Nigeria, they don't have any crude oil to give to Dangote. This is why they don't have any crude oil to give to Dangote. Because of the likes of Tony Elumelu. He will tell you that he's a businessman. He's just doing his own business. But they are the ones who are destroying that contraption. They are the ones who are bankrupting that contraption. Their own corruption and their money laundering for these criminal politicians is like next level one. It was the same Tony Elumelu of that UBA who also went on to again to make a deal with the Afrexim Bank for Tifnumbu last year, when they gave Tifnumbu $3.3 billion, a loan that is backed with another thing again, another crude oil. So if Tifnumbu doesn't pay back that loan by 2028, Afrexim Bank, the one that is taking crude oil of Nigeria today, that Dangote don't have any access to, the same Afrexim Bank, by 2028, they will be taking 167 million barrels of crude oil from Nigeria. That is $12.6 billion worth of crude oil they will take for a loan of $3.3 billion that they gave to Tifnumbu to go and defend the Naira. The same Elumelu. Now, if he feels offended, if he feels that this information is a lie, What he needs to do is what? Sue the person who says it. Take him to court. Okay? And then all evidence, all documents, all, what do you call it? He will be put in the stand to come and defend if indeed this was also a lie. Now, to cover up all of this, if you say all these things, they call it cyberbullying in Nigeria. You are bullying me. You are bullying us. So the same Elumelu that collected 5% from brokering, I don't know how much he collected, from brokering the $5 billion deal for Bokwari and then Afrexim Bank in 2017. Now, Bokwari is not paying that money. Today, the Nigerian crude oil is being taken by the Afrexim Bank. The same Afrexim Bank is in the new deal. Bokwari, Stephen Nubu collected this $3.3 billion. They gave him the balance February this year. Tony Elumelu collected his own 5% from it. Make this money, smile to the bank. Now, Nigeria, right, is in debt, in this perpetuity of indebtedness. He is in bed with Tifnumbu as we speak. So he was the one who wrote a petition. He wrote a petition to the Zone 2 to invite Dele Farotimi. This particular kidnapping is not done by him. This one is done by the Olori Bruku Agbaofo. That Afe Babalola. You know, Afe Babalola was Obasanjo's lawyer. Afe Babalola defended Obasanjo, all his court cases, all his tribunal cases when he was president and all of that. Afe Babalola was cashing out over 10 billion naira from Obasanjo, money paid to him from the federal government of Nigeria. Now he's got his own Afe Babalola University. Money made. He will tell you that he's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm just doing my job. But he is in bed with those who looted Nigeria. And he got his own share for being their lawyer. So this similar, corruption in the judiciary that Dele Farotimi exposed or spoke about, right? He felt offended. And he is a lawyer, a senior lawyer. I want sandpaper, sand, and Olori Bruku Baba. When you begin to actually really, dig into the lives of some of those people you called lawyers in Nigeria, senior advocate of nuisance in Nigeria, you will see their collaboration. Another Olori Bruku lawyer is Pastor Ruga, Ikene Shatabandu, right? There was a time that FISA did a drug test, like a drug test on children, polio drug test or what have you. And the thing went bad, right? People died. Children died. So then Nigeria now sued FISA. That they were going to collect $7 billion. Guess the company that represented FISA in that case? Pastor Ruga. They beat it down so much that they told Pastor Ruga's law firm actually told the court that the life of an American or European or Westerner is more valuable than the life of Africans. Guess how much they finally settled? $6 million from $7 billion. $7 billion. That Pastor Ruga ended up being your vice president for 8 years. And you know what they did? It was the same Pastor Ruga, a lawyer, who was the Attorney General of Lagos State under Tifnumbu. All the stolen properties of Lagos State that Tifnumbu converted to his name today, or converted to the names of his own associates, they were done by Pastor Ruga. The same way they ensured that all those things that Tifnumbu now owns in Lagos, the Lekki, all those things that Tifnumbu owns in Lagos today, they own them by law. Who wrote all of that? Who processed all of that? Pastor Ruga, Oshimbade, Ikene Shatabandu. If you look at how they destroyed Nigeria, the roles of all these Olori Brukus, one by one, right? You will realize that when they tell you about your heroes past, when they tell you about your heroes past, you will realize that you don't have any heroes past. They are criminals. They are a bunch of criminals. So right now, the Nigerian, the Nigerian police have shown that they will remain a lawless organization working for the highest bidder. While the pressure is on them, they continue to act like the proper criminal organization that they are. Okay? There is no arrest warrant. There is no court that granted that, there was no invitation. There was no arrest warrant. Just the usual Gestapo criminal way, okay, of we have been ordered to go and bring you. And if anybody try to stop us, we shoot you. Rogues. Charade, Professor, tell me that it is not, it's called a pizza or pizza, whatever you want to call it. You shall know what I'm talking about, Abby. And if you do, and if you don't, that's your own cup of tea. But that's actually not the point this evening. The point here is that the people that are helping the ruiners of Nigeria, they are getting their share, and every one of us, that is the old criminal, Ape Babalola. The other one is on the right. These are the faces of the ruiners of that contraption. Free speech is gone. Just remember that. Okay, you are now in what is called the kakistocracy, a state or country run by the worst, least qualified, or most unscrupulous citizens. Chancers. They call themselves the elite. But guess what? They believe they can get away with anything. But with the social media, as well as the internet, their days are actually numbered. One by one. Every one of them will be demystified. Information about them will be out there. And then a generation that is never going to lick their asses is here. It's just a matter of time. Before what? Before they will meet all their own Waterloo. So they should let DF go. Farotimi is done nothing wrong. Anybody who feels offended, sue him. Now, if they can do that to Dele Farotimi, now you can understand why some people have chosen, right, to just remain silent. And possibly because they don't have the same, they don't have the same societal clout that the likes of Farotimi commands. They will let him go eventually, because it's like what Yoruba call the Gielira. This particular one, you would have to drop it eventually. But it is to help us understand the kind of system they run in that contraption. It is a lawless place. And if you still probably have a tiny bit of hope for that place, I am not sorry for you. Keep your hope alive if you can, or bury it for your own sake. And going forward, Tifnumbu and his gang, they have now escalated, increased the tempo of their tax bill law. A lot has happened in the last 48 hours. Yesterday, Yakubu Dogara, is now their poster boy when Channels Television organized a supposed public hearing or public debate on the, on their tax bill, where, as we speak, the supposed NEC, which comprises of all the 30 state governors, they have rejected it. Maybe you do know why, but you'll get to know more. The royal fathers in Nigeria said they have rejected it. Again, you probably will understand why. However, you know, the selling point, which actually makes it more suspicious for somebody like us, is that they are telling the people that this their tax law or tax bill is in the interest of the poor people. Just the same way, if you can remember, I know a lot of you do have what is called the Stockholm syndrome, a very short memory of, you have the memory of Edu. And that is what this APC, Egbekegbe, will continue to leverage on. Emotion, tribe, religion, regions, all of these things that have kept the Nigerians divided, they are the ingredient that keeps the propaganda of APC, Egbekegbe, floating. I remember that an ordinary people then, even those who didn't agree with Tifnumbu, those who didn't like Tifnumbu agreed that a subsidy must be removed. And to them, it was in the interest of Nigeria. Until they realized later that they were deceived into believing that the subsidy removal was in their own interest. Some people still kind of stylishly believe that the subsidy they removed was the reason, I don't know. However, the same people that told you that you should tighten your belt, that told you that if the subsidy removal was going to be for the interest of the country, they ended up increasing their own salaries by over 300%. In fact, it's pretty much like over, 400%, but they announced 104% for the judges, and for themselves over 200%. But in reality, that's probably over 1,000%. Okay, because for example, right, the National Assembly members, I'm talking about the Senate and the reps, right? The House of Representatives members, before now, they used to go home with 15 million naira every month, between 15 and 18 million naira. And now, an average House of Representative member goes home with over 33 million naira since after Tifnumbu increased their pay. Senator, an average senator in Nigeria goes home with over 30 million naira before Tifnumbu increased their salary. Today, an average senator in Nigeria goes home with, every month, goes home with 55 million naira, between 55 and 57 million naira, okay, today. But the money is still not enough for them, so to say. Tifnumbu himself, right, spent over 60 billion naira. Out of that, right, 22 billion naira for the house of his vice president. Then another 10 billion naira to renovate the current house of the vice president, Aguda House. 5 billion naira to renovate the vice president's lodge in Lagos, right? That's 32 billion naira. Tifnumbu himself spent over 30 billion naira renovating the Asshole Rock, the same place where Bokwari just parked out, all right? Then the same Tifnumbu spent another 11 billion naira renovating the Dodon Barracks, okay? The presidential lodge in Lagos as well, okay? Then the same Tifnumbu awarded over 20 billion naira for his wife, right? The office of the first lady, to buy cars, to do this, to do that, right? The same Tifnumbu spent over 11 billion naira giving it to Bajabi Abole, the office of the chief of staff. The same Tifnumbu spent over 44 billion naira, allocated to the office of Ribadambu. I don't know if you remember this, right? And then the same Tifnumbu, right, allocated over 242 billion naira, okay, to the office of the National Assembly guys, all these guys in the National Assembly, after giving each of them 160 million naira cars. I mean, 360 plus 109, 369, 469. 469 people collected 160 million naira car each. But that is not including the leadership of the National Assembly. People who told you that removing subsidy is to cut costs and to save money. Then Tifnumbu went on to go and buy a local plane, 150 billion naira. That is not including the how much money they also claimed to have spent in maintaining the presidential fleet of planes. In case if you don't know, I'll tell you. When Bokwari was there, the same Bokwari spent 5.8 billion naira maintaining the presidential fleet in Abuja. Now, Tifnumbu have spent 18 billion naira to maintain the same presidential fleet in 2024 alone. Okay? And the money is, you want me to go on and on and on and on, right? And these are the people who told you that, you know, they were removing subsidy to save money. And guess what? The same them said the floating of Nigeria naira was for the interest of Nigeria and the poor. Now, they are in town right now to tell all of you that this their tax bill is in the interest of the poor. I know some of you are in support of it because, again, if you cannot fall for the propaganda of APC, you must have some immunity in you. I will never trust anything that these guys pushed out, okay? No matter how good it sounds, we are talking about APC, okay? I will never trust it. And here is Dogara in a town hall meeting, where they call it town hall debate on the bill. And everyone is telling you that the Tifnumbu tax bill is for your own interest. I would never believe that. Here.
Are you and your committee against the North? We have a northern leader here. There's a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Yakubu Dogara. He's going to give us a keynote speech for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I will start my intervention by thanking Mr. Sheun for inviting me to participate in this town hall. Before now, I thought that we have flurry of experts both in leadership positions and in the National Assembly, so issues of taxation shouldn't be this complex and obfuscating to a point where we will be stuck in a binge-watching rut that we're presently under. So when I got that invitation, I did tell him, I'm not going to participate. I need to see the bills myself, because I want to be 100% convinced of what I will say. So they quickly dispatched the bills to me, and I have them there. I have studied these bills, the two most important bills. The other two are establishment bills. And I don't intend to speak to the details because we have heard from Mr. Taiwo, who chaired the committee that produced this wonderful piece of legislation that's before the National Assembly. I've been in the National Assembly for 16 years, and I must say that I've seen very few bills that can be compared to the bills they produce in terms of quality, the originality of thought, and in terms of effect that we will have on our larger economic ecosystem. Having done that, I still, as a representative that I am, I thought that it's not even good enough for me to just come here and present my opinion. So I summoned some of my brothers, leaders in their own right, across all sectors, most of them, almost all of them northerners like me, to say, come, let's look at this thing dispassionately. What is the problem? What are people complaining about? And honestly speaking, I don't begrudge noise in a democracy. As a matter of fact, the more noise your democracy generates, the more functional it is. The only problem it is, if you allow the noise to degenerate into violence, that is where you have a problem. And then we sit down and look at some of these major objections that are coming from across some of our leaders in the north and some of our brothers. So I wouldn't say I'm an expert. I'm here as a student. I want to learn. But because I've studied this, nothing precludes me from saying my opinion. As a matter of fact, the moment they announced, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, that I'll be participating in this discussion, my phone almost broke. So many pleaded with me. That was why I knew how important this is. Some were even pleading with me not to even show up. I said, no, but that's not leadership. Even if I disagree, I should go there and tell them that I disagree. So let's look at some of these objections that have been raised. I will address the question of leadership. And my appeal to all of us here, we are all leaders. We should remove the cap of regionalism, the cap of sectionalism, cap of religion, and put on the cap of leadership. Because that is what will resolve the current problems that we have. I think
I'm going to save us our time. Then it went on and on and on of how this is the best thing. It is, all these people's complain. It's not that bad. It is for the good of Nigeria. Nigerians are going to enjoy it. In fact, it's the best thing to ever happen. Yeah. And me listening to them yesterday, I just kind of felt like I'm listening to this same crop of criminals that were convincing Nigerians last year how amazing, how bold it was for Tifnumbu to remove subsidy. How in the next 1 year, the price of petroleum will begin to come down. How when Dangote refinery comes on board, how everything is going to be, in fact, how the people who are benefiting from the subsidy were the rich people sharing the money. It is not reflecting in the life. So petroleum price jumped from 167 naira to 610 naira, then to 1,100 naira, which is it is today. But Tinubu and his gang, they continue to pay what is now called dollar subsidy, which they are hiding from you. They don't call it petrol subsidy anymore. They call it dollar subsidy, where they are ferrying your scarce dollars to the Tinubu's appointed receivers now, since Bukwari's time is past. The importation of petroleum to Nigeria skyrocketed, and so was the money. Now they are smiling to the banks every now and then, but you are still paying through your noses, which also affects everything else. Now they are using the sentiment of the broken, what have you, in that contraption, the broken, trust, where the Southerners are feeling like the North, which has been a parasite for so long, right? They are going to actually go and find a way of finding their own money. And the South will now keep their own money. So they went on and on and on, which is now the campaign, by the way. And they have those who have bought into it, or even on this platform, those who have bought into it conveniently. But in 6 months, I pray, see, listen to me, I actually really pray that Tinubu roughen it and pass it and dare them. So that, like those of you who defended why Tinubu, a criminal, was the right person to remove your subsidy, because you believed that even though subsidy was like a long overdue, it should have been removed. No, the people are not benefiting from it. Yeah. Those of you who spoke in support of it that time, today you are still waiting for the benefit of the subsidy removal, rather than it to benefit you, rather than for them to actually really have money from it saved. What have you gone? You've gone into much indebtedness still. Yes, you have. So that when Tinubu pushed this is fraudulent bill, right? When they push it, like majority of you have been promoting in 6 months time or in a year time, so that we can come back again and be like, they don't scam us again, because that is exactly what you're going to get. The fancy words they have been speaking, all those fancy words they are preaching here and there, right? Don't worry. I pray, I actually hope that Tinubu, because I pray that it will never stop. In fact, it will dare them, like some of you are already saying. They should dare them. It should push it. It's for the interest of the poor. It's for the interest of the poor. Interest of the poor. Tinubu and the interest of the poor in the same sentence. Lessons will be learned. From what we have heard, though, from the grapevine, Shitty man, the jeton already. Shitty man is no longer the favorite. And from what we are hearing, this Dogara, Yakubu Dogara, is going to likely be the, if things remain as they are, between Tinubu and Shitty man and those around Shitty man. So Shitty man will be replaced with Yakubu Dogara. So he is doing the job. He is. According to him, he said, the northern Nigeria should be grateful to Tinubu for creating livestock ministry. That with livestock ministry, the northern Nigeria will be so rich, so wealthy in this with this Tinubu's tax bill. They did ask, they did ask Taiwo Dele, the guy behind it anyway, that come, there is a section of that your bill. In one of the bills, right, it says that you are going to establish tax administration, something like that, right? And from it, you have a chance. So, you have a plan of giving the role of collecting the tax to a third party, something that is in their own bill there. He said, no. It is no, we are not. Are you preparing Alpha Beta? Because what you had in Lagos was that he got to a stage where they almost make Alpha Beta a legal entity that must be collecting taxes for Lagos State. Like they wrote a bill that says collection of taxes in Lagos State must be done by Alpha Beta. A bill, but it got rejected anyway. So is there any plan that you are going to, because people are suspicious that this whole thing, Tifnumbu is like this devil. When he gives you a chicken, he's going to probably ask for a son, a whole life from you. He denied. How many things have they denied? That they have shamelessly walked back on that, and they did exactly what they denied. How many times? Don't blame me. We are talking about APC. You are trusting, they trust APC because of the nonsense they wrote in the book. You trusting them. No wahala. Here is the answer. Dogara. I know you, Dele.
Controversies, I'm going to ask you pointedly. Are you planning to use a consultant like Alpha Beta in Lagos to collect the revenues?
The answer is no. In fact, we had a very interesting debate at the committee level. I wanted to put a language in the law that says no government should use a consultant to collect tax. We think that that's one of the biggest problems in our economy today. So I can confirm to you 100% there is no plan whatsoever in using consultant to do any of this. The FRS has a tax promax that they had implemented. All that we need to do once we pass these bills, go to that system and amend the language, the algorithm, so that next time MTN is filing VAT returns, there's a request that says, tell me the states where they have emanated from. Should they give wrong information, there's a provision there for them to be penalized. Dangote will do the same thing. Banks will do the same thing. So we have the capacity already, we do not need consultant.
Okay. The second question I'd like to
Actually taking time to count the cost. So, as far as I'm concerned, to escalate this trust, I love what the chairman said. That for those who fear that the president has an agenda to impose alpha beta on revenue collection in Nigeria, it is important for us to dispel that by the instrument of the amendment he was just talking about. For instance, there's nothing stopping us at the level of National Assembly to say, look, we will introduce a proviso in this law that says that in executing this law, the National Nigerian Revenue Service shall not have recourse to consultants. That solves the problem. And if the president were to say, no, I'm not going to sign it for that clause, then everybody will now know, oh, yes, he really wanted to introduce alpha beta. But I told someone, I said, well, if you really believe that that is the problem, why they are in a hurry? Do you think there's anything stopping the president, for instance, from introducing alpha beta right now? He said, no.
You can't trust them. That's the point. Not as if there's anything any of you listening to me right now can do. But what you should not do is to convince yourself that Tifnumbu and his gang, including Taiwo Oyedele, that they mean well. That will be self-sabotage. They don't mean well. They are as evil as they come. The interest of the South, the interest of the East or West or anywhere is not the interest of Tifnumbu. This whole thing is a smoke screen. And of course, yeah, when the North cries wolf, some of us will probably just want to see them even cry more as the consequences of their born to rule mentality. But in the process, you are burning yourselves too. Today, the policies of Tifnumbu, they have rendered people poorer, wretched. And it doesn't matter where you come from. No one is spared. So there's no point in staying or acting aloof. You hear that? Okay, if all of you are suspecting that it's going to bring in alpha beta, okay, maybe the National Assembly should amend a section of that law. They are not denying the fact that it is there, a third party can be empowered to collect taxes for them. They are not denying that. He's only saying that he proposed at the committee level that we should try and make it a law that the government cannot employ a third party, because presently it is a practice. They employ third parties to collect taxes. Most of the taxes are never remitted. That is what he is now saying he's trying to stop. I'm going to try and stop the people collecting the taxes and not remitting them, because they're like multiple, quadruple taxes, so many taxes that people are being charged left, right, and center, but the money never even make it to the cover. So if we can reduce all these taxes, and make sure that you know, the ones that are being collected, right, they make it to the end, then the sharing ratio will be presently, right? Presently, the sharing arrangement in Nigeria is that they have the one they call the equality, they have the one they call the derivation, and then they have the one again, the derivation, equality, population. Okay, so presently they use population, right, as equality, population, and derivation. So derivation is derivation is 50%, equality is 20%, population is 30%. So if you have a population, right, you will get 30% of the, you get the 30% of the money based on your population size. Here you get. So, but what they are now proposing is that you know, equality. I think equality will be 50%. Okay, you know what? There's a part I'm going to share that with you. Okay. So one of the persons who is speaking on this is that Taiwo Dele. So, and I was talking about the concerns of the North, who are campaigning seriously that Tinubu want to exterminate them. He want to, you know, he want to pie them. Here is Dele answering some of their concerns. Now he's already dressing like them. Here you get, he's dressing like them to appease them in the North. Listen.
And we're not looking at any regions. We think everybody will benefit.
Okay, they also have brought up the issue of equity, which also your reform is trying to address. They cite issues such as the North isn't producing as much. They've been bedeviled by insecurity. Some people have even limited this conversation to alcohol consumption and destruction versus agricultural produce. So if you can explain that further to explain where the equity comes in here. And, you know, speaking to what you've just said, I wonder why Lagos even agreed. Lagos should be the one throwing tantrums, but Lagos agreed. Yet the North is not agreeing. But speak to that conversation about the equity. Where is the equity in all of this?
Yeah, I don't think it's about whether Lagos agreed. I think Lagos is just more understanding. Because for them, if you do the correction, they'll lose out. But if you increase the amounts you share based on derivation, they get a bit of that back. So the impact of them should be moderate. But in terms of the equity, so again, this is why it's important to always speak to data. Yeah. So people would say, well, they don't allow alcohol in the North, they don't allow tobacco, and then they're sharing the VAT. But guess what? The contribution of tobacco, alcohol to VAT is less than 3%. Just about 2-point-something%. So it's
very minimal.
It's minimal. That's the first point. The second point is when it comes to food, we have more food production coming from the North, and food is exempt from VAT. Our proposal is going to make it 0 VAT, so you even remove any traces of VAT at all. But for us, we said, why are we recognizing the contribution of every state based on the VAT we've collected, rather than the production that they have made? So there's no law by the United Nations or anybody that says you must count the VAT. We're saying, why don't we count the value of the production? So that becomes the derivation, which we then use as a basis to share the VAT. And this is the most equitable and fair approach that you can even think of. Because take Benue, for example, they produce a lot of food. We said, don't charge VAT on food so that people can be able to afford it. Why do you then punish Benue for producing food for us to eat? if you get to a point where states are enacting their VAT law, Benue will be forced to put VAT on food, and all of us will be in trouble, particularly the poorest people. So we feel that the approach is going to help, and it's not correct when people say that there's no production in the north. That's not what the data is showing us. The largest items that contribute to VAT in Nigeria are telecommunication, you have cement, you have sugar. These items, soft drinks, these items are in most cases more heavily consumed in the north, more than even the south. You have a fair share of that distribution across Nigeria. So we don't want it to be a regional conversation because it is not. That's not what the data is showing us. But in addition to that, we have this 5% that we ask the federal government to cede to states. And we believe that can be available as a stabilization transfer to ensure that any state that has significant shortfall in their revenue as a result of our proposal can then be compensated from that stabilization fund.
In other words, the federal government takes 10% as against the
Instead
current
of
15% that
yes,
they're getting.
yes.
But let me ask you, I mean, the bills passed second reading on the floor of the Senate today. It's not yet Uhuru. It's a long journey to go. What do you envisage as it enters the public hearing stage? Do you envisage a situation where perhaps you'll be forced to change?
If you believe them, you're on your own. I've heard people who have said, oh, this guy, you see that guy, Taiwo Oyedele, is a brilliant chap. Like he is a very, if you go and check his CV, when it comes to taxation, he's a brilliant chap. And somebody like that is a perfect criminal to use by the likes of Etifnumbu. Because he can sit down and use all the taxation terminologies to finish una go just sit down there and be like, okay, wow, wow. You'll be sounding like an ambulance listening to him. It is only when it comes to that implementation that you will realize that you have been scammed and there is no coming back from that. Do you understand? The guy said they must not increase the VAT. When Nigeria was under Bokwari in 2017, they were proposing to increase the VAT back then from 5% to 7.5%. So he said that you cannot be taxing the poor in that regard. He said a lot. But right now, he is proposing that the VAT from January, from next month, is going to be, it's currently 7.5%, it's going to 10%. Then by June next year, it's going to go to maybe 15%. Before the end of next year, it is likely going to go to 20%. But it's now telling them that we are removing some certain stuff from VAT. You won't pay VAT on them. And some mumus, they are doing wow. Wow. Oh, wow. APC, Egbekebe, is telling you something that it is in your favor. It is in your interest, and you believe it. You want to believe it. You dey trust man. Oju abo, wo, you go hear am. Again, I am going to possibly be the last person that you want to hear this truth from. Because most of what I will tell you, they are not things that are probably happening yet. They are things that will happen later. And then you look back and be like, no wonder Maiyegun was skeptical about the whole thing, because it's fraud. It is like a fraud hidden in plain sight. It is in your interest. It is for your own good. This country needs a reform. This country needs a but they are spending like a drunk sailor. They are spending money. They do not have any fiscal discipline. You are watching them frittering away your commonwealth. But they are telling you that they are doing reform to balance fiscal, kiniko, and you believe them. You do. Fine. One of the guys invited to, probably because the first day they passed it at the National Assembly. So sorry, the day they passed the second reading. One of the guys who spoke was Seriake Dixon. is from Bayelsa State, former Bayelsa governor. According to him, because they gave all of them the copy, they all have the staff to advise them on the bill, on the 4 bills, right? And according to him, he said, whether you like it or not, we are going to pass it. Yeah, we are going to pass it. Heaven will not fall. That is true. If Nubu removed fuel subsidy, heaven will not fall. Now people just they die slowly. Seriake Dixon.
River State is about 11,000 something. Very small difference. So what they did was to split the state, the old River State, our old River State, into almost 2 equal parts. Now, what is Bayelsa is 8 local governments. Bayelsa is like 4 times Lagos State, the landmass.
Landmass, yeah.
4 times. People don't know. Bayelsa is like, there are some states in the southeast that Bayelsa is like 3 times the landmass and the water bodies. But yet, 8 local governments. So I just wanted that clarification. Now, if you are talking of benefits and fairness, as I told my colleagues in both the closed session and the plenary, look, we go by what is fair and what is right. And they all know that about me. What is right, we support it. What has to be opposed in the national interest. And I always advise that we do so not from a narrow ethnic or religious perspective. But let us disagree as national leaders, as national players. Because in the national assembly, we are national leaders. Okay? Now, look at this. The scenario now is that if you look at the sharing formula, the old formula, there are 2 ways to look at it. The first is the one from up to down. The state, local governments take 35%. States are taking, local governments are taking 35%. States, with your existing formula, the states will now take the rest, and then the federal government takes 15. You understand? Now, the new proposal is that states, it will change a little. States will now take 50%. And then the states, the LGs will now retain their 35%. The federal own has been reduced from 15 to 10. So between you and I disagree with that. And those are issues when we will sort out. Okay, I think that the federation has a lot of challenges, and this is not the time to reduce.
There are 2 things.
Okay. Now, when you come to the other one that is shared across the states, which is where I think some concerns are being raised, I think the existing formula is that what is going to the states, they share it 50% on the basis of equality of states. Okay? All states equally. Then they now take 30% on the basis of population. Okay? And then the remaining 20%, they do it on derivation. That's the existing formula. What is being proposed, the section on this, what is being proposed, and I think that's where some concerns are being raised, where states say it could affect their revenue. And that concern is not a wrong concern. It's a legitimate conversation.
So the governors have
yes.
legitimately...
This is a democracy. I believe in consensus building, networking, consultation, agreement and disagreement in the national interest. Okay? Now, in that new formula that is proposed, remember 50% was for equality of states. Now, what is being proposed is that 60% will go to derivation. That is, states producing, they get 60% of what you produce. Okay? 20% on equality and 20% on population. That is what is contained. Now, I don't see anything unfair in this. Remember, I'm a federalist. And if you follow the doctrines of federalism, what it means is that states that produce, we're talking of tax revenue for God's sake. And VAT that everybody is talking about, VAT, as I told my colleagues, It's not a production tax. It's a consumption
tax. Yeah.
In other words, if I'm in Bayelsa and I buy card, I buy cement, Dangote cement or Bua cement, and somebody buys Kai, what it means is that the VAT attendant to it should accrue to the state. Because VAT essentially is a state tax. Because it is a consumption tax. It's not a production tax. What we have done is, because of our peculiar reasons, we have now decided to centralize the collection. And over the years, to enable everyone have some sense of belonging, enable everyone get on food and manage, over the years, they formulated that system by which everybody has a share. But they are not jettisoning it. And the danger is that, there's a challenge. I also raised a lot of those issues as governor. Against FIRS, at the neck, and so on. There is a challenge by some governors at the Supreme Court saying that VAT being a state consumption tax, the states where things are produced and consumed
should be collecting it.
Should collect it and have it all at the Supreme Court. What I think that these legislations are trying to do, if we can build consensus fast enough, okay, and get them passed and signed into law, then it will now have a situation where states can still have the advantage of having 20% on the basis of equality, have another 20% on the basis of population, while the remaining 60% goes to states that have that enjoy it. Now, there's no state that does not generate VAT. Because consumption takes place everywhere.
Let me quickly take you on this one. I mean, by the way, thank you so much for the clarification that you made on
can I just...
But the problem here is this: trust. Even among themselves, they do not trust themselves. Because you see, data Yahweh gone, data stubborn gone. But when it comes to data, with the Tifnumbu and his gang, they don't really care about data. It is so funny that these same people the same guys that Tifnumbu told us that now statistics will go shop, they are now the ones trying to make people see reason why that this is going to be your advantage. We can tell you, we'll be the one to tell you how much consumption tax or production tax we are taking from your states. The same criminals who dropped the over 70% unemployment rate, they dropped it to 4.8% by just falsifying the figure and pushing a propaganda on it. The same people, so they are the one you have to actually entrust, like you have to entrust them with giving you the accurate data to say, okay, your consumption tax in Kogi State is 1 billion. The consumption tax for River State is 7 billion. Like, they are the ones you have to trust. They are like saying, trust us. I won't trust them. That's among them, though, right? I won't. Because the man himself once said, Shena statistics will go shop.
I think now statistics will go chop. A lie with arithmetic that no Indian can solve it.
So the same group of people are now saying, no, don't worry, we can tell you how much alcohol is consumed in Kano, even though officially you are not supposed to consume alcohol in Kano. You get that now? We can give you the data. Don't worry. You see, we are reworking it. I won't trust them though. But they are pushing it. So the last time that they debated it, the second time they passed it in the National Assembly, second reading rather, Jubri Barao from Kano, the Deputy Senate President, Akpabiole's deputy, was the one on seat then. And the people of Kano, they took it personal. They went after him. They believe that he is one of those being used by Tifnumbu to further destroy them economically by reducing what they will eventually get. Because as it is right now, most of the company paying some of these consumption taxes, each one, they are making their money from other places, but they are paying their taxes in Lagos. Like Dangote. Dangote is making his money from Ogun State, making his money from Cemento, from Kogi State, Obajana, making his money from a few other places like that. But he pays a huge chunk of taxes in Lagos. A lot of it. So if the data is right, Dangote would have to go and pay it in Kogi. But Dangote, according to this, their new bill, right, doesn't have to go and pay it in Kogi. Tifnumbu's people will tell you how much money they have taken from Dangote and how much of it is not for Lagos but for Kogi. Trust us. I don't feel like for you. Just trust me, bro. Kind of arrangement. So the Kano people took it personal. They went after Barao. And yeah, somebody has something to say about that here.
85%. But Northern youth say they are angry. Northern leaders say no. Northern Governors Forum say no. How is this a disadvantage for the North? Where do you stand in this matter?
Yeah, you see, first and foremost, the attack by the Northern Youth Assembly is uncalled for because the Deputy Senate President, going by the function and the duties of the Senate President, have to deputize on behalf of the Senate President. And the Deputy Senate President, who was a chairman of the Committee of the Whole and who presided over the proceedings when the bill was passed for second reading, is doing his duties as a Deputy Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So some of these youth were misinformed, and all the attacks, blackmail, mischief-making is politically motivated against the Deputy Senate President. That is my own stand on that aspect. There's no issue of insensitivity against the northern region. So on the issue of the Nigerian tax reform bills, these bills are 4 bills which have been transmitted to the National Assembly for deliberation by the executive arms of government. That is the Nigeria Revenue Joint Vote, Nigeria Tax Administration Establishment Bill, Nigeria Tax Bill, and also Nigeria Tax Administration Bills. All these reforms have been transmitted to the National Assembly for deliberation. All these controversies are avoidable if are being carefully handled. This Northern Governors Forum rejected the new tax reform bills. National Economic Council, which is the composition of the state governors from the northern and the southern extraction, rejected the tax reform bills. Traditional rulers and even northern democratic leagues and other Islamic clerics. But the most important aspect is for a wider consultation. Most of these governors who have been trying to reject or have rejected the new tax reform bills have not deeply go into the details of the bills. The tax administration bill and the tax reform bill. if they have gone deeply on it, the governors will not be crying foul and not be complaining loudly. These governors who are saying that it will increase the hardship, the governors are responsible for the economic failure, insecurity, chronic unemployment, acute poverty, and educational backwardness in the northern region. The northern leaders of today are not compared. You cannot compare them with the northern leaders of yesterday. If you look at the legacies of the late Ahmadu Bello Sardauna of Sokoto, he left a very important economic, social legacies. Today, they are nowhere to be found in the northern Nigeria. Arewa Textile, Bank of the North, New Nigerian Newspaper, Northern Nigeria Development Corporation, and many economic enterprise. Kaduna Refinery is not working. When the Mr. President also withdrew the police subsidy, which of the governor in the northern region have complained loudly or cried foul? When the electricity tariff have been increased, which of the governor have cried loudly or complained loudly that the other segment of the country is subsidizing the northern extraction? So these leaders of today are power drunk, and they are intoxicated by politics, and they only want this money to be allocated to them from the federation account for personal enrichment, not for development of the northern region.
All right. Okay.
So
you get all of that. To him, the younger people from northern Nigeria that are attacking Barawo, Jubri, the deputy senate president, they are misinformed, because the backwardness of the north today is not caused by Tifnumbu, but by the political class of the north. He's right on that. He is. Maybe not totally right, because Tifnumbu's policies have even added to the whatever backwardness the northern Nigeria has been facing. Similarly, we now have the Alimajiri in the south as well, no thanks to Bokuwari and Tifnumbu. The last 18 months of people's lives in southern part of Nigeria as well, right? Can't be like, say, Bokuwari was like a, it was like a savior, if you compare both. But the bottom line is this, right? There are those who believe that if everyone fall, may fall. There's never been any real benefit anyway. You understand? Like, if they say, oh, we are going to have less money, this bill is going to give us less money. And they're like, well, when you are actually getting more money, what was the benefit? Especially to northern Nigeria. What was the exact benefit, Gogo? There was no real benefit. So if you are coming out today and you are like screaming and all of that, you are opposing it, blah, blah, blah. He even said that some of them never read the bills. That's one argument that some people in support of Tifnumbu, they themselves have not read the bill. But their line of argument is that people who are criticizing it have not read it. I know some of you too, you have not read the bill. You're just listening to opinions here and there. I have. I shared the link to the bill on this platform the last time we were here. I don't think many of you probably touched it or opened it. Did you? I'm not good at cramming. I would have been quoting section, subsection for you. And that's how I got to see the fraud. Too much words, too many words. Reading, some of them repetitive, repetition. But you can see it's like hiding fraud in plain sight. They know that you won't read it. Yeah? Over 200 pages. Who won't read all of that? People will be like, who won't read all of that? I don't get time, Charade. Tell me what they talk. What did they say? What did they say inside it, Maiyegun? They said that they will strangulate you in another 1 or 2 years. You know. Or they said, oh, in another 1 or 2 years, you are going to be living in wealth. Everybody will be fine. Are you sure? Yes. That's exactly what most people are following. And I understand. I do understand why people have become so frustrated enough that who want to read all of that? You should. I can get you a copy again if you want to. Or you can Google it. It's right there online. Try. After this program, try and read it. I know you probably will not really understand it. But it is a fraud hidden in plain sight. You know? Obarawo has his own supporters who also stormed the National Assembly today. That they support the bill. Do you think these ones have read it? These ones, do they even understand what it is all about?
That the tax reform bill is in order, and Nigerians should work towards its perfection and also her progress.
Yes, sir.
For so long, we have lived on a decadence of tax reforms that has not produced anything good or meaningful to this nation. We from the North, we are categorically in support of this tax reform bill. And let me tell you one thing, to those who have for the past few days castigating Senator Jibrin Baro, they are nothing but enemies of the North, enemies of Nigeria, enemies of our generation, enemies of progress, and they are supporters of disrogation. We call on Nigerians here, as we have vowed, we shall continue to voice from one state to the other, from one region, from Middle Belt, from North Central, Northwest, Northeast. We shall canvass, and this bill, by the grace of God, shall see the light of the day. Amen. We pray that Mr. President will not relent. The President of the Senate, supported by Senator Jibrin Baro, Deputy Senate President, must ensure that this very bill is looked into properly and see that it is passed. It's a germane issue. It is something that is overdue. It is something that Nigerians should look forward to making progress. We cannot continue to stand stagnant. This is our own generation. Generations of those who have led this country in the past have failed us. We are in support of this very generation. The man himself, who is the chairman of the tax review, came out to list the what people we are thinking before. We are just personal things that will Alpha consultant. Will it be the consultant of the entire project? These are small little cheap things. What we are looking at is what comes to the states. And the man have said that, for instance now, if you have, formally you have 5%, with this reform bill now, you should be able to have about 15 to 20%. So it's a progress. We cannot continue to stand stagnant for decades, years and years. So this is just what we need. My name is Atijani Kabir Mohammed.
Alpha consultant. In Abuja, if you have money, you can mobilize 1,500 people and give them placard. They do it all the time to start with. In Kogi, they are also deliberating on it, what they stand to gain. And one of them was explaining to the people why this bill will actually help them in Kogi too, in his own explanation.
We have created a lot of economic activities, all of us sitting here. So most of you have made call, and some of you are still calling. And as you are making the call, they are taxing you. And whatever you are going to get as tax, when they are paying, they will pay in Lagos, because the headquarters of the company is in Lagos. And when the money hits to Lagos, Lagos will benefit. So all of us will get nothing from it because the law, the existing law, supported the point of remittance. It's not talking of the point where you consume it. After the network, we have people that we have Dangote. Dangote should be, if not the highest, should be the second in terms of payment of VAT in Nigeria. The company is here. And also we have Manga. When they are paying their VAT, they pay in Lagos. What we enjoy here in Kogi is the degradation of our roads. They help us to spoil the road and making the government to be sweating while we are not getting anything. So we want to now sit down and say, this law, let's find a way of determining what was consumed in Kogi so that if they are to pay anything in terms of derivation they are talking about, even though it is 60%, it can benefit Kogi State. If it's at the point of consumption, and we know this thing will favor us with enough data, we can say, please, even this 60% you are looking for is too small. Let's make it 80 so that Kogi can get enough money. But we need to develop this state to make it very attractive. It is not just a thing that only us can do. We can do it when all of us sit down and look at the bills and other things critically for the betterment of all of us. Thank God there is new minimum wage, of which my governor, the chief servant, is the first to announce, implement, and people are enjoying it. We have created a lot of economic activities.
I mean, it's quite interesting though, right? That people are discussing an attempt of Tifnumbu to put all of Una inside one pangolo and make you feel like it is in your own interest. And then you see those who are in support and those who are against. If you want to read it, maybe after the program, sit down and just go through it. All right? I send the link into the comments. Take your time, just for the education, for educational purposes only. Just, read it. You see the whole thing than what everyone is telling you. You will see the whole scam hidden in plain sight. Here. That's the copy. The link is in the comment section, right? The bill, there are like 4 bills. Okay, 4. And all of them are just about collecting taxes, different kind of taxes. Even though the only one that people talk most about is the consumption tax, which is the VAT. And then the sharing. The companies that will pay it, those who are not going to pay tax. But, you are going, once you escape this one, you can possibly not really escape the other one. Something that, just put honey on top stone and call it, maybe call it honey bread. You get? And what you have to do is that once it's only when people begin to consume it. First thing when you take it, more honey bread. You don't know that it's actually stone, okay? Oh my God, it's so sweet. Honey bread. Oh my God. Oh my God. Then, 50 to your, then 5. I will be here. APC telling you that something is in your interest and you actually believe them. I shall be here. Tifnumbu told people that all of Una, you have been living fake good life before he came to power. Yeah? He said that you are buying a liter of petroleum or you are spending 200 naira for on your transportation. Those are fake good life. That you are able to feed your children, you are able to fuel your car, you are able to run your business despite the hostile environment that they have created for business people in that contraption. That all of that were fake good life. And you do not deserve that. So right now, it is Whatever you are going through right now in that contraption is the real life now. It is the real life. That some of you have had to pack your cars. Some of you have had to lose your jobs. Some of you have had to choose between paying for your medication or just going to Uriuke for prayer, to pray to God to heal you, right? You have to choose between this or that to stay alive. That is the real life. From Chief Numbu, inside the Arise studio, they had a chat around that earlier.
Thought they lived or they were living prior to his administration was fake and capable of collapsing the country. The president, who was represented by Wahab Egbewole, the vice chancellor of the University of Ilorin, spoke over the weekend during a convocation ceremony of the Federal University of Technology, Akure in Ondo State. Tinubu was quoted to have said that the removal of petrol subsidy and the unification of exchange rates were necessary to save Nigeria from the brink of collapse. Well, he's quoted as saying, "Unfortunately, the good life we thought we were living was a fake one that was capable of leading the country to a total collapse unless drastic efforts were urgently taken. The need to salvage the future of our children and bring the country back from its brink of collapse necessitated the strategic decisions to remove the fuel subsidy and also unify the exchange rates. I am not unaware of the consequences of the tough decisions on our people. I sincerely wish there could be softer options." Rufi.
With due respect, this is wrong. Nigerians were not living any fake life. It was not as if when the first subsidy was there, life was a whole lot better for Nigerians. It was just a measure to make things easier. There was still massive poverty. There was still massive pain. Even when Nigerians went abroad and they claimed they subsidized the naira, to the dollar, which was about 600, 700 then, how many people could really even afford that money? The economy was depressed. So you say Nigeria was living fake life. There was no living. It was not that we're living in paradise. But what we're telling President Tinubu every time is, did you think of the effect of destroying the lives further and devaluing the lives before you embarked on it? Mr. Cardozo was saying that they've saved over 6 trillion on subsidies for Forex. Asking how much in our GDP has reduced since all of these 2 monstrous measures have taken place in Nigeria. I can give you some figures. Nigeria's GDP, as at when the APC met it in 2015, before they decided to go ahead and lead us on this path of destruction, was inching close to 500 billion. Today, the GDP is more than half of that amount. The lives have been destroyed. Some projection says our GDP is now 199 billion. Do you want to prorate that in trillions of naira of how much has been lost in this economy? So they have not been productive. Is it the corruption we want to talk about? Is it the fakery that is going on? They are the ones that are fake. Do you know how many times they've told us Politico refinery is ready? Is that not the one giving us fake news? Didn't they tell us that it was mechanically complete at the start of the year? They said it was going to be ready in August, not ready. Now, and please, for the sake of people, what they did was simply a production unit churned out, the naphtha that they now have to go and blend with C5, crack C5, because they don't have the converter unit that will convert the naphtha, the hydrocarbons in there, into something of high octane ratings. That refinery is not 100% complete. This is something they took 1.5 billion for over 44 months. We are already 42 months away. Technimonti announced that thing on the 6th of April, 2021. 42 months down the line. Technimonti's announcement was that by 44 months' time, both complexes, the 150,000 barrel refinery and 60,000, will be working. 42 months in, they've just achieved 70% of the 60,000 barrels because they don't have a converting unit. Now, for all of them that are saying blending is an international practice, if you have a full-on converting unit, Once you provide the NAFTA, you have a converter that will be able to crack further the hydrocarbon. You don't need to go and get external C5 and now blend. Why is Dangote Refinery not doing that? Because they have the full-on units. So people should stop deceiving people. And the NMPC, after we revealed their lies, even confirm that that's what they are doing. That they are taking the NAFTA they are providing from their own column and they are going to crack it with, blending with crack C5. They are getting from Indorama. So they are the ones that have been faking Nigerians all this while. All the projects, the money they said they were going to save, invest in other projects, they've been faking Nigerians. Or they are the ones that have been lying to Nigerians. They are the ones that are living fake life. Is President Tinubu not the one living fake life? A country that doesn't have money, you are buying new private jets, presidential jets, that you didn't even pass through the National Assembly. Today, we don't know how much to spend on that big, bogus jet. Is that not fake life? Stop.
Because that's exactly what the Ronukus have always been telling you. We need to remove, the reason why we removed subsidy was because we are living fake life. It was for your own interests. And then the voluntary slaves. Ah, man, Nigerians don't suffer. Chai. Una don't suffer. Abusive relationship. You know something about abusive relationship? Stockholm syndrome. You always blame yourself. It is your fault. When your abusive partner smash your head, slap you, kick you, do all of that, you begin to blame yourself that maybe you are the one who offended, who made them angry. Or maybe if I am acting nice, maybe he's going to, yeah, I mean, he loves me. He says he loves me. And I think he loves me. I must have offended, I must have provoked him. It must be my fault that he is so angry. I need to act nice next time. Oh, it is my fault that the Nigerian naira is falling. It is our fault because we all love to live fake life. They said it's because we are living fake life. That is why the Nigerian refinery is not working. That is why we are importing fuel. Oh, that is why, because we love to eat rice. And that is why the whole place, the whole thing is expensive. Maybe we should start eating gari. Or maybe we should even be, I mean, why are we even eating 3 times a day? Who was that doctor? Who actually brought the idea of eating 3 times a day? When we can always eat once a day or twice at most. We need to be disciplined. I mean, see, if we want our naira to work, we need to go back to farm. All of us need to go back to farm. We need to begin to grow food. We need not the criminals whose policies, failures, have brought about this destructive existence that you are witnessing in that contraption today. Not them. Our leaders are trying, and they cannot do everything. All of us, we need to do something ourselves. Let me tell you something. It is not the fault of our leaders. What about you? How many people have you helped in your community? How many people have you given food? We should know that we should be helping people. It's not everything government. Abusive relationship. It is always your fault. It is your fault that you are eating rice and chicken, princess. That's why you are complaining that chicken and rice is expensive. Why can't you eat a tuwo shinkafa? Must you eat 3 times a day? Let us tell ourselves, it's not even healthy. If you see some people, everything is food. Can't you talk about something else? Must you talk about food? Abusive relationship. And the criminal politicians are pretty much like, they can never thank their stars enough. 2 days ago, Obi said, don't let anybody tell you that Nigeria is poor. Okay.
So everybody, and you can go on and on. And what they give is the excuse. So you must use the measures other people use. Let nobody tell you Nigeria is a poor country. It's a very rich country. It's a country that can feed itself. Today, Ukraine is at war, but Ukraine sent grain to Nigeria to help them fight hunger. Because we are number 109 hungriest country in the world. You must help to change that. All these territories you're seeing are agricultural field. So they tell you about Sambisa Forest. It's an agricultural field. It's a very simple thing. I don't think it will take you more than 3 hours or 4 hours to drive all through the Sambisa Forest. But I can tell you that if you go to Morocco today, from Casablanca to Port of Tangier, it's about 366 kilometers or thereabout, and it takes you 4.5 hours. And on both sides, all you will see is cultivated land that will feed the people. We can't have such places threatening us. It just shows we don't have competent leaders. We have capacity, we have compassion, we have vision to be able to do anything. And that is where you belong. And that is what you have to do. So I urge you, as you celebrate our founder, you could see what you're celebrating today is vision. And that's leadership. Because if he didn't think about it, he wouldn't be here. So we must change our method. You must embrace to live in a society that you can live. You must choose to do what is right today. You must help us to end this suffering of the people. You must choose to live in peace and adopt meritocracy, competency, all this as a measure of selecting those who you live with, you work with, and serve you. You must look at what will benefit the society. You must think for the interest of everybody. You must work to live in a society that is secure. A society that will care for everybody. And it is not rocket science. Other societies are doing it. But it requires people to change their conception and perception and think in the right ways and use the proper ways of measuring development, not adopting their own, not creating their own sin, where you say, Peter, you're not doing well. He will start shouting at everybody and say, I know what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is right, or you don't know where I made this country, or do you know what I saw when I came? That is not leadership. Leadership is to say, I'm wrong. Let's do the right thing. Because you're wrong. Nobody knows everything except an idiot. Leadership is about listening. It's about living a life that is exemplary so people can see it. You don't live a life that is wrong and refuses to change. A leader must be a learner. He must listen and he must learn and be able to make the right choices and ensure that those around.
Continue. 70 years old man.
And what did Tifnubu tell you when he was to be held responsible? He sent you back to your governors. Have you forgotten?
Dear brothers and sisters, yes, I am in charge here today, but we are running a constitutional democracy. And we are putting you to summon the governors. Some of them call them up. I'm doing my best to improve the revenue of the country and given them their due. But they must equally be sympathetic to the populace, and they must consider the need of the local people. People reside in the local government. People are in the local community. That is where they reside. That is where they feed. That is where they garden. That is where they cook. That's where they farm. If the local government are not free, and leaders don't hang on to the number. We have 774 local government. It's just a number. Is it effective? Is it reaching the real people? Who is being held accountable for this money? Maybe we should look and recalibrate one version that was good 4 years ago might not be good today. And when we won the votes, we go to the locals. When we get the votes, we move to Abuja.
Kolu. Abi? Abi? Kolu will say something that will be like, Abi? Abi? Anyway, away from that, it's not different from this one too. Listen to this Kadobi. The Izaleko Ebefiole.
2022 alone, the potential revenue loss due to a less flexible FX regime was approximately 6.2 trillion naira, compared to 4.5 trillion from fuel subsidies. I.e., we have all been complaining about the loss to governors, to the government, federal government's coffers from the fuel subsidy. Yet, the subsidy and the losses from the FX regime that we used to have in the past far exceeded that of the fuel. The real elephant in the room was the losses coming from the FX regime.
FX regime. The same people that are borrowing money to defend Nigeria Naira. The same criminals that announced the floating of Nigeria Naira. Do you remember that? That it wasn't only a subsidy they removed. They also threw Nigeria Naira to the dogs. Then they came back late, initially said, market forces will determine how much Naira we exchange for. No investment in manufacturing sector, no investment in power sector, no investment in production in Nigeria, but they just threw Nigeria Naira into the bins. By the time people were done with that Nigeria Naira, it lost over 1,500% of its value. And they started defending it again by using the scarce forex to defend the Naira by saying, you cannot sell the Naira more than this. So you take this dollar, okay? We are going to give you this dollar for 1,300 Naira. You must sell it for 1,310 Naira, okay? And this is a devalued Naira. A devalued Naira that is above 1,700 Naira. Then you are getting forex, okay? The forex you are making from, partially the crude, and a few other places where you are then even borrowing, right? Then you are now giving the dollars at a cheaper, lesser rate so that you can control how much people exchange the Naira dollar. Now, you don't have that surplus of dollars. until you run out of your stock. And then the Naira went back to the trash again. So these guys have spent over $10 billion defending Nigerian Naira. This was the money they gave to themselves. So by sharing the money to fuel importers, and themselves, so to say. They were always announcing it. We have shared $600 million to the Bureau de Change. Remember when they sacked all the Bureau de Change in Nigeria? Then they reissued the license to them, to the ones they preferred. And they started giving them dollars, so that they can reduce their Naira going to 2,000 Naira to $1, 3,000 Naira to $1. So they were using the dollars to defend the Naira by sharing dollars at a subsidized rate to Bureau de Change. How if it finish Nigeria? Not to buy a Nigeria, Gemma. Like, you know, I can't tell you, say, it's like calling Naira and say, hey, you, the economic hitman, Nigeria Naira, pardon, then turn around to blame what it was before then, not what it is with them right now. So the report we received is that the same central bank, you know, they moved some part of central bank to Lagos last year. And the northern Nigeria were mad. Ali Ndume was like crazy because his daughter works for the central bank. And they said that they were doing it because they were usually in Lagos, not in Abuja, that it was Bokwari that moved the branch to Abuja. And for efficiency and space, they were returning them to Lagos. Finally, they've announced that na sack you get, they won't sack them, but they say they are retiring 1,000 people, 1,058 people. Now, from that 1,058 people, they want to retire. They are ready to pay them off. It's like give them severance package, 53 billion naira. They will pay them. They are from northern Nigeria. You know that the north, they are not investing in the education of their people. Now, the northern elites, their children, the children of their clerics and all of that, they are given appointments in the Massa, Central Bank, DMO, you know, all these lucrative sort of agencies in Nigeria. You will see the ratio there is like 70% northerners, 30% the rest of you southerners. And that is why, whether na NNPC, whether na CBN, whether it is Nimasa, whether it is, in all those places, you will see them there. When it is time for leadership, even if you remove this one, another northerner is waiting to take over. They put their people there to hold those positions forever. So you would have to go over them. If the president is from the south, you would have to go over some of them to put his own people there, like the impunity system that you run. So Tipnumbu is not only clearing house. In some places, they've secretly sacked some of them. But others that they know that may raise eyebrow, like Central Bank, they are about to sack 1,058 of them. Out of that 1,058, like 900 or so, they are from northern Nigeria, including the children of the powerful politicians, by Emir, Sultan, from the northern Nigeria. But they don't want to sack them. They said, you know, remember they said, if you can't move to Lagos, you can resign. So they've rearranged it now. That, okay, you know what, we are just going to actually retire you. Imagine you getting employment in Central Bank. After 3 years, they say, you retire. No, but Nigeria will share help. Nigeria cannot survive it. So Tifnumbu is ready to pay them off. 53 billion naira to pay them pension and say, yeah, retire, go home. And the North is not having that. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. It is about the future. Because the future central bank governor, future deputy central bank governor, all this operation, director of operation, Nigeria printing and minting press. Now, you get now, they were supposed to be positions to be held by Northerners, but they are replacing them with Southerners, especially Yorubas. You as a Yoruba, you probably will be smiling. That is why Nigeria is a fake country. It is not about merit. It is not about meritocracy. It is impunity all in all. You know, impunity. It is man knows man, man knows man. And you will never get any full, what do you call it? You will never get any full potential of the people. Never. So with Tifnumbu, the northern Nigeria don't enter one chance. So today, they had to move it at their National Assembly. And National Assembly, the House of Representatives, they have now given the order to the central bank. No, don't do that. Put a hold on it. Put a hold on what they have already concluded. It's just about the dates. All the 1,058 people they want to sack, they've already received their notification already. They know themselves. They've told them how much they will pay them as they are leaving. The people that will take over the space, they've interviewed them, they've already enlisted them. So whether they do it now or they do it next December, it doesn't really matter. It is a foregone issue. Those ones who brag that Tifnumbu must stop that nonsense of relocating a section of central bank to Lagos. He must stop it. What did they do to them? They cannot do anything. You can't do nada. And some said it is karma. Maybe it is. Maybe it is not. In northern Nigeria right now, it is believed that Tifnumbu is hated more than the way they despised Egbere Jolantan in 2014, 2015. But it seems that they need to be reminded that Tifnumbu is not Jonathan. No. The drug lord is different from a university professor or a university lecturer. Jonathan was a university lecturer. Jonathan was still studying in Bayelsa State, in Rivers State Polytechnic, when Tifnumbu done they sell and move money for drug heroin traffickers in America. He's a drug lord. So now go better tighten your loins. You have no idea what you are up against, but you go hear am. So yeah, that's what we have been told, that they will have to put it on hold. They cannot go ahead with that plan right now because it's going to affect the future of northern Nigeria. It can't be like Tifnumbu, can't be like the weapon fashioned against the northern Nigeria. Mumu tickets, Muslim ticket can't be like a cost now. And I don't know, I kind of like it. Yoruba says, now the ancient God, they take time to catch person. You know the God of this 21st century, na Kia God. Kia God, Lord, my dear. Right. And that's just a snippet because, you know, it's not really detailed. Okay, in case if you have to see the announcement next week, Monday, or next month, or next whatever, that 1,058 people retired. Some of them never spend up to 5 years in CBN, but they don't retire. They go retire them, but they don't want to call it sack. You know, fair enough, they are going to get paid for living. They just want to ease them out. And same thing is going to happen in so many agencies, parastatals, ministries, and all of that. Before Tifnumbu gets to 2026. I'm just telling you. As for Emefiole, yeah, they are still holding him. And now it is obvious that when Emefiole printed money for Bokuwari, 27.5 trillion, there's a chance that Emefiole didn't actually give Bokuwari the 27.5 trillion. Emefiole probably makes some for himself too. Emefiole is now the APC. Ebekebe said Diezani. Remember the Diezani stories? Well, today, it became, came to the news center that the EFCC, they have been given the go-ahead to confiscate over 700 duplexes and then apartments in Abuja. Emefiole and his gang were planning to build 774 houses in an estate in a land that was, confiscated as well, like where Wike is doing right now. But they started building houses there. Although some people said that the houses and the apartments are not up to 700, but EFCC and others said that they have been given the go-ahead to confiscate 753 houses, apartments. You see, Nigerian criminals are really, really cold-hearted though. Here you get. The same Emefiole moved, nearly $10 billion of Nigerian money and gave it to Dangote for this Dangote refinery. And today, nobody is even so sure how much go as Dangote paid back, how much go did Dangote receive. They said that Nigeria would have 40% of Dangote refinery's share. That's 40%. That's a lot. Today, now only 7% or 6% they say Nigeria have in Dangote refinery. Do you even know that? Dangote came out and said, no, it's only 6%, but they were supposed to pay me so to keep for them 20%. But they didn't pay. Since Nigeria didn't pay, and the money they gave me, you'd only buy them 6% shares. So it's only 6%. Did you know that you have 6% shares in Dangote refinery now? It was supposed to be 40% too. But Emefiole came out last year, May 2023, when they went to go and commission uncompleted Dangote refinery in Lagos. Emefiole told the whole world that Dangote has paid back over 70% of the loan, and there is no record that Dangote paid back a dime. He didn't pay back anything. So Emefiole, as he was printing money for Bokwari, he was printing money for himself, I think. 753 duplexes and apartments that when completed, they were going to sell each one for over 200 million naira. And it is not Nigerian property. 4 companies commissioned by Emefiole got all this money from the Central Bank of Nigeria, and they started the construction of all these duplexes, apartments in Abuja. If this didn't come to public, in 10 years or so time, or 20, Emefiole's children are going to be called estate moguls, property moguls. Abi? You have the children of some of these looters. Some of them are dead, or some are still alive, and their children today are being called business acumen, with business mogul, stolen money, Nigeria's money. Joy Okwe again in the Arise TV studio, they had this chat around it. And the credit for this clip also goes to them, Arise TV. Listen.
The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission announced on Monday that it has recovered 753 units of duplexes and other apartments in Abuja that were fraudulently built by a former top brass of the government who is being investigated by the agency. EFCC, in a lengthy post on X, said that the forfeiture of the property is the single largest asset recovery by the agency since its inception in 2003, while some Nigerians on X have questioned the identity of the former government official involved in the crime. Let me take this reaction from Mr. Ebony. He wrote, "What is the name of the former top government official? Which ministry, department, or agency did he head? At what period in time did he head the government MDA he stole the money from? What was the amount he stole from the government's coffers? After the forfeiture of these properties, what next? Will they be sold to recover the stolen fund, or will they be left to rot as it is the norm in Nigeria?" These and many more questions need answers in order to enjoy the trust of the public in your activities? I think Mr. Ebony's question quite apt. All of those questions are the sort of questions that we are seeing Nigerians asking the EFCC. They are quick to make this announcement. I mean, the post was quite lengthy. But you know, we have seen that the EFCC, they would normally post a normal Nigerian. I mean, I did see a picture of Bobrisky after he was arrested and all of that. And we've seen normal Nigerians being posted on their website. So who is this top or former top brass government official who was involved in this scheme? 753 duplexes. Ayo.
People are speculating because, like you mentioned, there shouldn't be a different set of rules for certain Nigerians and another set of rules for more privileged Nigerians. 753 duplexes in Abuja, and I'm sure in a choice part in Abuja. I can't even begin to imagine when you estimate that what that would be in terms of money. How much money must have been stolen to be able to build this estate? The first thing I would say is that, number one, for transparency and to deter, I think there's an element of shame that comes with naming the perpetrators, except it's going to affect the current case in court, because it did say that the person in question is still undergoing the court process. So maybe that's the reason why they've chosen not to reveal the identity. But if the court has ruled that it's been evidence that the person is not able to trace how they got the money to build this estate without linking it to funds that were gotten illegally or funds that belong to the state, then we deserve to know who the person is. The second thing is that we often hear of these recoveries, and kudos, fantastic, FCC, you've done your job, you've recover the assets. But then what happens to the assets afterwards? Where does it go to? Are they, like the question on X asked, in the spirit of transparency, let Nigerians know the full process, not just this big announcement and celebration of recovery of assets, but actually that to ensure that the loot is not relooted. Because that's what, that's the concern for many Nigerians, that after they find this out, it goes into another person's hands and somebody else, or is sold at a giveaway price to somebody who is a friend of the house. So the process of also disposing of the asset to recover monies to, put back into their coffers is also very important, so that it's an open bid and it's transparent as well. Correct. But it is very sad to see the greed of one man, especially at a time when people are suffering, where you amass, and I'm sure that's not the only thing that this person has done. Yes, there's a lot more. To see that when people are suffering, what you're doing with your office of trust is to enrich yourself in a way that you can never finish spending the money. Some people have forgotten where their properties are. They don't even remember what they have because they've stolen, to the extent that they can't even begin to count how much they have. It's very sad. Yes. And beyond this, I have to say lastly, we should have processes to prevent these things from happening. It's not just the recovery of assets, but to ensure that they don't have access. The process by which this person was able to have access to that kind of money, build this, how did they get that sort of money? That's what we should begin to challenge as well.
Dr. Abati, what is the process really about unveiling or revealing the identity of such, persons? We have seen people on Twitter, even the former former presidential candidate, Omoyele Sowore, saying that it might be the former CBN governor or all of that. These sort of speculations, are they needed, really?
Which is the reason why, there should be full disclosure.
Yeah.
What is important here is the people's right to know. What the EFCC is fighting is corruption, dealing with integrity, questions that have been raised by people's performance when they are in positions. The EFCC has quoted Section 24 of its Enabling Act, which gives it right to trace assets and to go to the courts to ask for the forfeiture of assets. In the ruling, in the judgment in this particular case, the judge was talking about the respondent. Now, in the court documents, in the papers, the respondent will be named, the person who is forfeiting the assets. I think that the non-disclosure is something that bothers the public, and no justification has been provided for that, non-disclosure. The person should be named to prevent the kind of speculation that we have been seeing. That's number one. Number two is that this speaks to the collapse of values, standards in the civil service and public service system in this country. Once upon a time, in this same Nigerian civil service, if you took a car, in fact, you wouldn't even dare, to the office that was more expensive than your monthly salary or the income that is commensurate to your level, then you receive a query. Now, once upon a time in this country, public servants or civil servants traveling could not travel with their wives at public expense. But these days now, some people occupying certain positions, they will travel with their children, they will travel with wives. Full disclosure. They will even send, but it not be wood attachments. What is that? On as advanced team. And keep them in hotels.
Please, what is body no be?
Lamushwan, aka Lamushwan.
You have not heard of body no be
attachment. Aka Saj Balanko. Aka Saj Balalun.
In addition to their wives,
Lamushwan.
their wives are not. Are they not?
Oh Lord, how
they will be in different locations.
Am I supposed to be laughing? What does this mean?
In any case, okay. In any case, what I'm saying is that values have collapsed.
Right.
The third point is about the human being. Greed, because of the failure of our institutions, failure of standards, you know, the greed of persons who have access to the public till has become very expansive. And that is why you will find one human being who will have 753 duplexes. At plot 109, cadastral zone C09, Lokogoma district, Abuja, for the benefit of people who may want to go there and see. And the EFCC said, in addition to other apartments, one man,
Dr. Abati has given full disclosure, the address as well.
I think I was having a conversation with Rosus, and I was telling that corruption is the biggest problem. He said, no, our budget is not big enough. Our budget...
What happened to the money that is budgeted?
Look at Mr. Taiwo Yedele was saying yesterday. Our budget is not big enough. It's 31 billion. When you compare to South Africa, that is 5 times our budget. There's massive corruption.
Yeah.
Do you know how many schools this will build? Do you know how many healthcare centers? Do you know how many lives this will save? Yeah. So it shows you the level of corruption. But as regards non-disclosure, I will sing a song, Oji.
Tell me.
African China. Rich man waste money, they not they see him face for cry fighter.
Come on.
Poor man waste money, they go show him face for cry fighter. Tell me something we don't know. Rich man go de hala peya, modupe. Poor man go de shout, awala me. Make una lead us where. No need this nation to fall inside where.
Right.
Rich man wasting money, they will never see their face.
That is 20.
EFCC chairman still there for jail. Politician wey dey prove don enter for power. EFCC chairman still dey for jail. Politician wey dey prove don enter for power. Ewo EFCC chairman still dey for jail. Politician wey dey prove don enter for power. Ewo EFCC chairman still dey for jail. Politician wey dey prove don enter for power. If you dey do government work, you no carry am for head, you. Maka one day aga bokwa gike na ma o. In another government, you hear why you one them more. Ebukwa ya nisi one day aga bogike na ma o. Ewo EFCC chairman no dey for jail. Politician wey dey prove don enter for power.
EFCC chairman still there for jail. Politician wey dey probe don enter for power. EFCC now said they cannot do a full disclosure. And they went for Shore. They attacked Shore for saying no. Now, Emefiole get there is a court document to that effect. How could you not tell everybody now when your court document showed that it is Emefiole? You stated it in the court document. Why are you now turning it around and saying that, no, we can't tell you the person? So Shore kind of published that, though. I think I have that here. Let me see if I can put that up on the screen. Well, Shore shared with us the people that own this stolen money. You see that level of greed, Baba? The level of greed in Nigeria. It is total, it is completely out of this world, man. When you tell them that government should build houses, right? Keep houses for the people. Like we have all over the world. Okay? They will tell you that, no, government has no money.
Because the money has been stolen by few people who believes that it is their turn to loot, and you know what I mean. In all these documents, right, the companies, the 4 companies that Emefiele used, MG Properties, I maybe I should even be mentioning them so that, because it seems I'm going too fast. These are the court documents by the EFCC before the court granted their prayer. The people that actually took over 340 billion naira. 340 billion naira. And it's true, some of these guys, they have looted so much that some of them don't even know where the money is. Some of them died. Their families don't even know where the money is. Or all the money. They have looted so much money in Nigeria that some of them have lost track of where this money. So why is the EFCC pretend that they cannot do a disclosure when you've already disclosed the owners, the supposed owners, to the courts? And they have come out to say, sorry, we are not the owners. You can take it. Our people stole money, built their estates. And when it became a case of litigation, since it is not their money, they just said, take them. Take the money. I mean, take the estates. 753 uncompleted duplexes and apartments from stolen money. And those people are still walking about. If not China by now, if not China. Yeah? And another guy is there in Abuja right now, the Emperor of Abuja, who put together people today. It was Wike was inaugurating a road construction today. All right. And it was a fanfare before he finally asked them that you do for me, I do for you. Abuja today, because Wike want to renovate a road somewhere in Abuja. Federal Capital Territory of Nigeria. 25 years after democracy. You still have roads like that. You still have areas like that at the capital of Nigeria. And yeah, it's just about, I think it's about 3 or 4 kilometers road. It's an access road. It's not up to 3 kilometers anyway. So they had to throw a party. Everybody, they dance. Hey. And when Wike came, he told them, this road I am doing for you now. Remember, in 2027, you do for me, I do for you. That means, don't forget that we are building this road now. You go vote for us.
I'm agreeing with Saburi. I'm I've agreed we're doing days on our camp. I've agreed we're going to do Kabusa Takushera. I've agreed we're going to also do Kabusa Keti. Have you not tried? Have you not tried? So when the time comes, you do for me. Maybe so. You know, this job we are doing is like a contract. Maybe so. You do for me. I do for you. So don't listen to people who have never come to see you before. Don't listen.
You do for me, I do for you. Yendeba, yendeba. Yendeba, 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 yendeba. Yendeba, 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 yendeba. Ah, Nigeria. Sometimes it's an unreal place, right? Like seeing the supposed policemen when an accident happens, right? When there is a crash, you would expect the police force or policemen to come around and barricade the area, protect it, because it's an accident scene. That is not in Nigeria. They will rob it. That's what they will do. And they will rob it. They will rob the scene. And even with video evidence, the police can tell you that they don't know them. They are not our members. I'll share that with you in a moment, okay? So this was somewhere in Delta, though, right? But before I get to that, I'm so sorry that we are not taking calls because, I mean, come on, we have a lot to catch up on. So we can always take calls again from tomorrow, all right? So tonight, let's call it the catch-up night. Talking about the police. I found something from Bright from Delta, right? And it is this. Bright, what do you have for us?
I'm SP Dafe Bright, and this is Delta State Police Command. We're in the office of the Special Anti-Kidnapping and Cyber Crime Squad, saddled with the duty of going after kidnappers. Just yesterday, we received a distress call. That's from our control room that some persons were kidnapped and were going towards Oko area in Asaba, Delta State. Our policemen went after them, and before I go into the details on how we were able to encounter them and recover these weapons, I want us to interview one of the victims who was kidnapped. Okay, this is one of the victims that was kidnapped by these suspected kidnappers whom we recovered these weapons from. So please just tell us briefly what happened.
Yeah, thank you. As at around 10 o'clock, 9:30 last night, we were kidnapped around the Dele Road, Asaba. So while we were returning from where we went to drop a brother, so we were attacked by these hoodlums, and we were taken away to an unknown destination. So while they exhausted the money I had and they were asking for more money, we put a call to our family members, and through the police were informed and police intervened so quickly.
Okay,
and
to save your time, where they now later dropped you after collecting
they
your
dropped
money?
me around the Opanam axis.
Okay, who was this? This vehicle, is it?
That is the vehicle of the person we were together.
Okay, the person they kidnapped.
And they also snatched took away the vehicle. Okay, after dropping us. They went away with the vehicle. Okay. It was police that recovered the vehicle.
Okay. So you have heard from one of the victims that was kidnapped. This is the vehicle that belongs to the woman that was kidnapped alongside him. Now, when the policemen started trailing them, on sighting the police, they maneuvered and started running away. As they were running, the police went after them head on. They continued running, taking different shortcuts, happy and way, bushes and the rest, until they got tired of running, abandoned the vehicle and took off. Lo and behold, let us not forget that the matching description of the vehicle was given to the police, and it was when we started this vehicle that our men started going after them. Upon them abandoning the vehicle, the policemen went there, searched this vehicle, and we recovered one AK-47 rifle. This is a pop-action gun. We have some live cartridges here. These are ARO live ammunitions. And let me tell you where these rifles were concealed. They were concealed in the engine compartment of the vehicle, just somewhere here. 3 of them, that's where they were concealed. Part of the reason why I'm displaying this is to let you know that when you see policemen on the way, say open your bonnet and they are searching, people will start laughing and thinking that police are making caricature of themselves. These are the reasons why we do this. Then let me quickly add this. If you see a policeman on the checkpoint or a policeman coming towards you, do not run away. Do not run. Stay if you are clean. If you run, it is a red flag. And when you run to maybe a point where somebody now gets an accident and people dies, the police cannot be held responsible. Because if on sighting these people and they were running, we say, oh, let us not chase them, because if anything happens, they will send a police custom. How would you have been able to recover these weapons from them? How would you have been able to recover this vehicle that you are seeing? So we are just doing our job, and all we need is cooperation from members of the public. You see what the victims did? They communicated with the police, they informed the police, and that is what has led now to the recovery of this vehicle. Just imagine if a complete loss of this vehicle happened to this woman. Even after she has escaped from them and she loses her vehicle, she will not be happy. Imagine the danger that these 3 weapons will do in the hands of kidnappers and armed robbers. These are live cartridges and these are ammunitions. This is one of their operational vehicle. The hoodlums, though they are at large, they did go unscathed. They went with bullet injuries, and I believe that sooner, before you know it, we will get them and we'll also parade them for everyone of us to see. Thank you. We'll continue to solicit for your support. Always reach out to us. Don't get tired of complaining. Complain.
What shall I say unto the Lord? Yes, Lord. All I have to say, thank you, Lord. What shall I say? Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Bright Edape. Bright, yo, Bright. But if you can't see police where they do this, who should we call? Should we call police too? Because people actually made the video and they sent it to the police, and guess what the police did? They quickly sent out a rebuter. They said, those are not policemen. Are you being serious? Like, are you for real? I say, yes, they are not policemen. They are not our force. They are not our members. Damn. That's a shame, because they are policemen with their truck, with their guns and their uniform in the video. There's not going to be any investigation, right? That's what I meant earlier. I said, if you have an accident scene where there is a crash, you would expect the police to come quickly and just barricade the area and stop everybody from share you get. But not in that contraption. Now you and police go to drag the content of that falling truck. If it's a petrol or PMS truck, I go shoot you now if you come closer, because they need to fill their tanks. And then you see the police, I mean, they are jerry cans, right? And then the police will be selling the diesel, or the PMS rather. They'll be selling that. It's like their lucky day. It is the loss of the the truck driver and his truck and the content, you know. So if the police don't take him, other people go take him. I'm talking about the police, the security of lives and properties. The terrorists in Nigeria have become an industry on their own, a multi-billion dollars industry. That is what the insecurity has become in Nigeria. Terrorism industry is a multi-billion dollars industry. In Zamfara, the terrorists had to detonate what looks like a bomb to damage a road. Some said it's a bridge. I'm like, no, this one looks like a road. And if it's a bridge, wow. Let me show you something. This was in Zamfara State, done by the terrorists of that axis.
Kai bari ka taka bari ko nan ya saura ne ya zai yi kula yake yin kula da lawan aiki da Allah direbo ba kawai su go ba ku bari ku ba kun ku da heko bari in jawo ne ku kawo ci mutane sai kawai ci suke Allah nuna mutane wajen abin da Allah su saurara ko can waya jan wurin dutsen can can ba shi bane yan wurin ba shi bane can kare ban ba ce ma abin nan ba ko abin ba ce tare muke da shi ba tare muke da shi ba
Is that a bomb, or somebody said it's IED, improvised explosive device? Okay, let's say it is IED, right? So it is to damage the road before the bridge, and that was done by the terrorist. We don't know which one, because there are so many terrorists in that part of Nigeria, Zamfara. You've got the Fulani terrorists, you've got the Boko Haram, you've got the ISWAP 1, ISWAP 2, you've got the Lakurawa, you've got Patawales, you've got all kinds of terrorists in the axis, unfortunately. And they have done so much damages to Nigeria's ecosystem, right? They've destroyed Nigeria's economy. They've destroyed the Nigerian agricultural economy. For 10 years now, they have been in business, and the impact is felt by almost everyone, except the politicians who do not really have to feel anything, as everything is paid for by you, the impoverished, the overtaxed, the traumatized Nigerians. So the last summer, we saw rats. Remi Ahmed Tifnumbu's wife, rats, displayed her farm where she cultivated tomato in a farm. And then she harvested ugu. That was one miracle that some of you are pretty much not talking about. You don't talk much about that miracle. Rats planted tomato. And when it was time for her to harvest, she harvested ugu. It's not funny. But she got away with it. She was encouraging Nigerians to grow their own food. Also, I can log me onions. Maybe I could harvest the rice. But maybe all of us get a garden. So she started a garden or a farm inside the old rock. You remember that time? Well, Onofunuga has done the same, but he's yet to harvest. According to Onofunuga, he's already covered his own grass in his compound in Lagos, and he's already growing his own vegetable like tomato. Onofunuga. Show us your palm. That was Abayo, Ezibida, long throats, Onofunuga, in his own mini farm, in his compound. We will keep monitoring. According to them, this advise all of you to grow your own food. Imagine if you're a family of 5, and this hardship is eating you. I don't know how big you have to grow food that will last you for some months. I don't know, but these clowns are displaying that to encourage all of you to stop complaining about the hardship. Grow your own food, according to him. Try and grow your own food and stop complaining. Very simple advice. I hope you listen, even though it is like a clowning. It's called clowning, if you put it that way. Another clown, talking about clowning. Another clown that somehow, right, always portrayed our airspace is Isaac Faulishe. Isaac Faulishe, because he's a Faulishe's brother who was reacting to Tifnumbu's announcement of the Port Harcourt refinery. In his own words, is actually a clown, but yeah, it cracks me up once in a while, like this one.
President Tinubu, you now don't do us 419. Since they opened the refinery, petrol no gree come out again. So that means that day when they throw picture, when they said they are loading now, now figure, kai, authorities stealing pass yahoo, yeah. Authority. How you now go say something is ready and you are loading now? And since that day, you now don't lock gates. Say that go to lock gate when he open it one. Once he said you are open for business, how come? Fuel no come out since 5 days now. Trailer no enter again. The ones where they inside, they don't stop, they stuck inside. Who is deceiving who? Port Harcourt refinery. Now you not lie, they lie. Oh. This NNPC chairman, we will protest for your office. Oh. We are tired of this your games and lies. After 7th lie, now you can't tell us they are loading. Now show us trucks, 4 trucks. Since that 4 trucks, nothing move again. President Tinubu, talk to this man. Oh. We are tired. Oh. And give us our refinery. Give us open now.
I seek it to seek. Anyway, I told you he's a clown. Well, he's a mini clown. Where another one is, you know the clown called Jesutega or Nopasa? The one that is has been like crying like a baby since Tifnumbu appointed Bulaba Dani as his spokesperson on policy now anyway. He got demoted 24 hours after that announcement. Now, if we are talking about clowns in that place, I don't think we should ignore Onopasa. He is still crying. The last time I saw him was, I think it was yesterday. He was on Arise. Lamentation after lamentation. This time, he repeated what he said a few days ago. That if Tifnumbu does not reverse that announcement, the appointment of Bulaba, they will remove Tifnumbu in 2027. And it's not a threat. We will do it. So that's another clown that when we are mentioning clowns from that contraption, I don't know what number or not pastor would take, but it should be top 10 of the clowns from that contraption. an entitled one by for that matter. Or not, Pastor?
Do you still stand with President Tinubu? Because you complained about President Tinubu giving appointments to people who did not work for him, and you as chairman of the media support group for Tinubu, you expressed a lot of anger. Are you going to support him in 2027?
Yes,
so are you going to support him in 2027?
Not at all.
How?
Not.
Are you leaving the party? Are you leaving the
APC?
APC?
He retraces. I am not. Does the party belong to President Tinubu? We all form the party. What's the meaning of that? I will only support him in 2027 if he retraces his footsteps, if he respects our party members, if he stops this bizarre behavior of insulting all of us in the party by giving appointments to people who insulted us, people who called him a drug baron, a drug dealer. I mean, can you imagine that, Ruben? You're a lawyer. Somebody without evidence, no shred of evidence. He caused, even if Bola Tinubu was not a president, if he was just, let's say, a truck pusher, you ought not to call him a drug dealer without evidence. This is a prominent individual. Then somebody keeps calling him a drug baron, a drug dealer without evidence. This is the same person that President Tinubu gives appointment to. What an insult. What is the president trying to say? He's trying to justify the statement the person made. Then we were all defending you. I mean, what an insult. So if Mr. President continues on this trajectory of disrespecting our party members, treating us as if we are beggars, in fact, the narrative is just cool down. Your appointment is coming. Appointment my foot. Who told you I need appointment from you? Did I come to? Have you ever seen me in Ashiwaju's house begging me in for anything? Don't disrespect us. We are citizens. We are politicians. We made you president. Respect us in this party, for God's sake. And don't bring this.
Okay.
What is the point in appointing Daniel Bala for this? I'm coming, Dr. Abati. Go on.
Okay, no, go ahead. You know, I was just going I was just going to ask you. When you say if the president
what is the point? What's the logic in
if he retraces
what's the logic in appointing Daniel Bala? I don't see the logic in it, other than Mr. President is telling all of us, his supporters, that to hell with you, I don't give a toss what you think. Well, in 2027, we tell him we don't give a toss what he thinks. That's it. Two can play that game. Go on, doctor.
But he has many people who are supporting him. You know, maybe one person saying no probably wouldn't matter. But, you know, the Tinubu factor.
You will be dumbfounded. Dr. Abati, you will be dumbfounded. People, you cannot imagine how many people who are supporters of our party who have called me to commend me, that all they were waiting for was just for somebody to be bold enough to say the truth to Achiwaju. Then he behaves as if he has no regard for his supporters. Who told him that it is spirit of Eminoko that made you president? It's God that made you president. Through us.
I just finished a conversation with Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, and he was talking about unity, national integration, that President Tinubu should be the president of everybody, not president of the APC alone, not president of the Lagos crowd, not president of the Yoruba. But here you are saying that he should be the president of the APC by giving opportunities only to people within your party.
I refute that. In our party supporters cut across the country. We have supporters from the Niger Delta. We have supporters from the Southeast. We have supporters from Yoruba land. We have supporters from the Middle Belt. We have supporters from the Northeast. We have supporters from the Northwest.
Okay.
So far, Ashiwaju has made it. Let me finish, please, Ruben. So far, Ashiwaju has given us the impression that he has only regard for only Lagos people. And most of us consider that to be an insult. You know? And then this, when he keeps insulting those of us, his core supporters, by ignoring our authentic supporters, and then giving appointments to all kinds of people that I don't know what his calculations are. Strategy? No. That's, in fact, that is the antithesis of strategy, as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
it's not strategy.
Except that it's his prerogative to appoint or, fire whoever he wishes, as he chooses.
Yes, and it is our prerogative. It is also, excuse me, Dr. Abati, it is also our prerogative to hire and fire a president. And if he continues like this, we fire him.
Do you still stand?
Nuisance, Lele.
Jesus Tega or not pasa. Don't take him too serious. So you understand? He's a clown, and all of that can change once they begin to play their tribal ethnic card, which is what they will play. The moment you get to 2025, 2026, from next year on, right? Well, I don't know. It cracks me. I mean, it cracks me up as well. Like, I laugh. I do laugh when I listen to him. And that's why I share that with you. So, I mean, some of the time. Now, away from that, okay, I do still have a few other stuff to share with us, because, I mean, I've been away for 2 days. I wasn't here throughout yesterday. And I can tell you that created a bit of a gap. And that's why we are not taking calls, or we didn't take calls tonight, okay? However, I would wrap it up with this. It's Peter Obi doing what he seems to be enjoying doing since after that charade. The guy has shared over 500 million naira to different, organizations, schools, especially in Nigeria. Here is one of them, just over the weekend. It was yesterday, in fact.
Incompetent people, but they will have an answer. That's what the country is going through. As I conclude, I wish you well, and I assure you, encourage young girls to critical areas of health, education, and he mentioned it's my first time on it, showing my last time. So that is why we're here. We're here to say to you, thank you for what you're doing. 10 laptops and a printer to St. Augustine's Secondary School, by Barua in Adamawa. You see, we must work hard to ensure that these students have the best of training, everything. I've just some of our Manjeri students, kids, advisors. You doesn't matter. That's really no, forget. Is there anybody who also? Ajia. Please, are you getting it? Yes. Just like you're doing this.
Yeah, is pretty much becoming their, the beautiful bride up north as well. And everyone believes that he still has his eyes on the #1 job in Nigeria to become their president. The obedience says they are not going to settle for any second fiddle. It is either Obi or make Tifnubu just continue. All this conversation and debate is ongoing out there, all right? Well, we shall cover more on that some other time. So thank you so much, everyone. I have missed you, and hopefully, you see, one thing is that in Glasgow right now, the weather is unreliable. Sometimes, right, the weather can be so depressing. It will become so cold that the only place I find so much comfort is that my bed. Yeah? And I kind of get to be over comfortable there. you know, so that's why you barely see me in the afternoon now. Just bear with me, okay? So most of the time when I leave the studio, it's always so late. And by the time I go to bed, it's even more late. I have to be up early enough. And then when I'm up early, I usually go back to bed and to get some rest. So that is why you barely see me in the afternoon, but I do promise that when I'm not too tired, I will show up. But if you don't see me in the afternoon tomorrow, you will surely see me later in the evening, okay? So our weather is so depressing now. When I say depressing, it's so cold, right? It is so cold that you just want to stay indoor, enjoy the comfy of that your bed or your room. Well, thank you so much for joining me this evening or this night. Thanks so much for staying this long as well. We shall continue from where we are stopping tonight, tomorrow, while we continue to monitor the progress on the Alagbara Mameru Babaole, this coward, hiding behind the corrupt system in Nigeria to hunt down those they considered as too free to address them or those who make them so uncomfortable. On Dele Farotimi's abduction, yeah, we will see how far this is going to go. Hopefully, by the time I come back here tomorrow, DF will be back home. Okay, so and the trauma of them invading his space, kidnapping him, and smuggling him straight to Ekiti, 7 hours drive from Lagos. We shall know more from tomorrow. So thank you so much, everyone. As you are leaving tonight, remember, like the broadcast and share it too to those who haven't, possibly, who are not able to see this from the beginning. And to those of you who joined us late, remember as well, you can watch this from the start. Just make sure that you can skip the first 5 minutes. Yeah, that's the music part. If you don't really like the music that much, okay, skip it and start watching from after 6 minutes. Yeah, I'm going to see you again. Until then, stay safe. The description as well. Like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends. Tell them that Maiyegun today, and it is brunch time with Maiyegun. Remember, the brunch time is like the snippet into what is still to come, especially the catch-up from last night, this morning, until lunchtime, while we gather the comprehensive reports on the Nigeria and our system, the corrupt, rigged system, which continues to victimize our own citizens, supposedly. So, brethren, the title for this chart today is basically talking about Nigeria, the lawless country. It is a crooked lawyers, right? A place where we continue to ask, what exactly is the reason or motivation for studying law in a lawless country, in a place where their elite, the criminal, dirty, stinking elite, pretends to be above the law, or they are actually above the law, where the institutions that are supposed to uphold the law are always the willing tool in the hands of the highest bidder, the dirty, stinking, corrupt elites. Again, why is anyone studying law in a lawless country? The person that first asked this question is a lawyer himself, and that is DF, Dele Farotimi, the man that described Nigeria as worse than a zoo. It's pretty much like a jungle. Well, he became a direct victim of that failed system yesterday, when one supposed the senior lawyer started throwing tantrum. Afe Babalola, he was throwing tantrum of his character that he felt was being libeled against Afe Babalola sent the criminal police after another lawyer, Dele Farotimi, who wrote a book against the Nigeria criminal justice system, and he called it Nigeria and its criminal justice system. A book that is now top seller, selling so fast that many Nigerians now want to see the contents of this book from yesterday. So this morning or this afternoon, depends on the time you are watching this, we are going to review what happened yesterday and then how it all went up to this moment when they took him to a court in Ekiti. And the court has denied Dele Farotimi bail. Typical, expectedly anyway, because the purpose is not actually to fight for his legal right. I'm talking about Afe Babalola, the old man, the old crook, a part and parcel of the rotten system in that contraption called Nigeria, whose ass got whipped by a younger lawyer and he couldn't take it. He couldn't even let the law take his own course because he would rather flex his muzzle, the same muzzle that Dele Farotimi wrote about, which has completely compromised the supposed judicial system of Nigeria. Listen, Nigeria is a lawless country, no doubt. But those who actually makes that so are lawyers themselves, judges. The people that are supposed to know the law, they are the ones who continue to abuse it. And in this case, it has triggered reactions, not just from the Dele Farotimi's supporters, even Dele Farotimi's people who don't really agree with him as well, seems to have felt like, well, this is like a kill shot. Like, you know, if somebody defames you for any reason, what you have to do is to sue them. It is not to use the criminal police, who were more or less like kidnappers, to go and abduct someone. I mean, ignoring all the normal due process, okay? When we talk about due process, the due process of arresting someone, normally, even in that contraption, except when it concerns the other criminal elite who seems to have more connections, right? A former lawyer to the former, maybe I don't know if he's still lawyer though, but he's a lawyer to former president of Nigeria, a criminal man himself who made his money in a criminal way. And somebody is actually calling him out or challenging him that he even wrote a book about his criminality. So if you now felt offended, if you felt like you have been defamed as a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer. I believe that everyone knows this, right? If you feel like you have been defamed for any reason, as a lawyer, a senior one for that matter, what you will do is to use what you have to fight what you want. You use the same law to fight for that, won't you? But he knows it won't really work well that way if it doesn't really go the Gestapo style of flexing his muzzle, throwing a tantrum. Afe Babalola is part of the rot in Nigeria. He is a criminal himself. And this is on record. And Dele Farotimi, encountering him in a legal way, exposed Afe Babalola's influence in the judicial system of Nigeria up to the Supreme Court level. And this is something that Afe Babalola wouldn't want anyone to read about. He wouldn't want the younger generation to come later and read about how criminally he has been obtaining judgments, flexing his muzzle, and then I'm twisting the judiciary. Now, if he felt libeled, because according to Dele Farotimi, he wrote a book about Afe Babalola's criminality and many other stuff in the judicial and in the Nigerian judiciary. He mentioned their names, not just Afe Babalola's name. There were other names too. However, the only old useless man, a greedy, selfish cunt that decided to use his own influence, the same influence that Dele Farotimi wrote about, right? He decided to use the police to harass him. Okay? So from the onset, right, when Dele Farotimi was asked, what you put in this book, don't you think that some people are really going to get mad? He said, well, if anybody feels like his name is defamed, they know what to do. And what should they do? Sue me. You can even sue the publisher, which is the publisher. You can sue that the book should not be sold anywhere. There are court cases that you can initiate to, you can even sue him to oblivion and say, well, you know what? This your book is defaming me. What you went on TV to say about me is not true. And therefore, I am seeking the court redress to stop the further sale of that book, and then to also charge you, to charge you for defamation, okay? Now, the normal lawyers in Nigeria knows that. But because Nigerian law is not straightforward, it is a crooked country, populated by crooked people that could manipulate the same law to oppress anyone they believe they are totally above and possibly shut you up or shut you down, so to say. So, yesterday, that's where we're going to start from today. Yesterday, a group of criminals called the police in Nigeria from Ekiti State, who were acting out of their jurisdiction, they barged into Lagos State, another jurisdiction, where they effected the abduction of a lawyer from his office. His own staff were harassed on camera. They were harassed. Their personal belongings were stolen, right? However, the supposed police commander from that axis, they were never briefed. Normally, if you are going to another jurisdiction to effect an abduction, because an arrest, if it was an arrest, you would have first of all reported at the command, which in this instance is Zone 2 command or so in Lagos. So we are in Lagos State to effect an arrest. Then you would have to show the arrest warrant. In fact, you need to get that arrest warrant from a court. Then that will be after you have invited this individual and they refused your invitation. So that will be then you can now go on and go to the court, obtain an arrest warrant. You will present this arrest warrant to the command, like if you are leaving your own command to another area, you will present it to them and say, we are coming to effect an arrest here, just so you know, okay? Then afterward, you will approach the subject and then present your arrest warrants, and then arrest him. That should be the normal due process. But that is exactly not what happened in the case of Dele Farotimi. The lawless Nigerian police, the criminal Nigeria police, they went on their own normal Gestapo style. They invaded. Initially, they set up a trap of tracking him, and when they couldn't really get him by luring him out, where they could kidnap him, when they couldn't get him, they decided, after finding out his office, they entered the Dele Farotimi's office, harassed his staff, and then in a process that is pretty much unbelievable. Now, here is the first part, which is the CCTV footage of the abduction, the kidnapping of Dele Farotimi from his office in Lagos. They told his staff, they threatened them that if any of you come closer, we are going to shoot you. And after the kidnapping, the abduction of Dele Farotimi, A lawyer from his office, the eyewitness gave this account when a news crew went into the place to check on what really happened.
Central visited Farotimi's office where staff members narrated their ordeal.
Mr. Farotimi's office is upstairs, but before you access his office, you will need to pass through the security door. So when they came in, they attempted to open the security door, but could not. They had to, maybe you want to see the second back door that they gain entrance to. Yes, you can see this is the back door. For security reasons, sometimes we don't lock it. So they quickly gain entrance through here and went to his office.
Wanted to come down, came down from the steps. He now just entered from the backyard and hit me. I said I should not talk anything this and that. He now point a gun on me. I was very scared. He now pushed me that I should tell him to direct to our real boss. That is why I just get there. As I just get there, he was slapping me, maltreating me that let my boss bring his safe so that if not, they would deal with me here. Then my boss was very scared that he don't want anything to hurt me. He now stand up and say, okay, let them take everything that they need.
They insisted that if we insist on knowing where they're taking him to, they were going to gun us down.
Rolf Nwoke, the managing partner of DF Legal and Farotimi's counsel, has spoken out about the petition and Farotimi's whereabouts. Legal actions are currently underway.
These guys came in and they took all our devices. I have no way of communicating. I don't have any devices.
Including your phone?
Yes, they took my phone. The guy threatened to shoot me. He threatened to shoot me and took my phone and the devices of all my staff. Every one of my staff members. Every staff member here, their devices were taken. Right? Even up to, and I would understand maybe their concern was that maybe somebody's recording or anything, but even the cleaner had what you call the balasa phone. I think that's what they call the button phone. They took it from her.
Well, what will you be doing now as a legal representative?
Yeah, so we're in court, like I said. We're in court. We filed a fundamental human right application before the Lagos State High Court.
Central.
But they now drove Dele Farotimi. They drove him from Lagos, 7 hours from Lagos to Ekiti. In Lagos State, defamation of character is not a criminal case, which means it is a civil case. Everything, according to Dele Farotimi himself, everything he wrote about Afe Babalola is the truth. However, if he feels if he feels slandered, the right thing to do, right, was for him to sue Dele in Lagos, where he lives, he works, and then, where all this must have happened. But they knew then that Ekiti State is a place where defamation of character is a too strong sort of a law. It can be criminal, it can be civil. So, Afe Babalola, being somebody who seems to be the richest man in Ekiti State, or richest lawyer in Ekiti State, right? He chose Ekiti, breached and bypassed all the normal legal protocol as a lawyer himself. Kidnapped somebody from another jurisdiction and then smuggled them to Ekiti. He could get away with it because it is Nigeria, where criminals are the ones in charge of running of that contraption. So they moved him to Ekiti. Upon getting to Ekiti, libel, defamation is also a bailable offense, which means normally the procedure of suing somebody for libel is that you will first have to write them and say, see, that thing you said about me, you need to retract it. if you don't retract what you just said about me in the next so days, I am going to initiate a legal case against you. Now, if that person now ignores your first letter of warning, you would have to write them again and say, this is your final, is a reminder that you only have 2 days left. If you do not retract what you said or wrote about me, then I am going to initiate a case against you. And then you will now go to court. Your lawyer will write the court. And the court bailiff and the rest of them will now send the copy of your initiated case against that person, who will now have the right to respond to your case. Now, it is the court that will now determine if your case have any ground for defamation, libel, or what have you. So when the court says, okay, this is libelous, it is the court that will now kind of activate the case and say, okay, yeah, Mr. Man, you have a case to answer, a libel case here. Now, it is the court that will also determine, after the end of the whole argument, back and forth, if the whole case is libelous as well, if you are guilty of it or not. If you are guilty of you going to jail as a criminal, or if you are guilty of paying a fine as a civil, it will be the court to determine that. But not in this case. And mind you, this is supposed to be between two lawyers. According to Ave Babalola, he said that the book published by Dele Farotimi has caused them so much stress. It has caused him so much stress. It is about a case in Lagos where Afe Babalola lost, a land battle. Okay, in fact, from the report, it's like the people who are fighting over land in Lagos, they took themselves to court. In that court, they lost in the High Court. They lost on appeal until they now hired Afe Babalola. Now, hiring Afe Babalola, the case now got to the Supreme Court. This was where Afe Babalola did, and his chamber, they did the usual abracadabra. And the Supreme Court decided to divide the case by saying, you know what? You can't have all of that land. In this case, the people who won at the High Court, who won at the Appeal Court, they got to Supreme Court. Once they hired Afe Babalola chamber, they got to Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court divided the land and say, even though you won your cases, right? But the thing here is that you can't have all of that land. Now this is our judgment. Our judgment is that you are going to take this half and you're going to give half to these people. People will not get the land. Though. This was what prompted Dele Farotimi to speak on the, what do you call it? The bastardization of the judicial system in Nigeria. How the likes of Afe Babalola have compromised the judiciary and they have bought the judiciary. Now, this is what Afe Babalola sent to the Ekiti Police Command. Okay? The land was between Major Muritala Gbadamoshi Eletu and His Royal Highness Oba Tijani Akinloye and ORS blah, blah, blah. This was supposed to be the case. Okay? And like I said, these people, the owner of the land, hired, they are like, it's a group of cases like that, okay? So one of them, Dele Farotimi represented one of the parties. And the parties Dele Farotimi represented, they won their cases. They won their cases in the High Court, Appeal Court. Then, this Olori Buruku Baba, Afe Babalola, was not involved though, until they went on to go and hire him. When they hired him, then they played the abracadabra at the Supreme Court. When they played the abracadabra, the Supreme Court ruled in their favor. Not fully in their favor. Okay, it's like saying, hey, how much is the land? I mean, how much is the land, so to say, right? It's okay. It's 30 hectares of land, 30 hectares. Okay. Now, what happened is that you can't keep all the 30 hectares now. Come on. So our ruling is going to be that give a little this number, give this other party, give them this one, okay? And that's our judgment. And this is a total sort of, criminality in the judiciary that Dele Farotimi wrote about. That's why he said, I stand by my book publication. Anyone who feels offended or slighted or slandered should go to court. But they won't go to court. It's already late. Rather, they will show him that you are stepping on people's toes. There are some toes. According to Afe Babalola, he said, with every sense of modesty, I am one of the most distinguished legal luminaries of my generation, renowned both in Africa and globally for my profound contribution to the legal profession and the advancement of education. With over 6 decades of uninterrupted legal practice, my career is a testament to exceptional dedication, integrity, strategic advocacy, and visionary leadership. I am a highly accomplished advocate with some of the most celebrated cases in Nigerian legal history. This is how they have been buying cases. So they have been buying judgment too. Majority of them, if you look at their antecedent before social media, they have been overhyped criminals. Go and listen to them speak. Go and listen to some of these guys when they speak. You will be wondering, how did these ones become sand or what have you? Nigeria is such a corrupt place. And that is why people like this can have so much money and claim to be legal luminaries. How can you be legal luminaries in a lawless country? If it is not basically about the corrupt system where majority of them are cultists. Majority of them are cultists. So all these judges that are working with Wike, they too, they will one day tell you that they are legal luminaries. They are luminaries who have contributed greatly to Nigerian judicial, what have you. They are the ones who are taking briefs from criminal politicians. These are the same Olori Bruku lawyers, older people in Nigeria, and want some paper, some dusty, who have arguing what is the difference between and what is the meaning of and. The same Olori Bruku lawyers in Nigeria who defended a drug dealer, a drug baron. The same Olori Bruku lawyers in Nigeria who said, because Tifnumbu's Guinean passport expired, that means his citizenship has expired. Tifnumbu is a Guinean. The Nigerian law says you can't have citizenship of 2 countries and be president in Nigeria. You have to denounce one. Tifnumbu's Guinean passport is live. They said because it has expired. Therefore, Tifnumbu is no longer a Guinean. The same Olori Bruku lawyers in Nigeria want some papers. They said because Tifnumbu forfeited $460,000 for heroin trafficking in America, and the case is over 10 years ago. Therefore, it is no longer binding. It's an old thing. Now, the same people will wake up tomorrow and tell you they are contributing to the Nigerian legal luminary. I am a legal luminary. Legal luminary, kill all of you there. You are lucky, enjoy it. And this same Afe Babalola gave a university in this country, UK, £10 million. The same Afe Babalola, when Obasanjo was running amok as the president of Nigeria, the same Afe Babalola was cashing out. He cashed out over 10 billion. Go and calculate what that 10 billion naira of that time is today. He has a university in Nigeria. It is the same Afe Babalola, according to his own governor, former governor, Fayemi of Ekiti. He said the old man is a narcissistic fellow and he's suffering from narcissism or something. Right? The same Afe Babalola was nearly stoned to death by students in Ekiti. These Olori Bruku Babas, there are many like that. They shaped this contraption from the north to the east to the west. Everywhere. They are everywhere in Nigeria. They are the ones who shaped this contraption to what it is today. They are the ones who have helped to rob this contraption of the supposed future for our own citizens in that contraption. They are the ones. They are everywhere. They are most decorated, but they are criminals. Expose them. They will be talking about reputation. My reputation. I am a legal luminary. Kill you there, Babaofu, Babaoshi. Now, what did they do? In a lawless country, keep asking you, why are you studying law in that contraption? Why are you? wasting your time? Is it just for the academic exercise at bikini? You are a legal luminary. You are supposed to know that if somebody defame you, you do not use the police to harass them. You do not use the police to kidnap them. If you don't have anything to hide, right, what you will do is to allow the legal process to take its full course. But not in Nigeria. They don't get time. They can lock people up for as long as they want. So today, in their courts, the court now denied Dele Farotimi bail. I have never heard anything like that before. Okay, you don't bring me to Ekiti to come and charge me. Abi, fine. So the first thing we're going to do is what? To move for a bail. So that we can now defend whatever it is, your ego that got bruised. Say no. After Babalola, they have given us an order. The order is that we must not let him go. We need to teach him a lesson. That's what they do in Nigeria. It's not about the law. Even though the Ronu Kus, the Ronu Nazis, the bad idiot, the bad stats, they have always seen Dele Farotimi as a pain in the ass. You know, he's always like that blunt. And most of the time, they do wonder, what's in this Dele Farotimi swallow? When Dele talks about Tifnumbu, the Ronukus are always wondering, what's in this guy swallow? They're supposed to show this guy something. There's one day they go and go touch him. Because it is not democracy. It is not free speech. You get what I mean now? It is about the big man or the big woman. Don't step on the big man's shoe. It will show you how big he is. Initially, it was Tony Elumelu that was supposed to write. Dele Farotimi is a lawyer. Write is law firm that you are suing him, and he will respond. Why are you writing the police? These are just low-level men who found themselves in money in a shit hole that is lawless as well, and somehow, they are acting as big people. They are not big. They are not. If somebody says something you don't like if you say something I don't like right now, I will call a lawyer. Or sorry, if you say not something I don't like, no, it doesn't matter whether I like what you say or I don't like it. If you say something that is not true about me, the right thing for me is to get a lawyer and say, this person just said that me, Maiyegun, that I am a thief, and I'm not a thief. You will need to prove to me that I am a thief, or it will need to apologize and retract that statement. That's the normal, sane thing to do. So what do? Then my lawyer will write you. And then you have to get yourself a lawyer too. So if you feel like, yes, you are a thief, Maiyegun, I have evidence. Okay. So you're not going to apologize? No, I won't apologize. You are a thief. I mean it. Yes, you are. I say, we really you. You're a thief. Okay. Let's meet in court. Then I can go to court and say, you call me a thief, you need to prove it. If you can't prove it, then I'm suing you for defamation. What do you want in your defamation case, Maiyegun? I want him to pay me $1 million. Abba. $1 million is 17 million naira, Maiyegun. Yes. No. Yeah. Is it? No. I think it's going to be 170 million naira, Maiyegun. Yeah. That's how much I want. Then the judge will look at it and say, just because he said, yes, so it affected me. It affected my breathing. I could not sleep. My business associate, everybody is just so sad. We are all traumatized. I am so depressed because he called me a thief. And they will say, okay, it's okay. Even if you have to get a therapist, Maiyegun, $1 million is too much, okay? We'll tell him to give you 5 million naira. No, my lord. No. That's my judgment. As your lordship pleases me. You can say you want 1 billion for defamation. The court can say, no, they go give you 1 million naira. So why are this is why the big men in Nigeria do not really want to use the court to prosecute. That's why nobody has ever been, sued successfully by the publicly, politically exposed people. You know, the politicians, the lawyers, all of these guys who have been involved in all these political shady deals in Nigeria. That's why they've not been able to sue anyone successfully. Because at the end of this, like, it's not really worth it. Because in most cases, right, it is a waste of time and it comes with the job. If you are involved in the public space where the people you are associated with, their actions and inactions affect the lives of the people, as long as they are not threatening you with bodily harm or doxing you, sharing your personal details everywhere that puts your life, the life of your family member is in danger, defamation of character, libel cases, they are barely won by politically exposed persons. So the likes of Afe Babalola and co, they do not want to prosecute any case against Dele Farotimi. They just want to show him that they are powerful. They control the judiciary. That is why a judge in Ekiti State will deny a bail application for something that is pretty much a civil case. Now they are treating it as a criminal case because the ego of one old 90 years old man got bruised about right? So they have been wicked to that contraption. They have contributed to the wickedness of the people of that contraption. Now he's nearing his grave, about to die. That useless, senile old man, we still want to die as a wicked, narcissistic soul. They should have stoned him that time.
You know, because we are not thinking in this country. Let me just calm down your brain. Let's assume you stand with a man now, and the man said, "You are a thief. You stole this money." So because of the man has called you a thief, you steal the money, whether it's right or wrong, you are standing with the man. The next thing to do is to go and call police. Police, come and arrest the man. He called me a thief. Did you see how stupid that is? Talk less of when you are now in your high horse somewhere, sitting down somewhere, and somebody wrote something against you, that you feel that thing is not right, or maybe that thing disgrace you, and you just call the police or write a petition and call the petition, and the police rush and go. The Nigerian police are supposed to have their legal frame to do their work. It's not a petition that you will be running like slaves. Obviously, they have collected money, that's why they'll be running like that. If somebody defames you, allegedly defamed you in your own word, go to court. Let's assume as an activist now, somebody come and write, you collected money, this and that. If I feel that the thing is not really stressful, I can simply just write to the person, public and privately, that, oh, I did not do this. These are the evidence. I advise you to restrict that word and apologize. And if he does that, that's if he need. And even if I feel that the thing is not too much and I still want to go to court, if somebody has said something bad against me and I know that that thing is wrong and I know that I'm going to win, why will I use police? It's because you are guilty. Because you are guilty. That's why you use police to harass people. If everybody is calling police at every wrong thing that they said against them, how many of us will be left in this country? You people just want to ruin this country. How many people will be left if everybody is arresting people for speaking something that is wrong against them? Go to court. Go to court. We have a court system. Go to court and go and file in the court and take that person to court. If you say something against me, if you lie against me, and I know I'm going to win this case, I will take you to court and I will win. And I will collect money from you. And you will go to jail. Me, I don't even like people going to jail because they say something necessary. But you just want to oppress and show you have power. So one emperor from Ekiti say we are like DFR, and probably because he has been speaking against government, the APC people now is even good. Opportunity lady catch a fungia there. All of again CP. Eshinada logbewa. Amoyan come out with uniform. Koko dress so that can so go phone come and record there. You are crooks. All of you. And it will not stand. We're going to get this society better. If somebody defame you, all you these rich people and politicians, go to court. You are not too big to be spoken against. If you are a mad politician, I will call you a mad politician. If you are a thief, I'll call you a thief. If you feel that you are not a thief, take me to court. And let me prove that you are a thief. And you prove that you are not a thief. Nobody is too big to be spoken against. You are not God. You have money, you have power, you have a son, you have a kid of nonsense. And you have spoiled the nation. Young people cannot even afford to stay in the country anymore. Everybody want to leave. Oppression is too much. The poverty, the hunger is too much. You have been in the country for 95 years. Has been the country. You have been a lawyer. It's a disgrace. If I'm a lawyer at that age and Nigeria is like, I'll be crying. Now, what did you do? How did you solve the problem of this country? What have we done? Look at the mess of the country that we are. Yeah, Ronu, yeah. Shoma oppressing your kakiri and continue on Dele Farotimi should be released unconditionally. Whoever thinks they have been defamed, head to court. Go and prove it in court and leave the man alone.
Thank you, Charade, brother. The senior advocate of nuisance, senior advocate of nonsense. There are many in that contraption. They don't follow the law. They don't believe in the law. Dele Farotimi said, there is no tribalism in Nigeria. It's only what you have is a classism. There are only 2 tribes in Nigeria, according to Dele Farotimi. The political class, the elites, they are 1 tribe, 1 religion. Me and you, we no get money, we no get political what have you, we are another tribe. Now only poor people, they fight tribalism. Igbo versus Yoruba, Yoruba versus Hausa, Hausa versus Igede, Igede versus TV, and all of that. All of them, Christian versus Muslim. When you look at the criminals in Nigeria, they are united. All of them are united. What you have in Nigeria, according to Dele Farotimi, is classism. A classism where you have a class war. Who is your father? I will show you that. Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are talking to like that? I will show you that I am the senior advocate of nonsense. I am the Otuba Bobagufensi of Ekiti. I am the Igodo of Edo. I will show you. I will buy your generation. You are talking to me. Do you know who you are talking to? Don't worry. Hello, commissioner. Hello, police IG. I need 5 boys. Give me 5 boys. I need to teach somebody a lesson here. It is not always about the law. No. These are criminals that if you begin to probe them, if you begin to probe all the cases that they claim to have won, you will see that we have been fooled for so long. Compromised judiciary, compromised police, compromised defense, compromised this, compromised that. Institutions have been compromised by these rogues. Your uncles, your aunties in their 80s, they have contributed to the destruction of Nigeria. Go and check how they made their money. They made their money from the blood and sweat of the ordinary Nigerians. They don't like to be taking they don't like to take responsibilities. They have fragile ego. They do. They have fragile egos. Don't you have any respect? Don't you have elders at home? How dare you talk to me like that? Can you talk to your father like that? I say, my father is not an evil person like you, Olori Brukus, who destroyed Nigeria in your different capacity. Irresponsible souls. Look at the Nigeria. Look at the country. Look at, we have contributed greatly to this. What is your contribution? The contribution, okay. You see, when you look at the countries like this UK, and you look at, in fact, let's use the UK. Majority of us that come from the colonies, their former colonies, where our forefathers were enslaved. Not only that they were taken out of their lands to these foreign lands, they were also enslaved in their lands, on their own lands in Africa. Today, the British, when they look at their own forefathers, despite all the atrocities they committed in history, they are proud of the country they have left for them. When you see British, when you see Americans, now you and me, who are the victims of their forefathers, our own forefathers were the victims of their own forefathers. But guess what? Their own descendants in the UK, in America, and in all these advanced countries that you are seeing today, which were built on the back of the Africans and other slave colonies around the world. Their own descendants can look back and say, we are proud of our forefathers. We are proud of our ancestors. Look at our own ancestors. The ones that sold us. You see, those ones that were before these ones, they sold us as slaves. They collected mirrors. They collected a gene, right? So that they could marry 5, 10, 15 wives and live as if to say they were the Samosangudu, the richest men of their own era. But when you look at the ones, once the slave trade got abolished, when you look at the older people you see today in Nigeria, you will realize that they are still pretty much selling us off, making money off our backs. Look at the country they are leaving behind for us. Look at Nigeria. Look at the entire place. Should any older person be proud and say, I contributed to this great country? Which great country? You created a shithole for us, a lawless country, a place where a lot of the young people would rather look for how to japa and run away from the place. And you are proud. If you know what I did for this country, what did you do? Built a lawless country, a unsafe country, the most corrupt place for every young person to actually, thrive. You are proud. And we owe you respect. One by one. Respect to kill all of you there. Respect your elders. Which of them? Which of the elders? The elders that were killing the young ones, just because they can live long. They can live comfortably long. In a lawless country. It's unfortunate, man. But we'll come back to that later. Let's go to something again. Paulu left France after agreeing to France's arrangements to enter Nigeria. Okay? And then they signed MOU on critical mineral resources. So, lithium, uranium, and all the and other precious stones that they can get from Nigeria. Tinubu has signed them off to France. In return, France is going to give Tinubu weapons in case if all of them want to try to move mad, protest, or do revolution. Yeah, they can bring in the French mercenaries to come and crush you, not to really fight terrorism, because what you are going to get soon is the increase in the terrorism in Nigeria. The one you are seeing right now will be a child's play. Ask the Sahel states, ask Niger, ask Mali, ask Burkina Faso, even Senegal, ask Chad. What has been their experience with France before they kick France out of their countries? When it comes to the Sahel terrorists, they were supposed, despite how much France was making from these people for more than 5 decades, they still couldn't keep them safe. They couldn't give them prosperity. Now they said they are going to give Nigeria security, prosperity. God damn it. Anyway, so Tinubu left France and he moved down to South Africa to meet with Ramaphosa. And according to Ramaphosa's, they call it a binational commission. Whatever the F that even mean. Okay? But in their description, it is meant to give Nigeria and South Africa our business relationship a bit of a boost. Okay, let's say you are a businessman now from Nigeria and you want to go and invest in South Africa. They like, excuse me, the likes of a Dangote, Tony Elumelu, Jimovia, what's the other guy's name? That Bua guy. Wasiu Abigilorukwe, something Bua. And every one of these Tifnumbu clan that may want to go and put their money in South Africa. So according to Ramaphosa, it will be a chance for these companies or these Nigerians to bring their stuff to South Africa. But guess what the Ronukus turned it into? The Ronukus said that South Africa has reduced the visa application for the tourists. That's not what happened. So when Tifnumbu arrived in South Africa, early Momo, yesterday, then he went straight to meet Ramaphosa in his office. And what happened after?
Excellency. Your Excellency. Very well. How are you, my brother? I'm okay. Good to see you. Good to see you too. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. You're welcome. Are you well?
I'm well. I'm well.
Good to see you.
There's a friend else No, not Abuja. I came from France.
Oh, you came from France?
Yes.
That's
11 hours.
11 hours. That's a long trip. That's a long, long trip. They want to take their pound of flesh. I'm sure they want us to be seated.
So that was called when he landed, very, very early in the morning. Then they went into a press briefing where Ramaphosa had this to say. Please listen carefully. Thank you very much, Fred Agbe. I hope I pronounce that right. Fred Agbe. There's no sign on it, okay? So bear with me. But thank you very much for your super chats. Is Windy City watching? I've actually missed you. How you doing, sir? The Windy City. Let's listen to Ramaphosa and then Tifnumbu.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me, Your Excellency, to express my deep sense of welcome to you and your esteemed delegation to our country, South Africa. As we gather here on the occasion of the 11th session of our Binational Commission, we affirm once again our close bonds of friendship as well as solidarity, a friendship that has existed between our two countries for a very long time. We are two countries united in purpose and vision. We will remain forever grateful as South Africa to Nigeria for its leading role in the international campaign against apartheid tyranny in South Africa. As we mark 30 years since the establishment of diplomatic relations between Nigeria and South Africa, we see a bright future for our relationship. Our strong bonds of friendship provide a firm foundation for our two countries for more meaningful economic cooperation. Nigeria is a host to a number of South African companies that operate in Nigeria. South Africa has always been open for Nigerian businesses, and this has been reflected in a number of investment and operations established in this country as well. But there is much more that we need to do in this regard. We need to remove the remaining constraints to greater investment, just as we need to address some of the challenges that companies experience. We are encouraged by the actions that are being taken under your leadership, Your Excellency, to further strengthen and foster business environment in Nigeria that offers assurances to investors, including from South Africa. Our government continues with its efforts to improve the ease of doing business in South Africa. We want to enable investors to promote and operate their businesses in a manner that will enable them to pursue various opportunities in various sectors of the economy. We look forward to seeing more Nigerian companies investing in South Africa. In fact, we want to see Nigerian products on the shelves of South African shops. Our efforts to create a favorable environment include our simplified visa process for Nigerian business people to travel to South Africa. Qualifying Nigerian business people can be granted a 5-year multiple entry visa. In addition, tourists from Nigeria are now able to apply for a visa without even submitting a passport. We expect that this 11th session of our Binational Commission will enable us to consolidate cooperation in a number of other areas. And we need to implement the many decisions that have already been taken between our two countries to follow up progress that has been achieved. Nigeria is South Africa's largest trading partner in West Africa. However, there is much more opportunity that is there for growth. The African Continental Free Trade Area will allow our two countries to trade in a more seamless manner across a variety of products. And this is the time for us to seize the opportunity to begin robust trading between Nigeria and South Africa. So our two countries are important countries in various respects in our regions. on the African continent. We are also important in terms of our voice in the international arena as Nigeria and South Africa. As responsible members of the community of nations, we ought to be
on and on like that. So if you are a tourist from Nigeria who is willing to go to South Africa to spend money, you can apply for their visa. According to Ramaphosa now, you can apply for their visa even without passport. That is a bit shady. You need a passport to apply for a visa, because that's where they are going to put your visa on, I think. For business people, theirs is like a 5 years multiple entry, which means if you're bringing your money to South Africa as well. The South Africa's biggest exports is MTN, which is one of the top taxpayers or tax-paying businesses in Nigeria. MTN. So in this regard, the meeting could really be a plus of an entry into South African market by the Nigerian businesses. Well, Nigeria need investors in Nigeria, okay? So South Africa tapping into, anyway, it is called Binational Commission. It's been there, for a while. And the Ramaphosa needed something to also kind of like savor the way he's doing. He said more, and you heard him clearly, right? I would possibly want to share. Okay, let's hear the rest. The 40th number.
Concern about the future of our global system of governance. In an increasingly volatile environment globally, we are witnessing the erosion of the principles that underpin the peaceful conduct of relations amongst nations with respect to law and order and the development of our societies. Multilateralism is under threat. The rise of impunity, unilateralism, conflict and war highlights the urgent need for the reform of the United Nations Security Council and other global institutions. The Global South needs to lead efforts to achieve an international system that is fair, that is inclusive, and a system that in the end reflects what will advance the interests of people around the world. We commend your work as chair of ECOWAS to promote dialogue, mediation, and conflict resolution in the pursuit of peace. We applaud Nigeria's unwavering support to regional and continental unity. Our regional body, the Southern African Development Community, SADC, has been working to address challenges in our own neighborhood. We are seized with situations in the Eastern DRC and the post-elections developments in Mozambique. There is agreement that these challenges will be resolved through peaceful means. We are witnessing progress in the consolidation of democracy on our continent. This year alone, 19 major elections would have taken place in African countries. That in itself represents tremendous progress. It is important that regional and African Union instruments underpinning elections and governance are promoted and strengthened. South Africa has just assumed, as you well know, Your Excellency, the presidency of the G20. It will be the very first time that G20 members, leaders, will be holding their summit for the first time on African soil. We will place Africa's development, as well as the challenges facing countries of the Global South, firmly on the agenda of the G20. We will seek to galvanize support for the AU's Agenda 2063 as we pursue an inclusive global agenda as well. For South Africa, it is our view that in shaping global discourse.
Like I said, they said a lot, but from the other reports, they said that Tifnumbu was in South Africa to seek South Africa's support for Nigeria to become a member of a BRIC. Brazil, Russia, India, China, and then South Africa, BRICS. The same BRICS that is about to launch their own currency, their own bank, in a defiance of the Americans' dominance, sanctions, and the dollar. So Donald Trump tweeted something. Was it a tweet? He tweeted something about 2-3 days ago, where he actually threatened countries that were joining BRICS and they were, planning to drop dollar as their exchange or currency of trade. How many of you saw that? So from what we heard, Tifnumbu went there as well to seek the support of South Africa in joining BRICS, since the Democrats won't be in charge for the next 4 years. And from those who know, in the know, they believe that the asshole rock is somehow a little bit skeptical of how the Trump presidency is going to treat Tifnumbu. Just the way they felt like, the way he treated Bokwari, even though he sold to Kano fighter jet to Bokwari with conditions. The conditions that Joe Biden completely ignored or even lifted. The condition was that the Tucano jet that were being sold to Bokwari must not be used in eastern part of Nigeria. Specifically, it must not be used in eastern part of Nigeria. But they've used it 3 times already in eastern part of Nigeria. They've dropped bombs in some communities in places like, Imo State, in violation of the agreement that Donald Trump actually agreed to before giving them the Tucano jets. Anyway, the Tifnumbu's regime is believed that they are a little bit skeptical. They've not really been able, as much as so many other countries have been sending representatives to meet with Trump, transition their team and all of that. They said that Tifnumbu's gang have not really been given any sort of a welcoming, gesture. So if America is going to be a little bit hostile to them, or if Trump is going to be hostile to them, they better just team up with the other countries that are already saying they are done with America. This is a report that is pretty much meant to be in between them. And also, the same Tifnumbu is also alleged to be in South Africa to seek the support of South Africa in, possibly pushing a Nigerian, to be part of the leadership of the G20. Because Nigeria is actually part of the G20, right? As a non-committer member, I think. So they want to be part of the leadership. That's what did Tifnumbu tell Ramaphosa? Again, I have to warn you, so that you are not going to think that you want to listen to somebody who is saying, "Oh, now Tifnumbu you want to listen to now." So don't raise your hope. In fact, don't try to want to help him to complete his sentence. You may lose some brain cells. I am warning you ahead. So, but a quick one, Tifnumbu.
Your Excellency, once again, thank you for the very warm hospitality you accorded us, and thank the members of the delegation for a sound and deep concern for result on the Binational Commission. the communique is well accepted, and I, for one, I look forward to the implementation. It's one thing to have a paper, it's another thing to implement successfully and get the results desired. We hold our continent in high esteem, and we owe the success of this to humanity as a whole. For us in Nigeria, we are grateful for the support that we have received throughout our democratic journey, as I mentioned earlier on. And the resolution and the communique reached here today is very well acceptable to us. I look forward to continue working with you, particularly in the reform on the United Nations Committee for Membership and various other medium of engagement that we might be mutually beneficial to the two countries. We, as members of the same family, joined by the hips as co-joined twins in the continent, we have no reason to fail or let down our people. And we have resolved never to do that. We're ready to work with you, Cyril, in any phase that you might consider necessary. We have to deepen, as our members have emphasized, deepen the trade and opportunity to develop our youths, exchange ideas, promote relationship that is mutually beneficial to the two foes. The challenge is for us as leaders to continue to implement with good governance the principle of democracy, freedom, and liberty throughout the world. Our sovereignty must be protected, and we will continue to do that with you. I once again appreciate the opportunities extended to many Nigerians here in South African Republic, and I assure you that you will continue to, the continent will continue to enjoy our cordial relationship. Thank you for your concern on the ECOWAS, particularly 3 countries that are in disagreement with the leadership of ECOWAS, of which I am the chairman. But no matter how well you slice this, democracy is the core of this matter. And there's no other means of governance that is better and valued as much as democracy. You've been through the twist and turn of democracy here in South Africa. You've seen and experienced how tough it is. But you navigated through it. I congratulate all of you. For me, I've been held and intimidated and detained for the principle of what I believe in. But today, I carry the touch of that freedom, value, strong determination, and commitment to principle of justice, of fairness. And I'm grateful I'm here as the president of my country. With you and I working together, I believe we can defeat and tame the turbulence around us. And we will. I promise. Thank you very much.
Nuisance, Lele.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I beg you, does anybody have the record of when Tifnubu was arrested, beaten, or detained by any regime in Nigeria? Raise up your hands. I know I can't see your hands. Do you have any record of that? When the likes of Tifnubu says they fought for democracy, and right now they are practicing tyranny, dictatorship. I beg, do you have any record where Tifnubu was ever arrested or detained by any regime in Nigeria history since Tifnubu has been playing his hide and seek, heroin-funded activism? Does anybody have any? Because I don't. Tifnubu said he ran away from Nigeria because Abacha wanted to kill him. But what he didn't tell you was that he was one of the Abacha's henchmen. While he was with Abiola, he was also working for the same Abacha. There is a record of that. And when he moved to London, claiming that it was Abacha wanted to kill him for betraying Abacha or Abiola, he lived in London. It was Dele Momodu that housed him in London. And Dele knows him very well. There was never a time that any regime, Tifnubu ran away. He claimed that Abacha wanted to kill him. There are many like that who claim same. Abi, is my history, memory of history rusty? No, it's not. So he says he carries the torch of democracy. And that is a tyrant, a dictator, right? From a lawless contraption. Anyway, that is from South Africa. So let's leave South Africa and go back to the contraption. Ladies and gentlemen, do you remember that $2.2 billion loan that the National Assembly approved for Tifnubu? Meanwhile, here is Tifnubu's 15-year-old new aircraft that he's been flying in to go and beg for money from all over the world. This is the brand new one. This one, oh, you know that their media said that Tifnubu's minimum wage was going to be paid in May or from May 2024. The Ronu coups, the Ronu bad starts, the Ronu Nazis, the Ponus, the Yoruba Ponus, following Tifnubu, they are now saying the minimum wage is not in the 2024 budget, even though Tifnubu told them that he was going to start paying them from May. This was not also in the budget, but he eventually spent 150 to 160 billion naira to get it. And this is what Tinubu has been flying in to go and beg for money all over the world. The same Tinubu was pushing for $2.2 billion loan. Now, the World Bank is not giving them the loan. You know what they have done? They went straight to go and raise the easy money bond, Euro bond, with the interest of between 9 and 10% interest every year. And they won't need to pay it back until 2031 and 2034. 10 years. 6.5 years and then 10 years. So they took $750 million with the moratorium of 6.5 years at 9.5%. Then they took another one, 1.2 billion, 1.250 billion, which is a $1.250 billion, with a moratorium of paying back for 10 years, 2034, for 11%. Now, every year, when they begin to calculate how much it is going to grow to, you know how much Nigeria is going to pay back? $6.7 billion. If Tinubu spend 8 years as your president, it won't be the one to pay back the money. The people who bought the bond from them, who subscribed to it, this money was supposed to be borrowed as part of 2024 borrowing. This is December 2024. Tinubu got approval just late last month that he could go ahead and borrow the $2.2 billion. When they asked them, when we asked them what was the money for, they said the money was to defend the Nigeria economy. That's all they said. Not like, oh, we are taking this $2.2 billion, we are putting it in the transportation, we are putting it in the power sector. No, they didn't state. They just said it is to defend Nigeria economy. Whatever the F that means, man. But do you know the interest on it? $4.5 billion in the space of 10 years. $4.5 billion. That is like that is more than double what they are borrowing. It is not investors giving them the money. It is not even World Bank this time around. They went to go and raise Euro bond. If you hear that Nigeria is raising Euro bond and you have money, you better buy it. It's like a long-time investment, okay? Quick cash, quick money. And once the money is given to them, they squander it. They are preparing for another one for 2025 right now. The same way, these guys took a loan of $3.3 billion to defend the Naira. And they used the collateral, they used your crude oil as collateral. Crude oil that is worth $12.6 billion as collateral for a loan of $3.3 billion. Chai. I don't know how to actually react to this. So now they are taking a bond, Euro bond of $2.2 billion, and they are going to pay back $6.7 billion, which is the interest of in 10 years. This interest is $4.5 billion, $4.5 billion in total. And Tinubu won't be your president then. Now, the bond money, the Euro bond money will be released to them before the middle of this year, December. The money has to be spent before the end of this December, as they have already pushed another budget of 48 trillion naira for next year. Tinubu wrote a budget of 28 trillion, 27 point something trillion for 2024. They've already spent over 40 trillion as we are talking right now. Right now. They have borrowed more than what they budgeted for. They have spent more than what they budgeted for. And yet you still can't see what they spend the money on. In one of the newly created commissions by Tinubu is this one called the Northeast Development Commission. It created commissions across Nigeria: Southwest, Southeast, South-South, Northwest, Northeast, North Central Commissions, Development Commissions. Take a look at this chart on your screen. This is their own appropriation this year. The commission want to spend 131 billion naira, 254 million naira. And there is zero budget on anything developmental. Overhead, take a look at this. Salary, personnel cost, salary, 126 billion naira. Abina mahai they paying me 126 billion naira for salary for a newly created commission. Salaries and wages. Capital expenditure 4.3 billion. Acquisition of non-tangible assets. That is the capital expenditure. Buying cars, buying this, buying that for themselves. And they are going to spend a total of 131 billion, 254 million. This year, 2024, which they just created them. There is no single project to be built in northeast of Nigeria. And they are called Northeast Development Commission. 131 billion naira. Nigeria take one chance, man. Nigeria only escape, man. I'll keep reminding you, along, cause chance, only chance. They are telling themselves that they have the chance of borrowing as much as they want. Nigeria can always pay back. Nigeria Naira is not going to actually survive by the time Tinubu and his gang, by the time they are done. How could you go and borrow 2.2 billion from a euro bond and you are willing to pay back 4.5 billion as interest in 10 years' time when you are no longer going to be in that office, in power? I want an economist. They said it is in your interest, like their tax bill is in your interest. It is in the interest of the poor. Chai. Yesterday, where they were discussing the tax bill, Tinubu's tax bill, it became rowdy in the House of Representatives. And it was captured on camera. Yeah.
Farotimi Jr. I represent the good people of Ekiti North 1 federal constituency, which comprises Ikole and Oye local government. Mr. Speaker, I'm from Ekiti State, the very first state in which our National Assembly caucus has unanimously endorsed the tax bills. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of Honorable Boma Goodhead. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of Honorable Boma Goodhead. Mr. Speaker.
Order, please.
Mr.
Order,
Speaker,
order.
Protected, Mr. Speaker.
He's expressing his personal opinion. Please go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Order,
Mr.
order,
Speaker,
please.
I am protected. Honorable colleagues, I am protected. Honorable colleagues, I am protected, please. Please. Thank you.
Order, please. Order.
Thank you very much.
Order, please. He was just taken on a light note. Please, let us not take it serious. Please, please, order, please. Order.
No, this is very interesting. We don't accept this.
What did you say?
Mr. Speaker, my introduction does not affect the substantive matter, sir.
Restrict yourself to what you are representing here.
Thank you very
much. We are
much.
not talking about tax bills. Please.
Mr. Speaker,
honorable colleagues,
I withdraw that introduction.
He has withdrawn.
Yes, sir.
He has withdrawn that statement, please. He has withdrawn it. Please. Order, 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 please. Order. Order.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw that introduction. I withdraw the introduction. I will introduce myself properly. Mr. Speaker, can I have the opportunity to speak?
Please, honorable colleagues. Sit down. Honorable Rotimi. Sit down. Sit down. Honorable Rotimi, please, you know this is a controversial issue. I wouldn't want you to be mentioning things that are not relevant to the subject matter. So please, on your behalf, I have withdrawn that statement you have made. Please, let us not repeat it, okay? Please go ahead and raise your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the correction, Mr. Speaker. My name is Akitude Rotimi Jr., and I rise on behalf of Honorable Boma Goodhead. Mr. Speaker, I would like to withdraw that introduction, sir. Honorable colleagues, I would like to withdraw that introduction and restrict it to the order paper. My name is Akitude Rotimi Jr. I represent the good people of Ekiti North 1 Federal Constituency comprising Ikole and Oye local government. Mr. Speaker, I'm from the land of honor, Ekiti State, Nigeria. Full stop. Thank you very much, honorable colleagues. I rise on behalf to consider the report of the committee
Go ahead.
Of the Committee on Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring on a bill for an act to repeal the Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Act number 2, 2010 and enact the Nigeria Oil and Gas Industry Content Act to establish Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board and provide for the legal framework, structures, and the programs for the strengthening of the Nigerian content in the Nigerian oil and gas industry and for related matters, HB 1039, and approve the recommendations therein. Mr. Speaker, the report was laid on the 19th of November 2024. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Any secondum? Any secondum? Yes, Honorable. Honorable colleagues, Abad, please, I beg you. This has nothing to do with the tax bills. Please, I beg you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I seek the leave of the House and Mr. Speaker to step down because the presentation of this report until the next legislative day, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
If you choose to do so, the bill is stepped down by the leave of the House.
It was like a Konima die, Konima bury him. The Ekiti guy was not supposed to ambush the lawmakers with the Tifnumbu's tax bill. There's other things that was actually at play, but typically, right? They got ambushed and they got sort of a shout down. There were other conversations that went on after that too. There was even a particular one where one of the lawmakers demanded that the deputy spokesperson of the House of Representatives, who is also a lawmaker there, who recently said to the press that they will pass the tax bill and nothing will happen. Heaven will not fall. Here is the reaction of one of them to that.
I woke up this morning to see an online publication from the deputy spokesman of the House. Read as the content, or the heading read as, the newspaper is Daily Trust. And it reads, those who oppose to tax reform bill now seeking speedy passage.
Say that again.
Those who oppose to tax reform bills now seeking speedy passage. Mr. Speaker, I am one of the first people that oppose this vehemently. And Mr. Speaker, the House or the deputy spokesperson did not contact me as a stakeholder or did not seek my opinion in this. Mr. Speaker, the heading is insinuating that those who oppose this bill is like there is an inducement somewhere. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am calling.
Do you have the copy of the publication?
Yes, I will lay it, Mr. Speaker.
Can you send it to me?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Then I will bring it. Mr. Speaker, I am calling for the withdrawal of this statement and an investigation and an apology in a print media. Because I'm coming. Mr. Speaker, this is an injurious to me and injurious to my people, to my religion, and also to my region where I came from. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I am calling this Mr. Speaker, this is an entire breach of privilege. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think this is unprofessional, this is unethical and immoral.
Oh God. Oh my God. You know why I'm laughing, right? I saw Cham's comment. Cham was like, how does anyone understand what this person is on about? The statement is injurious to him, to his religion, to his person, and to his region. That's what he's saying, man. Because right now, I'll tell you, number one, Tifnumbu has instructed the office of the Attorney General of Nigeria, okay, that they must try and work with the National Assembly, okay, to see to the concerns of the people raising objection to Tifnumbu's tax bill. Also, the Senate, they have also announced this morning that all further conversation about the tax bill should be discontinued for now. That's everything about it. People should just stop it. It's like the heat is becoming hotter and hotter and hotter, and it wasn't what they envisaged. Because they feel like Tifnumbu is about to restructure Nigeria to his own way. You know that Nigeria has been restructured by the Fulani oligarch to the way they want it. They are the ones who created your states. They are the brain behind your constitution. They are the brain behind the current state of Nigeria. So if Tinubu is going to change that, he should be bold enough to say to them that he wants to restructure Nigeria to his own style. Now, you know, they pass corner. Because wala mashele, kind of like wala good day. And they did not expect this much. The guy who once said, restructuring my put has been kicked to the back burner. And they believe that if Tinubu have his way, pity man, will never return as your vice president. That is if he even finish with Tinubu. Tinubu used 3 deputy governors when he was the governor of Lagos State. And when people said that a shitty man looks scary, how many of you remember when I said, you don't know Tinubu? You would have to be worried for shitty man. If you think shitty man as a terrorist sympathizer is more dangerous than Tinubu, you do not know Tinubu then. That Tinubu, the same Tinubu that we know very well, the drug law do. You should be worried for shitty man. Because accident can happen. Accident can happen. Shitty man, or anything can just happen overnight. Shitty man gone. So they believe that is now a stumbling block, restructuring my put.
Elon Musk is talking about constricting the journey from London to New York to 31 minutes. But unfortunately, the topical issue in Nigeria is restructuring. Restructuring my put. To hell with restructuring. Let's improve on the quality of governance. Let's work for the people. Let's invest in education. Let's create jobs. All this madness will evaporate. I read.
To hell with restructuring. Now, Tinubu don't do restructuring to his own Lagos style restructuring, replacing the traditional Fulani positions in that contraption with the Yorubas from Lagos and his own lackeys and loyalists, Stooges here and there, and the Fulanis, the Hausas and the Northerners. They are wondering, like, he don't go on. He don't stop. What is really going on? When they are calling them, say, are you aware of it? I'm not aware. I don't even know what's happening. So right now, it is a full-time campaign in northern Nigeria. This guy was telling the farmers in northern Nigeria, if you have 100 bags of goro, you are going to give 20 bags to Tinubu. That is the tax bill. People are now saying that Tinubu, he must not back down. He must push it. Even if Nigeria go break, make it break. What you don't know is that Tinubu is not even doing it for the southern Nigeria. He's doing it for himself. That's where the issue is. Listen to this, Aboki.
Wannan harajin da ake so a safa ma'anarsa shine yanzu da manomi zai je ya noma buhun masara mai kwano 40 to kwano 10 fa na Tinubu ne, kwano 30 shine naka. A talaucin kadin nan, a talaucin din nan naka fa Tinubu neman kwano 10 yake daga gare ka. Kuma na wannan shekarar daban, wata shekarar wanda zai linka daban. Zaka koma duk abin da zaka siya sai ka biya haraji, haka abin da zaka siyar sai ka sai wanda zai siya sai ya sai haraji, kai da zaka siyar sanda ka siya zaka biya haraji, sanda zaka siyar sai ka biya haraji. Kuma babban masifar ba tushen bankunan Najeriya kakab yana Lagos. Wannan fa harajin da
Goma shine ba. So Goma shine ba is 10. If you get 100 cows, call Lugo collect 10. If you get 100 goro, call Lugo collect 10. This is, and he's right. That practical way of describing Tinubu's tax, VAT, this and that. Anyway, I love it. I love the fact that those who called us infidels because of Tinubu, they are now asking us to speak in their support against Tifnumbu. Iyema difficult deal, straightforward that way. Everybody just they cash out to waiting you planted. Sure you get now, everybody they collect that way, and we will be keeping the record left, right, and center on MaiyegunsDiary Politico. There is this guy. He's a pastor. Meanwhile, I have this announcement, okay? I have just been told that one of the requests of that old criminal, old Afe Babalola, who has a lot to hide, is that they don't want the younger generation to see what they have done in the book. So please, you should try and order this book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. Dele Farotimi is on Amazon. If you're watching from abroad, okay, it is on Amazon. Get yourself as many copies as possible. Distribute these copies and give it to people to read about how the judiciary of Nigeria has been so compromised by the supposed same people who are supposed to protect the sanctity of the judiciary in Nigeria, criminals like Afe Babalola and co. Go on now. I am going to order myself one. You should do the same thing. They said that Afe Babalola is asking the Nigerian police, Ekiti police, to go and collect all the books in circulation because the books will damage and destroy Afe Babalola's reputation. It will destroy me, he said. I want these books off the shelf in Nigeria. So they may use their position to ban the book in Nigeria, but they can't ban it online. They can't. Just go on to the next, go on to Amazon, okay, and order yourself one. I think it's about 17 pounds or less. I think it's about $20 or thereabout. Do that. It has become one of the hot-selling books right now. A lot of people now want to see what is the content of this book. Why is Afe Babalola panicking? That it doesn't want the younger generation, right, to see, to see what they have done to the Nigeria judiciary or judicial system. It is 14 pounds on Amazon. Okay, let me put it on the screen so that everybody who might want to get yourself one. Dele Farotimi wrote about Don't Die in Their War. That's another book of Farotimi talking about the ruining class. It doesn't, he never called them the ruling class in Nigeria. He called them the ruining class. Let me show you the screen. Dele Farotimi's book. You can get yourself one. Hang on, where is it again? Nigeria and its criminal justice system. I can leave you the link. This is the UK link, okay? The UK link. And please buy as many as you can and send it to as many people as you can. Let them all read. Gift it in this Christmas. All right? This Christmas, give this as a gift to a lot of people to read. Okay? Give it to them as a, oh no, the link is too long, that it is not occupying the same place here. It is a $17.99, I think. I need to order one myself. $17.35 plus delivery and the rest of that, probably 20 pounds. That is one good 20 pounds you can actually give to Dele Farotimi in this time. The entire corrupt system of Nigeria, we know we don't have a reading culture anymore. People barely read now. People don't want to read. People don't like to read. They just want to possibly say, tell me what's inside the book. Tell us what is inside Maiyegun. I'll probably read it to you, but it will make a lot of sense. You can have the Kindle edition. This one is like, it's like not the fancy paperback, or you get the paperback, 14.23. Okay, 14.23. And if I order one right now, I will receive it latest by Saturday, Sunday. Sure you get. So try it. All right. Try it. There are others who can buy it from Nigeria too and ship it all over the world. There have been some books that I've gotten from Nigeria. Some of these books too, they got them for me from Nigeria. And interesting, I've got one here, which is the one from Remember our guy, David Undenyi wrote this one, The Jungle. It's quite a, it's quite a piece as well. Oh, I even have a £75 wine voucher I can give to anybody on this platform. Anyone who likes wine. Charm, you love wine. Do you like wine? Charm. I have this, my very good, what do you call it? Uncle here, who actually loves wine. You can get yourself some assorted wine, £75, maybe one or two. If you're a wine drinker. That's one good thing about buying some of these books as well. They do come with some, So please, if you are watching this broadcast, I encourage you to please order one, even if it's just going to be one. And if you can buy 2, 3, 4, 10, please do. All right. In this time, let's show to these criminals, these career criminals. Right. Just Reason. Just Reason is in the UK. Maybe Just Reason should have you should have the wine voucher. It's called Naked Wine. You can order it, £75. It's not that much, but yeah, you can get yourself a big bottle, or you can choose assorted bottles of wine. I'm not a wine drinker. Anyway, we'll see to that. Don't worry. It's been there for a while. I don't know why I haven't announced it all this while. I should have. And I've never used it. The last time I got this kind of a wine voucher, I gave it to this one of our viewers here, and oh my God, he loved it. Right. There is this guy called Pastor Toby in the UK. I never see him as a pastor. I mean, God forgive me if it's a sin to say that, even though I know I am not a sinner and I don't believe in that crap, okay? But they call him Pastor Toby Adegboyega. He's been in the UK for nearly 20 years. So he's a guy that flaunts his supposed wealth. That doesn't really make him a pastor to me. But he's got his own guys who believed in him. About this guy gets a documentary on BBC, how he had scammed people, how he had made people who were going to his church in the UK, right? People going to his church, they were being used as what do you call it? As this mugu after parting with their own money. In the UK, oh baba, me come UK, come they give person my money because he say pastor, you dey mad. When I know the grace, I go work, can't give you my money. Like you dey use jazz, even your jazz self no go work on me. But there are people here in this country who fell for him. He got some of them to go and take loans and gave the money to him. Church members. He got some of them that gave him their supposed money for their mortgage. They lost their homes, they lost their jobs, some lost their relationship because they had to give him their money. To make the matter worse, the guy is pretty much like living in this country illegally. How can you be in the UK for 19 years and you do not have your residency, you do not have your document, anything at all? Like, how is that even possible? Until yesterday, when the news broke that he has been found guilty of $1.9 million fraud. Combination of all the money he's taking from people. He's got a documentary on BBC. Go and search for his name right now and listen to people's experience with him. He's a big boy in Nigeria, in Nigerian circle, online pastor, Toby Adegboyega or something. That's his name.
Jump on here talking about having a debate with me about Jesus. Who is Jesus anyway? Who be that? May you have the boku in your life. Debate called debate me. Talking about soul winning, you want to have a debate with me on Jesus. You stay awake at 1 a.m. to have a debate about Jesus. Jesus call.
It can hear it. They can hear it. I've told you before, I don't read the news. I am the news. I'm the one that people should read.
Jump on here talking about having a debate.
Hi, what do you want me to talk about?
BPN Nigeria versus politics or politics. You tell me. Go online now, right now, and tell me under the comment what should be to talk about. This, don't worry about this. They are worldly things. MC20 is one of two, one in America, one in Europe, but they are worldly things. Don't worry. Let's talk about real topics now, guys. Let's go. Come.
Like he was a visitor, all right? And he's been battling this. How did he do it? He's been flaunting exotic cars. Sure, you get? He is a friend with some of these Nigerian artists that comes to this country. He never left the UK for 19 years. But come on now. 19 years is a long time. Somebody said he wedded Daddy Freeze and his wife, which relationship that finally kind of like collapsed, I think. How, I mean, I don't know. I've been asking myself all of this, right? So it is not that I have not been hearing about him. Guess what? There was a time that he was suggested to be invited to this our August Yoruba Union Summit. I was like, no, this guy doesn't look like a legit person to me. I'm sorry. He said, no, I mean, he's a Yoruba. He's probably pro-Yoruba, this and that. I was like, okay. Me no come be like say, na me be the stumbling block from the decision of others. Okay, so I sent an email. Sent an email to him, and one person responded like his PA. But if you see that response, African Wahala, if you check the official email of Yoruba Union, you will still see the email there. He was responding to the email like he was responding to Yahoo Messenger. You know Yahoo Messenger, where you are like, hi, send. How are you? Send. Okay, send. You know, that kind of, I was like, what the hell is this person? You know? And then they said, oh yeah, if you want him to come, I am his PA. If you want him to come to Glasgow, you would have to book his flight. I'm belong. We say, nah. We say we tax ourselves from our own hard-earned money. I can't go buy airplane ticket, first class, to somebody that is flaunting expensive cars online. He's supposed to be a rich guy. He was supposed to come and give us money to support Yoruba cause. You shouldn't be asking us to buy you ticket. Oh, Emi only reply anymore. I went back to the team. I said, I'm not going to reply the guy again, because the way, if you like say the guy, now all this 419, Bajue Aladan like Idilele you. Yoruba Association that is talking about how to help and support the vulnerable people in Yoruba land. You say, me will come buy you first class ticket in the UK. Buy you first class ticket, you and your team. I didn't even ask them how many are you. Because I know say, we know, you only have train ticket if my train ticket, I know if you buy them for you. I wrote this formal letter, like say I address somebody pataki. I say illegal in my message. How did he do it? I know people who have been in this country for years illegally. Okay, they've beat up the time or the moment they should have regularized themselves. For some reason, they've kind of overpassed that time. They've explored all the immigration, immigration opportunity. They've kind of missed out. Or you will see them, they have bank accounts, they have driver's license. I don't know how they did it. So that's how that guy seemed to me. I live in the UK. I know that if I don't have my legal settlement, I cannot open a bank account. It's impossible. I cannot have a driver's license. It's not going to happen. But there are those who actually do. They have all these things. And I started cracking my brain like, okay, They said he is illegal. In the UK, 19 years. That doesn't make any sense. Does that mean that this guy has not been traveling? But I can't look everywhere. I can't realize, oh, but you know, they go anywhere. Now, people, they come here, come in town. But he has destroyed so many people's lives. No joke, oh. True story, oh. This one will be libel or defamation, oh. True story. So they now said they want to deport him. One guy said he is his lawyer. I saw one, what do you call it, letter. And he said it's a press release from somebody called Dele, Olawanle solicitor, who said that, oh, I read it that they said they would deport him. No, they won't deport him, blah, 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 blah. I was like, okay. And so lawyers, they do. Isaac said, as they say, from his own experience and the experience of his own family members.
My son and my nephew's ugly experience at Pastor Toby's office, 5, 6, 7 years ago. They narrated everything. They sat me down for 3 hours 4 years ago to tell me what they went through, how they were forced to bring half of their salary, how they were put in a mansion to tell them, to brainwash them that this money you are bringing is for God, how they were forced to go and bring their friends and everybody to the church, you know, so to tell them to do the same. It was a very funny and ugly experience for them, that even my nephew up till today is still bitter about Pastor Toby all the time. He said, that man, uncle, I not go agree. You know, they had a very nasty experience. When my son was younger, because all these British boys, you know, I don't want him to join all this knife cartel and all that. I brought him home at 16 for him to be a bit rugged. But we have to let him go back after some time. So his cousin, which is my nephew, took him to Pastor Toby's church. And all the experience was ugly. My advice for Pastor Toby is, UK doesn't tolerate that. Many pastors in Nigeria, if they are in UK, they will be in jail. My advice is move back to Nigeria and
go and open a branch. They are looking for investors in Nigeria. He's going to be like a king in Nigeria. They've given him time to go, or they will deport him. Somebody said they can't deport him, they will only export him to Nigeria, wherever. The thing is that there is so much record, so much ugly record of him in this country. He is a total fraudster, or he's a pastor. When I say a fraudster, a complete criminal who has used people who have, you know, in this country, right, there are vulnerable people. And you see, vulnerability in this country is not limited to people who are poor, especially young people who are just kind of like lost. They don't know what they are, who they are, what they want, and other stuff. But they can easily be manipulated. It got a better part of them. It led them into criminal ways. It's all about money. Money. And once it swindles you, it will threaten you. You see all that presence he has on social media. It is also a bit of, you know, ego tripping, sort of. So if you see anything about him, now they go attack. They will say you want to bring him down. But this country, the Home Office and others, they have been on him for a while. Until now. Normally, they will send him to jail. I don't know why they are not. Sure you get. But he is welcomed in Nigeria. He can open his church in Nigeria, and tens of thousands of damaged people, they will flock to his church. He shouldn't wait to be deported. In the next, in the next few days, yeah, he would have to return and come and do his Christmas in Nigeria. But it still baffles me. Well, somebody said that probably he was using the church, you know, he was using the church name to open the bank account. But this guy, they tell in church members to go and open bank accounts in UK. And then they will take loan. Sure, you will take loans once your credit is good, right? You will now take loan and you hand it over to him. for the work of God. Yeah, it's like me having this fantastic credit score. And they're like, for God and for the church, I'll just go and open a bank account. And from that bank account, I can apply for loan of 40,000, 50,000, 20,000 pounds. Once the loan is approved and paid, you will withdraw the money and give it to Pastor Toby. And like somebody also said, how could you be so involved in illegality and so loud? I don't know. Maybe not Jesus' confidence, because whatever the confidence was, I have no idea. But he is not a pastor. He is not. And for those who know him very well, his case is just a matter of time. He told his followers that he is untouchable. That if he does anything in this country, his lawyers, they will defend him. Well, they have not been able to get you your stay. They've not been able to regularize you for 19 years. So of what use is your lawyer? People who even stayed there for 10 years, 15 years, they fall under one category of, I think, residency in this country. If you have been in this country for 10 years, you can get a particular stay by applying, picking up a form and say, I've been in this country for 10 years. Even if you have been illegally and you've not committed any crime, they will still give you your stay. 19 years. It must be so horrible at it. You know? Anyway, I'll leave that one like that, okay? I'm going to take calls. Yeah, let's take calls, okay? But it's going to be like briefly. We'll take calls for like maybe, oh dear, half an hour. All right? And then we'll go and prepare for the night, for the evening. The real bang. But let me take a short break so that I can stretch my leg like and take our reactions afterward. All right? If you have to go for your own break, sure, you can. But just make sure that you like the broadcast. Share it before you do that, okay? And when I come back, we'll take calls. I promise. Thank you very much. Now let's take our first call this afternoon. Hello there.
Hello, sir. The General.
Hey, brother. Is that Polapenga?
Yes, sir. This is Polapenga from Dubai.
How are you?
I'm doing great, sir. You know, I know I have just 5 minutes, but
Quickly,
it's been a while. I called in. Yes.
Thank you. Go on.
So I have to appreciate you. I appreciate you a lot.
Thanks.
You know, I watch Maiyegun mainly because of how things is over here. I watch only the evening program mainly. I don't miss.
I don't miss. So I watch afternoon program. Sometime if it fall in my shift, I watch. But mainly why I don't call in evening because it's very late. Here.
No, it's almost
kids,
like around 2
yeah, my wife, my
3
kids.
a.m.
Yeah. So you take call after 2 a.m. So my wife and my kids already asleep. So I can't be able to speak. I have 2 points to make, the general, but it's not on this program.
Yeah, sure. Go on.
This guy, this guy called first of all, hope family and your wife are doing very great, sir. Hope they are doing fine.
We are surviving, my brother. I hope yours are doing same.
Yeah, by the grace of Almighty God, we are fine, sir.
Fantastic.
Thank God.
Please.
Yeah. So my point is this guy called Onokpasa. People don't know the reason why he keep on crying. Because Araizo have invited him twice in Araizo. So
on top of this matter.
My own point. My own point is that what I overlooked his side. That was the major point of him crying, screaming on TV. Because the last time he was interviewed in Araizo by that Charles, he told Charles that after he came out publicly to say he have lost confidence on Chiknumbu, that coming next election by 2027, he will not be able to support APC.
Yep.
He's not station to the federal house to see Chiknumbu, but he gave it out to people because he was angry that the IV has already overdue. So he's not fighting for Nigerians. He's not fighting for the public. No. He's just so concerned because if you look at his point appointment for APC, so he's just so care about APC and his stomach. Not even Nigerians, not even the people of the country. Just he loves APC so much that his concern is about APC and his stomach. So why does Chief Numbu have to appoint Bayo Onofunuga?
No, why? He was talking about Buala.
Sorry, Daniel Bulaba. Yes, sorry, yes. Yeah. So why? Because then he now said that Daniel Bulaba is a Lagosian. So Chief Numbu is appointing mainly Lagosian people, not even APC. So why must he be APC? Why? Even the other criminal, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Go on.
Yeah, the other criminal, Otis Okalo was telling for APC alone that if Numbi is for the whole Nigerian, that this is a president for the whole people. So why must he be crying at APC and people that supported him to election? So I was just like, people feel for him or say, this guy in a while. But if he look so deep in that case, that man is crying because so far, and he works so.
Because usually, right, everybody that seems to be speaking for Chief Numbu, they always somehow get his attention. Look at
I've been taking
mockery. Even this Bulaba. Most of them have been invited to the Aso Rock, but they didn't invite Onokpasa. It's got nothing to offer. See, Pulapenga, brother, that line is really, really not so good, okay? But thank you for calling in.
But
okay? Let me take another one.
I can hear you loud and clearly.
The line is really, really active. I mean, so acting funny, so to say. But I think I've got the Windy City. Is that you, sir?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's a Windy City from Chicago. How are you?
Hey, man, it's cold.
Tell me about it.
It's like 22 degrees, man.
Oh dear.
Anyway, how you doing?
I'm very
It's been a while.
How are you?
Well, I'm fine. Yeah, I've been in the back of the church. Just listening. I don't.
Until somebody mentioned, I was like, "Oh, Windy City. Oh, he's here this morning.
No, that was me. My name is Frederick Adeniran Agbetui. Short form Agbe. I was just watching you when you say Agbe. Agbe, I'm like, okay, just massacre it. Look at this DJ woman massacring my name. Huh?
Oh dear.
Yeah.
It's not my fault because there's no real sign on it enough to be like, okay, that was you. What happened to the Windy City? That usually comes like that.
Actually,
And I'm like, that's Windy City. Did you change that?
yeah, when I call, it come in as Windy City.
Right.
But the way I set up my Google account, I think I'm going to change it later to him,
Okay,
you know.
Okay.
So I just call to say that, you know, I really want to thank, on behalf of everybody, I thank you very, very much. I mean, for the past, I think it's been about 2 months that I haven't called or anything like that. I just sat there and let it sink in. And, you know, it's coming. It's coming. We're getting there.
The storm is gathering.
That Senate House, they will fight. They will banging each other with chairs and table. Just wait. Everybody buy your popcorn, sit back, and let's watch.
That's right. The storm is gathering. And you know what we said about them self-destroying themselves, right? Self-destruct button, where they will press it and there will be no coming back from it. We probably are headed for that now. I want to believe.
The only thing that really bothers me a bit is people in Nigeria. It doesn't matter whether you are Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Kanuri, whatever. I don't know whether there is a charm or juju they did, you know, that you know, wash their brain away. Why can't everybody just march onto the streets? Look at the guy they picked up yesterday.
Dele.
That guy. Look at him. Everybody was just like, they went online. No, straight onto the road. Take bus or whatever, flood Ekiti. But people don't, I don't know. Maybe, you know.
Let them tell you that there is cavalry coming, oh. More
yes.
than 1,000
yeah, we are coming. We are coming. Get more.
Their way to Ekiti.
Get more, please. You know, the black man, whatever they call you know, even today is not too late. The moment something like that happens, let people contribute, hire buses, 3 buses, let's go there. That's when they realize that, okay, people are waking up. Right now, everybody, we are just in a slumber. But overall, Maiyegun, you are doing a great job. Thank you very much. And I'll be getting in touch.
No wahala. God bless you.
My greetings to the member of the temple.
Yes,
okay?
Yes, sir. You have a good day yourself, okay? And please wrap up
now.
as much as you
can.
All
right. No problem. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
That's Windy City from Chicago. And there is Charm as well, joining us this morning. How are you doing, man?
Maiyegun, how are you?
I'm very well. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Same to you. So how is it over there?
Cold, man.
Cold. Everyone is going to be actually talking about cold and wrapping up comfy, you know? Especially for those
trying our best
anyway, you know?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
We're used to it now. How many years now? So we take it that we'll be looking forward to this to spring or summer.
And it's just probably going to pass before anyone can even notice. And we are back.
True, very true. Very, very true. But still, yeah, but I mean, that would mean that the year is rolling by once again, you know. And you have to ask yourself deep questions as in, what's the point of this existence? But anyway, first of all,
I've got this brother, the African Wahala, right? Could you believe it, right?
Yeah.
They have 7 months to 8 months winter. Can you believe that? Like having a winter having a winter from the end of October until somewhere around April or more. I'm talking about real winter, not the one that would just be like, you know, come in and gone and no. And it's been
I can't. No, never. That's not for me. Instead, I'll go back to Nigeria and get a farm. Kai.
I'd rather go back to Nigeria. You're right. I know.
No, gosh. I mean, I have people who say, "Oh, let's go skiing." Ski. It's cold. Me. Are you joking? That's not for me, please. No.
I know.
I beg. First of all, let me just say
price we are paying, even though we have psychologically told ourselves that no matter what, right, it is always going to be better than a place where we have a weapons fashioned against us. That even your money can
absolutely
save you. You get that feeling.
Even your money can, even your money, even your clout, even your affiliations, can't save you, can't even do anything for you, But I want to first of all say thank you. Right.
The devil. Like, man,
absolutely.
Well,
let me thank you for the work that you do. Right, so because I don't think it's easy. I mean, when you weren't, I think you weren't online for one day, and and I think everyone felt it. I think everyone felt it. And let me just tell you, I was a bit scared though because normally when you don't
not coming on,
when you're not on, right? You do exactly, you put notice or something. So. With all of this is going on in the world, they're like, please, I hope they've not connected.
No, I don't do past myself, and I'm more so careful. You can all be rested.
No, I understand that, right? And we are listening to you, and we know you don't cross the line or go over, but you tell the truth, basically. Yes. But don't you see that we're living in a world where even the truth is not, depending on who is saying it, right? You could get in trouble.
Those who feels like
exactly
that those who don't say anything at all.
It's better you don't say anything, and that ties nicely into our brother, uncle, Farotimi. I mean, it's crazy. And the funny thing is that this thing that's happened now, he accused this so-called Affair Babalola of being part of the people who destroy the legal system. Yes. And he just justified exactly what Dele Farotimi has said.
Thank you.
Because he was able to use the the security and even the legal entities to be able to keep this man in prison. Yeah. First of all, to adopt him, because you didn't abducted him. You kidnapped him from his place of work. Right, from his office, you took him away from there, took him to another state. That's kidnapping, and then you have this what they call it, rubbish court that has refused him bail. At the end of the day, so everything that he has written about you, and in fact, the truth is that he has this particular incident has actually brought more light to that book that Dele Farotimi wrote. Yes. I have people who have called me and said, "Oh, now they want to go and buy that book because they want to see what is in that book, so that they can understand exactly." What Dele Farotimi did right,
what triggered the 95-year-old man to want to show his force and his power illegally on another lawyer?
Yeah, what triggered the 95-year-old man to do that? But again, I just feel like that might be because the way the world works, right, is that sometimes I feel like people use people. I think Dele Farotimi has been asked before come to the police station at the behest of that other criminal, Tony Elumelu, right? Maybe there was no headway with that one, and then they decided to go a different route because, again, he said a lot of people feel aggrieved because of what he said. You can't rule that out because of the country that we live in, because of the legal system and the security for entities and everything that are not quite what they need to be, right? So, and again, they've done this thing. And once again, Nigerians have folded their arms and let it happen. It's been almost
like
48 hours.
Ranting, but no real action yet.
Well, no real action, and that's the part of the problem that we have in that geographical entity, right? Because I refuse to call that place a country. Because if you have a country, you cannot have security forces that behave the way the Nigerian police behaves. These people are criminals. Those people there, they are criminals. They are thugs and they are criminals, and they should have no business being in the police force in any way, shape, or form, because they are not there to protect anyone. No. They are there to protect a few. No. So that is not a country. And people who still don't understand the problem that we have when they say, "Oh, government should do it." You don't have a government. You don't have a country. You're not even a citizen of anywhere. They are just occupying a space.
That's what Farotimi also said, that you will be so deluded to think you have a citizenship in a place where you are not even recognized as a citizen. You do not have any rights. You don't have anything until they tell you what you have. Okay? There's nothing else that you claim to be except what they say you are. And in this instance, you are not citizens. You are just
exactly. And everything Dele Farotimi has been talking about, everything that he has been saying about the so-called citizenship of the people of that in that geographical entity, right? It's come to pass. They actually, made his point for him. That you're not a citizen, because there's no citizen that you will treat the way they treated him.
No.
There's no citizen that you will treat the way you treat your average Nigerians, killing them without fear, without any fear of reprisal or repercussion or anything. On your show you've been talking about it, the people that have died, just because you want to keep this country together. The people in the southeast, in the southwest, in the north, even north central, people dying every single day, and we still want to believe that you're a citizen of a country. That place is not a place. And this is just what I wanted to say about Dele Farotimi. I hope that something happens. I hope that they release him. I hope that it triggers something, because something has to give. This doesn't make any kind of sense. We can't keep folding our arms and letting things like this happen. It even makes the so-called activists feel like, okay, what's the point of my activism if at the end of the day the people I'm being activists for just fold their arms and carry on like nothing happened?
You think you have is a privilege, not a right. Then that's not a place, man.
Then just finally, this Onakpa guy, I think Arise News, and again, like I said, we don't have media, those people. I think they're just
inviting him.
They keep inviting him. Exactly. That's the point I want to make. They keep
substantial to say, anything sensible to say per se, but they keep inviting him. If they keep bringing him back to their studios, channels, Arise, everywhere.
Everywhere, exactly. And it makes me wonder. This guy is of little or no consequence to Tinubu's outcome as president in 2027. That's just the truth. He's of zero consequence. In fact, I'm sure Tinubu doesn't even remember what he looks like or who he is or whatever. At the end of the day, it's zero consequence. And every time we hear him on on Arise, on channels, on every space that you can think of, about talking about how, okay, he's going to do this, he's going to do that, we know that he's not going to do anything. So it really makes me wonder, what is the point? What outcome is Arise and channel? What are they looking for? Is it just to entertain us? Okay, we've been entertained. Let's move on to the next thing. We've been entertained. We understand what Onakpa is about.
It is the same thing with that old Senai guy, right? That ex-convict. They keep bringing them, people like that, they keep bringing them to TV screen. And guess what, right? All of us who are in this constituency of the social media and all that, right? We tend to be more, in the know than those who are watching their conventional TVs in Nigeria. There are millions of people watching them on TV in Nigeria. Different homes, listening to these characters on TV, giving opinions about economy, about governance. I'm talking about John Dice opinions, but they keep bringing them back.
They keep bringing them back. So it makes you really wonder exactly what is going on. Are you there to pretend to the people that are listening to you that, that there's value in this thing that you're doing? Because people like us know that there's no value. There's no value in bringing on Onakpa. He's of zero consequence to Asiwaju's aspirations at the end of the day. All of these entities, there's nothing that they're doing. So it really makes you wonder exactly what is the media there for in Nigeria? Just to parrot or just to how like put it, what's the word? To give people the illusion that they are doing something, or that there's some kind of journalism that you can trust that is going on in the country. There's nothing going on in the country, and this is even what breaks the heart the most. That the places that are supposed to actually people that listen, you don't have a country, you are not a citizen, you don't have a president, you don't have a senate, you don't have a judiciary that works. You have nothing. You need to stand up and start to do something about all of these things. They're not doing it. They're just there, keeping people, smoke screen up and down the whole place, so that people just keep on feeling like, oh yes, we're part of something. I told my sister the other day, we're not part of nothing.
Our guest today is Jesu Tega Onakpa, and people will sit at home and be listening to them and say, okay, what are they saying? Like, what the heck, man? Bring people with sense who can actually really tell people the truth onto the screen.
No. yes, if you're bringing Dele to me to talk, yes, and I want to say, okay, yes, okay, this is somebody that I can listen to. But they bring him on, but they're not as frequently as you bring us people like Onakpasa. I know how many times I've heard this man, and he has no contribution, nothing sensible or anything of value to add to anything or anybody, even including to himself, and if he tells himself the truth. Listen,
that tells it all. Why would any person go study law in a lawless country? Onakpasa is a lawyer. Just that tells you everything you need to know. Anyway, Charm, thank you very much again. Okay, let me take another one. All right, and you have a warmest day, because I think that's how I should be greeting everybody now. I have a warmest day because everybody needs to stay warm. Hello there,
my king,
the prince,
my king.
Prince
you keep giving us
from Sweden. How are you doing,
my king? Yeah, I'm fine, my king. You keep giving us the blood tonic. You keep keeping us alive. In this season, you are the only one that is consistent and constant. Your former caller said you were missing 2 days ago. Yesterday, I was feeling that something was not all right. Because I'm not complete.
Please, Baba. Glasgow weather for that. Okay? Because like I said last night, sometimes I just feel like I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay in this bed. Baba, you won't believe it. I can be in that bed like from 12 noon till like 6 o'clock. Until I begin to start trying to motivate myself to go to the studio. I need to go.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. I give it to Nigerians. We come abroad and we survive in this kind of weather. It's not easy. It's not easy to get up from bed in this kind of cold. But we give God
to start with.
Who no come, no. Okay. Baba, this your reading today gave us an insight into the problem, the nature of the problem we are having. When we come here, we talk, we say we have a problem. The problem is a cabal. Now, can we now see the cabal in different, manifesting themselves in different ways? And this cabal is not a particular ethnic group. It's not the UBA, it's everywhere. They are mixed. Our problem is not ethnic groups. There's no particular ethnic group. Who can believe that they will be discussing tax reform now and the North cannot do anything? Before they say the North have all the power, but they cannot shake this one. This is the same way these cabals are. They are from everywhere. Isn't that UBA chairman that first so send them to go and kidnap this guy before I have Babalorana and now succeeded in kidnapping him? Can you imagine? UBA chairman is not a Hausa man. He's not a Delta man. You see all this.
They only came out to condemn it. They said we condemn it.
Exactly.
Must be released. But guess what?
Exactly.
A judge in Ekiti said he should stay in prison until the 10th of October. He will be in prison for the next 6 days. 1 week.
You see the cabal. The cabal is not any ethnic group. There's no Fulani power. There's no the cabal.
It is all classes, Baba. Now,
all classes, Baba.
When they talk about tribes in Nigeria, the tribe of our oppressors and us. That's what.
You see, exactly. The oppressors, they are mixed with different tribes. You will see both there. You see Yoruba, you see Hausa, Fulani. All of them, they have one single interest. They own that country, and if you go against their interest, they will bring you. They will kidnap you, and their Baba not to do anything because they all know where they hook each other. They all know where they hook each other. They are mixed. Baba, I'm so sorry for Nigerians that nothing can shake us again. our adjusting is too much. So this man,
our threshold to hold pain is legendary.
Baba,
we get this threshold of holding pain in.
In my list of people that I can hold, Baba, this will not be saying I just talk because I talk to you. In the list of people that we can trust, you are number one. And this man is that they just carry now is about number 2 or 3. The only people who have been consistent have not failed. I have not seen this guy, no matter the government. I have not seen this guy.
Come on, even me, I will put him as
shocking up.
Dele Farotimi will say something sometimes, and I will sometimes ask myself, is this guy still in Nigeria, Sha?
Exactly, Baba. Exactly.
With all these things he's talking about.
Exactly. You know. No, the reason why I put this guy number 2 or 3 because you will not say if you want to go now, say you want to join the other camp, money day they wait for you.
I know.
But you choose not to. But you see this guy, he is a lawyer in Nigeria where lawyers are after he can't police and NEPA, lawyers are even worse. He has refused to be like them. He has joined the common people to fight against the authorities.
Yes.
He has spoken truth to them
he has never
without fear.
Since I know him.
He has never fought that. He has never fought that, Baba. He has never fought that. You see all these other ones that will come today, they will talk blabber here, they will talk Douala the other side. This man and you are never seen. And the reason why you are number 1 is because since I know you, till this day, that's why I call you king. So I say that our people, you see Nigerians, I think they will start to, until they start to kidnap them, they commot their kidney. I'm sure they will still adjust with 1 kidney. They will still adjust with 1 kidney. They will still adjust with 1 kidney. They will say, okay, they don't take the 2. Because I don't understand what they are waiting for now. This is the last person that is in that country that can speak. Who else?
Force. One of these days,
who else remain?
Cavalry will arrive, Prince.
About who remain again? Who remain for streets? Everybody don't enter. Wow. Then they wait for Gen Z. Oh God.
The Prince.
Thank you, Baba. So much, Thank you so much.
For stopping
Thank you
by.
so much.
Let's go get ready for the evening. I know there are so many of us who really want to call in as we speak. I am going to ask us to, don't worry, keep it in. Tonight, we will start early enough that, and so that I can finish early and we can have a full call-in time tonight. So thank you so much, everyone, for spending your morning and your afternoon with me, your brunch, and even your supper with Maiyegun today. I have more for you later tonight. So please like this broadcast, subscribe to my channel on YouTube, which is set your notification. Go on and check your notification after subscribing onto MaiyegunsDiary Politico. Check your notification, okay? And make sure that it is on for all Maiyegun's videos. Call loose voice. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, brethren, as you are joining us at this moment, remember, you have to read beyond the caption of the broadcast. Please read the description of the broadcast as well. Like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today. Thank you. And then to our newcomers, because the last few hours, should I say the last 24 hours, I've seen us receive some new subscribers onto this platform. So if you are new here, it is like, we call this place the Temple of Truth, the Temple of Uncomfortable Truth. We do storytelling about the happenings in that contraption. It is not your regular YouTube channel. So if you want to know in detail the happenings in that contraption and how much it affects you directly or indirectly, this is a place to be. So if this is your first time of joining us live, you can raise up your hand so that your neighbor can say welcome to you. Hello. And I bet that some of you too should be put on notice that on this platform, we do not do political correctness. That means we have no respect for the people that have no respect for us, especially those who have a soft spot for the APC. This may not be your, it may not really be your thing. So before the end of this broadcast, maybe some of you would have to take back your suspicion, because if it is not aligning with your ways. We do not have respect for those who have no respect for us. The criminal politicians in that contraption called Nigeria. So therefore, whether they are young or they are old, we do not have any respect for them. Secondly, like as I put it earlier, that we do not do political correctness. I want you to know that we on this platform, majority of us are not pro one Nigeria. Do you understand? We are in fact interested and advocates of the breakup of Nigeria so that everybody can go back to their own nations, which we believe is forced together despite all our differences. That's the second one. Thirdly, we do not have any respect for pulpit bandits with no insult or disrespect to your religion. We respect all religions. But we also know that in Nigeria, there are those who have taken advantage of your faith in manipulating you for the ruiners and the destroyers of that contraption. So when we go for these pulpit bandits, these jihadist criminals, it is not an attack on your religion, just in case if you will take offense. Anything and everything else will likely have a lot to share in common, because there is something that I believe that whether you are for one Nigeria, okay, and that your one Nigeria is not this one, no. Your one Nigeria is, as you tell yourselves, a Nigeria that works for everybody is possible. Your new Nigeria is possible stuff, right? Which means you are not in you are not in bed with the current arrangements. So yeah. So if you are also a pro break it up to save lives, then we have something in common, because we have a common enemy. And that is the people who continue to keep this contraption together for their own sake. So that is why we can be friends in this temple. And when I say we don't have any respect for these guys, I am talking about being very, very insultive. You understand what that means? We know they cover mouth. If we want to say somebody is Olori Buruku, we say you are Olori Buruku, you are unfortunate. We will kill you. We know they cover ram. Sure you get. So that you don't begin to feel like, watch your language. Don't ever tell Maiyegun to watch his mouth. Though. That is another thing that is not allowed here. We believe that there are some of you who are like the typical Ronukus. Let me give you some names so that you can understand. We have the people we called the Buharidins, the Buhari Didiris. You see this, the Buharidins and the Buhari Didiris. These are those who supported APC, Egbekegbe, and then Bukwari because of their religion affiliation, and they are males, young male idiots supporting APC. Egbekegbe, because of Buhari, we call them the Buharidins, the Buhari Didiris, the Buhari Dinotus, and the Buhari Dijatus. These are the female version of the Buharidins, still using religion, hiding behind religion in support of APC. Then we have the Buharishukus, the Ungoziaris, the Unekaharis. These are the typical self-hating Igbos who support APC. Then we have the obedient fools. The obedient fools are the fools that would give any reason and every reason to justify the madness that APC represents. The sophisticated morons are the ones who pretended to be educated. They act like they are educated, so they can give you nuances by explaining away the, the destructive and then the evil agendas and policies of APC. We call them the sophisticated morons. Then we have the ones we call the on-board slaves, the voluntary slaves. These are the ones whose lives have already spoiled. They have no real hope in life. So as it is, they believe that nobody should be fighting the people with power and money. To them, why are you fighting people with power? Why are you fighting or criticizing people with money? We call them the voluntary slaves and on-board slaves. Then we have the ones who are like a Diabrodian Buhari idiots. Those ones are called the Mumumadus, the Bele lecturers, the Mumu lecturers. You see, the Mumumadus are the ones who have left Nigeria for years. You know, remember when Nigeria still had about 21 states, about 12 states, Gongola states, Bende states, back in the 70s, right? Those ones are, they live abroad. They don't have any mission of going back to Nigeria. But that is why they support APC. Whatever they are doing in Nigeria, it's like APC is like the Punisher. To those of you aspiring to be great in life, but APC is to kill that your dream, destroy that your opportunity. But they support them from abroad. They are losers. They left Nigeria years ago. But right now, they are already lost in that place. They are like, not like they are underachievers. They are like no achievers at all. So APC as a Punisher is like they bring equality. So to those of you aspiring to be somebody in life, APC take that away from you. So they have lost their own way. They live abroad. They don't have any plan of coming back to Nigeria anymore. Okay? Then we have the ones we call the Mumu lecturers. These are the ones who left Nigeria. Most of them are lecturers. So most of them, they pretended to be educated. Do you understand? They are pretty much like the sophisticated morons in Nigeria. Okay? So, but they live abroad. They love Nigeria from abroad. Then we have the ones we call the Mumu lecturers. The Mumu lecturers are the ones, the Bele lecturers rather. The Bele lecturers are the ones who will tell you and explain away all the bad policies, the evil of APC, in Nigeria. But they are not doing it for free. They are doing it for their bellies, right? They are doing it for a time when they will be invited to come to the table and eat. But when Bokwari finished his term, his destructive, murderous term, then they brought in Kolu. Kolu is, you know that Koli that usually kills the chicken during the raining season. That no matter what you try to give to the chicken, right, to revive it, it will still pretty much like pie. So Tifnumbu is like that Kolu that will eventually kill a lot of innocent people. Is doing it already. So when Tifnumbu came on board, most of these Buhari idiots, cyberbarians, right, they metamorphosed into bat idiots, Lagos Abobakus, Oshogbo Alimajiris, and indeed, they are now pretty much like repeating exactly what they defended for 8 years. So there are some of you who are like that, and you can't really hide. You can pretend to be a reasonable person, but on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, you can't really hide it. So the only people that have problems with Maiyegun are mostly the people that are closet supporters of this evil. They tell me to watch my language. They tell me to be respectful. On MaiyegunsDiary Politico, we generally believe that, listen to this one though, foolish people also grow old. So that somebody is older, doesn't make them a good person or doesn't make them, intelligent. They are still pretty much fool. So same way with criminals. Criminals also grow old. And we've also found out the thin line between the criminal politicians and the criminal religious leaders in Nigeria, working hand in hand, giving the people the false hope that Nigeria will be better if they pray. So because of that, we call those ones the pulpit bandits. The pulpit bandits are the ones that will tell you to pray. They will tell you to pray for your leaders. They will tell you that now God, they choose leader, which is a lie. So if now God they choose leader, how come God hates Nigeria this much? Because it is blasphemy. They will make you kind of question God and say, Baba God, wait. If you are the ones that is choosing leaders, as these criminals are telling us, these pulpit bandits are telling us, how come that in Nigeria now evil people you have been choosing for us? Waiting be our offense. God doesn't choose leaders. In this world, it is the people that enables their own leaders. So you are what you get. So on MaiyegunSDiary Politico, it is to clear this confusion. So if you take any offense in what Maiyegun says, or the people I speak about or talk about, then definitely you are a closet supporters of this evil. We will not respect you. Are we clear? Because I need to say this before somebody begin to write a piece to. Don't you have respect? Don't you have elders at home? If you are asking me if I don't have elders at home, right? If I don't have any respect, or if I lack home training, the question to you is that who trained these criminals? Who are their parents? Who raised them? The looters of Nigeria, the oppressors of that contraption. Who raised them? Who are their parents? Would you be proud of what these criminals are or who they are? The looters, the destiny killers. Who raised them? Exactly. So who raised them? Their own parents should be questioned. That they raised thieves, they raised the ritualists, they raised murderers, they raised destiny killers, irresponsible group of people. So we need to save the coming generation from looking at these rogues and calling them our heroes past. They are nobody's heroes. Do you understand? And that is why you are being raised to be subjective rather than being citizens. They have no respect for you. They have no regard for you. If they did, they won't loot the commonwealth that would have brought about a little bit of comfort for the same people they are meant to be leading. So they have no respect for us, and we have no respect for them as well. Having said all of that, now, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin. The last 48 hours has raised the dust on what people believe to have been, the abnormalities that is wrong with Nigeria. These rogues are asking us to be patriotic, but the most unpatriotic set of humans are those parading themselves and trying to force us to be patriotic. Be patriotic to Nigeria, the same Nigeria that they are misruling, mismanaging, they are depleting, they are destroying, including the lives of young people that they call the leaders of tomorrow, which they will never be. Dele Farotimi wrote a book. He wrote many books, and his own work is to educate the citizens. Not just about their rights. It is also about what is really wrong with the system they are born in. Nobody chooses where to be born. I've never chosen to be born in Nigeria or anywhere for that matter. But yes, I was born there. And now they have turned that to look like more or less like a cause, a disadvantage. So Dele Farotimi, an outspoken individual, which many of you, do know, by the way. However, there are those who feels like in Nigeria, you have a right of freedom of speech, but the freedom after speech is not guaranteed. These are the easy line of enslaved minds, slaves. And there are many of us that believe that we are freeborns. And we will never be coward, even if we have to be imprisoned, even if we have to be killed. There are some of us who have that spirit. And one of us is this Dele Farotimi. He wrote a book about the Nigeria, the criminals in the Nigerian justice system, right? And listen, this is not like, the title of the book is not It's not about the criminal justice system. No, it is Nigeria and its criminal justice system. That is, you know, your justice system where they are like, it was supposed to be, Lady Justice was supposed to be blind. Okay, he wasn't supposed to see anyone, but not in Nigeria. Lady Justice has become so biased, compromised. No thanks to the older generation that have completely compromised a system that was supposed to be the last hope of a common man. Dele Farotimi exposed the corruption of the judiciary, something that he named names. And being a lawyer himself, he knows what it means if he is telling lies against fellow lawyers or even the judiciary, defamation, libel. So many things can be unleashed on him. He knew all of that. And yet, he told the truth that got so many people uncomfortable, including Afe Babanlaole. Afe Babanlaole is a 95-year-old geriatric from Ekiti State. It's been part and parcel of the shaping of this contraption, the legal shaping of this contraption to what it is today. And that's exactly what Dele Farotimi exposed. What did the supposed legal luminary, what did he do? He did exactly what Dele Farotimi exposed. Compromised system that serves the highest bidder, not the law, but the interest of those who believe that they are the law. We are the law. We used to think that Werewike is the judiciary in Nigeria. Now we know that Werewike is just one lousy thug, a tout. There are those behind the scene who have completely held the hands of the judiciary down, but they have not really been exposed like this book. Now, in the last 48 hours after the kidnapping or abduction of Dele Farotimi, a lot of people are now interested. A lot of people are now interested in what exactly is inside this book. My own copy is coming on Monday. And I promise that I will read that section that got Afe Babanlaole triggered, angry. So in the last 48 hours, this book that many people didn't even probably pay attention to until 48 hours ago has now become the #1 best seller on Amazon. There is the local supplier, a local bookshop in Nigeria, Roving Heights, has been selling the book. And this book was published. Now it's been like over 3-4 months or so that is published this book. And the proceeds from it is to be donated to a charity. Dele Farotimi didn't even write to make money by telling the truth. You know, like I am telling you guys what is going on. You all need to know this. And if you are looking at the problems of Nigeria from one angle, maybe you should look at it from these other angles too. If you think that the politicians are the only people destroying the contraption, you are not paying attention. There are others too. Tony Elumelu wrote a petition reporting Dele Farotimi to the police in Lagos that Dele Farotimi was bullying him on social media. So they needed to invoke what they call the cyber crime law. This was a law put in place by Bokuwari, the man that received so much support when people were shouting, change, 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 change. Few months into that power in 2015, they began the amendment of a law or a section of their law, raised several bills that will criminalize criticizing the government of Bokuwari. They did succeed in amending some of it so that they could use the same law to jail critics, to jail anybody who actually speaks out against them. And they've used it severally. A lawyer in Lagos, Dele Farotimi, was petitioned against And he attended. He went on for the invitation from the police the first time, the second time. There was never a time that Afe Babanlaole ever, rode the same police, right? Like, rode the same police in Lagos. The man, they said, lives in Ibadan and Ekiti. So, for you to know that they know how to bend the law, which is exact thing that the book exposed. Afe Babanlaole did not summon or sue Dele Farotimi in Lagos. Because in Lagos, defamation is not a criminal offense, it's a civil case. He decided to go to Ekiti, a state where he is richer than the entire state. He also controls the judiciary there, which they have proven as we speak. They sent some masked criminals with guns as policemen to go to Lagos. About the stakeout, they were having a stakeout here where they are monitoring the movement of Dele Farotimi, same way kidnappers will do about their victims. When the kidnappers in Nigeria want to kidnap anybody, they will be trailing you. They will be watching you. They will be following you left, right, and center everywhere you go. It can take them days. It can take them weeks. It can even take them months until they have all the information they need, and then they will strike. That's exactly what they did. They attacked the Dele Farotimi's chamber. They attacked his staff. They stole from them. Then they kidnapped him straight to Ekiti without following the normal process of reporting the same action. They were supposed to report their action or their planned action to the zonal police headquarters in Lagos, the ones that controls the jurisdiction that they just breached. But because it is Nigeria and the legal luminary, Afe Babanlaole, 95-year-old Ole, decided to breach all of that. Suppose somebody was supposed to know the law. They breached all of that. Kidnapped Dele Farotimi. They took him to Ekiti. They tortured him. They were beating him. Yeah, yes, they did. We found pictures now of how they tortured Dele Farotimi, both physically and mentally. A few hours after that, the following day, they presented Dele Farotimi in front of a compromised magistrate court judge, right? And at that point, they were supposed to make an oral application for his bail, as defamation or libel is bailable offense. We are talking about a compromised judiciary controlled by the highest bidder. Afe Babanlaole already told them, I don't want to be in court per se. I just want to punish this young man for daring to write about my corruption. And what did the judiciary, what did the judge do? He denied them the bail application and adjourned the case. Why would you do that? Because it is the corrupt system that they are running in that contraption. So he had to remain in prison until the 10th of December, when they can now talk more about his bail and about the case and all of that stuff. And in their request, Afe Babanlaole, the old crook, is demanding that this book, every copy of it, should be withdrawn from circulation. The platform selling the book should be shut down, because that's what they would do. You remember during the days of the military, when a newspaper publishes any story that did not go down well with the military, they will send the soldiers to the publication house. They will send them to the newsstand. They will send them everywhere to be looking for every copy of the publication and take them away from the circulation. So the likes of Afe Babanlaole, the whole geriatric crook in a contraption that is laden with criminals, is practicing the same old style. He wants the court to, and Baba, like internet, in this day and time of internet and social media, whose book are you collecting? From where to where? So immediately, this now triggered everyone to say, there must be something in that book. It can't be just Afe Babalaole alone. There must be other things inside that book that triggered this supposed legal luminary. Person we know say he could follow through on the legal process to fight this. You have been practicing law. According to him, he's been practicing law for 60 years. He's been practicing law since Nigeria gained independence. 60 years of law experience, of practicing law in that lawless country. That has never rubbed on him. It has never really it didn't rub on him. Even us, when we say we don't study law, at least we get to know that a lawyer shouldn't be afraid of going to court. No lawyer should be afraid of going to court. You should never be afraid. This is your terrain. So lawyer to lawyer, what are you afraid of? He published something and you think it's a lie. What do? You go to court. It's like somebody calling me names now, and then the next thing I'm going to call the police to arrest the person and bring him to a court of my choice and a judge of my choice and say, hey, judge, send him to jail. And please, can you help me collect all the books from everybody? Like, Baba, once they deliver my own book, I'm going to read part of it to us on this platform on Monday. So maybe their courts or their police should come and collect my own book. Because of this now, the book that not many people were interested has now become the #1 bestseller on Amazon worldwide. Do you know how many of the copies of the books that has been sold now? Over 60,000 sold. Over 60,000 sold. Now they have to go back and begin to do new publications now. They like me to publish more and more because it is already running out of stock in some places. Roving Heights website crashed yesterday. This is a bookstore, online bookstore in Nigeria that could possibly only be selling maybe 3, 4, 5, 2, 3 copies a week. Suddenly, they received the request or the demand for this book. They received thousands. People were now buying it because in Nigeria, the book cost 6,000 naira. On Amazon, it cost 14,023 naira. In some places right now, they are selling the book for as much as 24 pounds. I never thought the book would be sold on eBay. I checked eBay today. They are selling the book on eBay for like 18, 19 pounds on eBay. eBay bookstore. Now, it is now more or less like becoming the highest selling book worldwide right now. And you know my own joy about it all. In Nigeria, people are buying it. Like they are ordering it at the Roving Heights. Whether you are in Abuja or you are in Port, wherever you are in Nigeria, people are now buying and they are donating it. Some people are buying as much as 100 copies and donating the book. Oh, yeah, everybody go read them, go and read what these people, these supposed power drunk, lunatics in Nigeria, go and read what triggered them, that they decided to kidnap Dele Farotimi. And you know something? Every penny, every kobo made from that book, from the sale of that book, goes straight to charity. Can you beat that? Dele Farotimi wrote the best-selling book, The Truth About the Nigeria and its criminal justice system. Nigeria, where justice is sold to the highest bidder. Nigeria is a place where if you ever get entangled in a legal battle with any of these criminals in Nigeria, you are going to lose. Every penny. Those of you who are buying it for $24, buying it for $20, 20 pounds, 6,000 naira, or 12,000, any amount you are paying for it right now. Dele Farotimi wrote the best-selling book in the world, and is donating every penny to a charity that is caring for children with Down syndrome. And this is why the book is going to probably be the all-time bestseller for the next few days. They've sold over 60,000 in the last 48 hours alone. And every penny of that goes straight to a charity that cares for children with Down syndrome. Can you beat that? So every penny you are putting into it, you are helping a child in that Nigeria. And he told everybody, he said, listen, I know the consequences of this, and that is why I have to be very honest in what I have published. Anybody who feels slighted or libeled, slandered, how about you take me to court? And we can present all evidence that says otherwise. That you accuse me of defamation does not mean that I have defamed you. Telling the truth about you doesn't mean I have defamed you. You should let the court possibly decide that, shouldn't you? I bought mine too. Where's my stuff here? Let me show you. Let's see if my camera can show you that. Mine, I'm expecting mine. Nigeria and its criminal justice system. I'm expecting mine to be delivered on Monday. Let's see if my camera will pick it. I expect it to be delivered on Monday. And once it is delivered, it will join the collection of, it will join the pile of my book collections here. And then I am going to read that part, that got the expose on Afe Babanlaoli. In other developments, there is an ongoing arrangement, which somehow I mean, you know what I mean? That's something that, I possibly have an objection to. So I saw a poster where they are already organizing a national and international protest against this. But I am pretty much not comfortable with the dates. Why do people have to wait till the 10th of December to make this happen? There are some of you who actually have what it takes to mobilize. I wish I do have same. But yeah, take it back as taking it upon themselves to begin the national and international mobilization against this aberration. They've hired and paid the social media influencers to justify this criminality, this abuse of power, to begin to attack Dele Farotimi, abuse him in defense of Afe Babanlaoli. So, but I am like, why do we have to wait until the 10th of December? But you know what? I am not in position to possibly question that much. At least they are doing something. I would expect, for example, Dele Farotimi belongs to the obedient movement, for example. And this is one of the massive, the biggest movements, or the recent political movement from Nigeria. They should have occupied everywhere, starting with those locations they put out there. So in London, the King's College campus is expected to receive the massive presence of Nigerians on that 10th of December. There's been petitions being forwarded, against this old man, being forwarded to the King's College in London, that they should sever a relationship with this lunatic, this narcissistic old man. They should. This man gave King's College London £10 million, 10 million pounds, so that he could create a bit of, what do you call it, for him, a study or what have you for him in their school, so that he will have a legacy. Guess what? He gave them that because he wanted to promote international peace and human rights. But back in Nigeria, they are suppressing and oppressing the same humans, except if those ones are not humans enough. £10 million he gave them in London to launder his image, to make him look like, so there's a petition. And right now, they said that the King's College in London, they are seeking advice on how to handle this recent development. Should they begin to find ways of cutting him off? And that is going to be on us. All of us living in the UK. I know that APC, Egbekegbe, have a way around mobilizing what they call the counter-protest. Since Dele Farotimi has been a pain in their ass for a while. So to them, everybody that speaks against APC, Egbekegbe, should either be killed or be jailed. And they don't care if it has to be done illegally, like Afe Babanlaole is doing. They don't care. So I have been told that they themselves are already beginning the mobilization by giving people £20, £40, transportation money to join them on the 10th of December at King's College, where the people are expected to gather in protest against Afe Babanlaole. So they are already offering people money in London. They are mobilizing this madman, Renu Mokri, okay, to come and do a counter-protest that Afe Babanlaole and his name has been slandered. Therefore, King's College should not listen to the people who are coming to protest. So all of that is going to create a big drama in London next week. All for what? Somebody said that the image of Afe Babanlaole has been ruined now. I said, ain't no get image. Now lies they told all of us before now. They told us lies about the people they called our heroes past. At heroes past, at heroes present, they are criminals. Because if they're actually heroes, right, you won't have a contraption like what you have in that Nigeria. You probably have a real country where you will be respected as a citizen, not treated as a slave in your own country, where some people are above the law and you under the law. Yeah? So we're looking forward to that. So another news. Look at these guys. We're talking about the obedient earlier, right? These are the faces of a chancers. When people said they were tired of APC, Egbekegbe, last year, they started what they call the obedient movement. You see the guy on the left here, right? Is an Okada rider. Okada rider from Kaduna, who spent no shishi, shingbang, and he was elected as House of Representative member. And similarly, look at these other two clowns. They got to the National Assembly of Nigeria on the back of the tired, brutalized, abused, oppressed, traumatized Nigerians who were tired and done with APC. Egbekegbe. The people who screamed that we know they take shishi, we know they give shishi. They ended up electing opportunists. That today, they have all decamped to APC. Egbekegbe. Chinedu Okere from Imo. Matthew Donatus from Kaduna. Akiba Basse from Cross River. Ososa Yahweh from Edo. Ezenwa Onyewushi from Imo. These are Senator, House of Representatives members who have all crossed down from Labour Party. They've now crossed to APC to go and join the man that unleashed thugs, terrorists on voters in Nigeria just to rig himself to power. Tifnumbu. Right now, some said, because some of them knows that they will probably, if election is held, they will never have the opportunity again. They have been yes men for the National Assembly. You know, they were supposed to be, these guys were supposed to be the, what is this guy's name again? Or this South African guy, Julius Malema group. They were supposed to be like different from the opportunists, from the criminals in the National Assembly of Nigeria, APC, PDP. They were supposed to be different. They were supposed to be seen to be making trouble against policies, bills, or laws that are against the interest of the people. They were supposed to be creating scenes, but when they got in there, Baba, they joined the bandwagon. They joined the bandwagon. They're never going to be Julius Malema group. They're never going to be different. In fact, they just changed color and they pledged their allegiance to Tifnumbu, the election rigger, certificate forger, the druggie. And right now, a year and a half later, the veil is off. They are now APC, Egbekegbe members, including those who are like a PDP too. This one, so area attack Ibori's daughter. James Ibori's daughter. Chris Nkwonta from Abia. Ibori's daughter from Delta. Suleiman Abubakar from Zamfara. These were supposed to be like the opposition to APC, Egbekegbe. But in Nigeria, they are all the same. Do you know that? In Nigeria, to the ruiners of Nigeria, they don't have parties. They don't have tribes. They do not have any religion. Now, me and you, they identify ourselves as Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Ijo, Insecurity, Nupe, Tifi, Berom, and what have you. Dele Farotimi once told us that the ruiners of Nigeria, they don't have all of this. They don't identify with all of this. What they have is classism. Class. There are only two tribes in Nigeria. The ruining class and the ruined class. They don't treat themselves as Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. No. They are all united in destroying that contraption, and we are their victims. People who have seen what APC, Egbekegbe have done to people, to Nigeria, even if you want to leave your party, why would you leave your party for APC? So that you can tell your voters, you can tell the people that rejected APC, you can tell them that they were wrong. Like that's exactly what they are doing. That you are wrong. APC is the best. And your voters that didn't vote for APC, they were wrong. That's exactly what it is. I know some of you are probably still going to get deceived. Go and get your voter's card. Go and get your PVC. And then they can repress your Mugu or your Mumu button again. Go and get your PVC to go and vote again. Right. Yesterday, one of them in that same National Assembly, a senator, I call them senator, was ranting that the NNPC in Nigeria should be probed, investigated. He's been trying to raise this this petition, this his own concern against what is really going on with the NNPC, with this story of importation of fuel, all this, and Akpabioli has been ignoring him. He doesn't know why. Why are they protecting these NNPC people? There lies the real problems of Nigeria economically. That is where it lies. But somehow, they are being protected. Let me take you to the National Assembly, where this exchange or exchanges happened. Please watch.
The committee had written both NNPC and Federal Inland Revenue Service. Federal Inland Revenue Service responded. My distinguished colleagues, this is extremely very important, please. Federal Inland Revenue Service responded with documents that have been typexed and handwritten, acclaimed to be from JP Morgan. This is extremely unacceptable, and all efforts for the needful to be done haven't been achieved. We've done all efforts. That is why Senator Abdul Ningi said what he said. And on Port Harcourt refinery, our colleagues were there. They saw what they saw. But the question I have, from the day NNPC said Port Harcourt refinery has commenced operation, how many trucks have been able to lift products from Port Harcourt refinery? Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, technically I have this for this Senate to know about Port Harcourt refinery. And unless and until NNPCL answers this question, we will not be bamboozled into commending or rush into commending NNPC on Port Harcourt refinery. Mr. President, sir, distinguished colleagues, listen to this technicality. A 60-kilometer distribution pipeline from Boni Terminal to PH1, that is Port Harcourt 1, that should supply crude oil to the refinery is not operational because of the leaks and vandalizations. So if you have been barging crude in 5K barrels, barges and evidence does not suggest there is actual supplies of feedstock, where are you delivering the crude to for the frivolous claim of a refinery? Unless, and of course, the OFSEC RON 94 that is dross and heavy in sulfur landed at Okirika Jetty and was sent to Port Harcourt 1 for curing with naphtha condensates. This is the time for the National Assembly leadership on mid and downstream to step in and compel the NMDPRA and Standard Organization of Nigeria to organize a third-party Robin roundtable for verification of the octane rating and sulfur level of the so-called products trucked out to ensure it complies with AFRI 5 framework. So, technically, what obtains in
just a minute. We just finished commending the government. We applauded the president. We applauded NMPC. Now you are
commending the government.
You are putting a spanner.
No, I'm not putting a spanner.
But what I'm saying, what you are saying, what you are saying,
yes,
is that there's no evidence of crude supply to the refinery. So how could they have refined product that they never received? You are also saying that we should go ahead to investigate whether indeed there is actually production going on there. I think these are very serious. Senator Ningi, these are very serious allegations and serious observations. So I would like the chairman, Petroleum upstream,
midstream and downstream should investigate this.
Midstream and chairman
Oh
gas.
no, okay, no midstream here.
Chairman gas, downstream, and chairman gas. I think we must look into this, or maybe after we are through with the MTEP, we rediscuss it in closed session in case we have to set up ad hoc committee to immediately move to Port Harcourt.
It's very
and
important.
Come back and report to the Senate, because some of the things you are saying are worrisome.
Me now.
But you have 10 seconds to conclude.
Mr. President, let me not be misunderstood. There is nothing wrong in commending the government for Port Harcourt to be back on the stream. But Port Harcourt being back on the stream, what obtains? Is A standing for A and B standing for B? It is the technicality now we're talking about, so that we don't run for 1 month, 2 months, and then stories come up. But this is an information that I've given to the Senate for the Senate to work on. Verify it so that we move on. We shouldn't be, the tantalization is okay, it's enough. We must stand as representatives of the people, because whatever we do here, in as much as it does not provide the needed and required succor to the citizenry, it translates to nothing. So let the needful be done. Committee on Banking and Currency should look at this ways and means. So far, Central Bank has charged over 6 trillion on the interest on securitized instruments with debt management. The records are there. There are communications so far, correspondences between Public Accounts Committee and Central Bank of Nigeria. And of course, my Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, everybody here knows that.
You know our rules. These issues are not for just mere statement. Put something down and submit the report to the Senate for deliberation. Because if you make just a verbal accusation, you'll be talking like people in social media. So please, let's have your report on this. So
Mr. President,
we can take it up.
Mr. President, do not, with due respect, link me to social media when I'm talking serious issues like this.
No, I said your issues are so serious that they should not be just verbal. Did you hear what I said? I said the issues are so serious that it's not good for them to be verbal. Bring a substantive report or motion on it so that the Senate can take an appropriate decision. And then even mandate the committees on public account and the other relevant committees to go and look into the issues you've raised. For instance, the chairman of the committee on banking, and Senator Abiru, I don't know what is it. So we should be able to know if up to 6 trillion has been paid by the CBN as interest on securitization or otherwise. So there are serious allegations that should not come verbally. They should come in writing, so as CBN will also have the opportunities to defend itself. But outside that,
thank you very much. But if you have not forgotten, I have sent a document to your office on petroleum profit tax. This petroleum profit tax and what transpired between NNPC and Federal Inland Revenue Service, I sent a document to you more than 3 months ago. Nothing happened.
Okay, so Chairman, public account, please bring a motion on it. I have gone through your document, and it's not personal. It's for the Senate to take a decision. So bring a motion on it. Distinguished colleagues, let us look at the recommendations. So that
I'm highly disappointed of Nigerian government because the Nigerian government were highly disappointed in them due to foreseen circumstances. Definitely, I'm one of those people approving. People should die in coronavirus is more better than people should die in hungers. Hunger kills more than coronavirus because some people are less privileged. Due to for reasons that I said it, some people are less privileged, which they are based on daily pay, which are not even based on salaries. But our government thinks that the lockdown is the best solution to coronavirus, and proving it to an extent and to the levels of alacrity that if someone die in coronavirus, it's more efficient to die in hunger, because some people will be at indoor. There's no way.
Nigeria to finish. I will continue to remind all of you, at least from the expression of that senator, you have all the answers you need. And then from the reactions, the reaction of Akpabiule, that also gives you all you need to know. They are bleeding Nigeria like never seen before. The FIRS, the Debt Management Office, the NNPCL, and that Senate, where you have all those senators. A senator raised an alarm that, hey, it is not that it is not good, though, that they told you that if Politico refinery is working, oh. But do you all know that the pipeline that was supposed to supply the crude oil to feed the refinery has been destroyed for a long time now? It has not been fixed. So if they come back to say the refinery is working, how? They have been running the propaganda, non-stop propaganda on that. Yesterday, Mele Kyari flew some selected journalists to the Port Harcourt refinery in a private jet. They flew them down. So then they turned on the engine here and there where everything is and then you know what I mean. And they said they should report that the refinery is working. And that's exactly what the journalists did. So if your refinery is working and you are refining 1.4 million liters of petrol every day, how much is a liter of petrol now? How many of such trucks or what do you call it? The content of that your PMS have you supplied to the markets now? How come it has not reflected in the same market in that country? The 1.4 million liters. 1.4 million liters. You see, that one can't be small thing every day. For 10 days, 14 million liters. Since the time they told you that their refinery started working, up to this moment, the price of petroleum has not changed. But they want you to agree that it is working. It is working. They took these guys in a private jet. They flew them to Port Harcourt. They took them to a few sections of the place. Recorded the machine. They took them to the loading bay. They said that, okay, they have about 9 loading bays. Out of that, not all the loading bays are working, right? However, some are working. Some are working. And you are loading how many tankers a day? Four trucks a day. The scam runs deep. After flying these guys from Lagos, from Abuja, they flew them in these private jets to Port Harcourt, paid them. One of them from Channels reported and sent in this video of Port Harcourt refinery. They are doing promo. They are doing adverts. Meanwhile, you are supposed to feel it. By now, you are supposed to feel that one of your refineries is working. Guess what? The data that we have received now has shown that since the time they announced that Dangote refinery have started working, plus this Port Harcourt refinery, these same NNPC guys, they have imported, I'm coming back to that. Here is one of the reports of one of the journalists they took to Reporter Court. Is it not working? Did you not hear the sound? Oh, and then somebody, did you see that guy that went there to turn the, what do you call, is that like a tap or something? Or where is the PMS? Where is the... So the NNPCL now said there's nothing wrong in blending. That we are blending PMS in Politico refinery. What is wrong with that? They blend products all over the world. Is that not what you are doing in Malta? Yesterday, one of the guys who import fuel to Nigeria, they said that since they announced to you that Dangote refinery have started working, Politico refinery have started working, Nigeria has imported over 2.2 billion liters of petrol to Nigeria. Yes. And one of the Arrowhead received a happy birthday message from Tifnubu yesterday. This is the guy. One of the guys who have suddenly become multi-billionaires since Tifnubu came to power. Is one of those who have shared in the dollar subsidy for oil importers, Matrix Energy Group. Tifnubu actually sent a birthday message, presidential message to him. This guy alone, since Tifnubu, this is a person when if he afford one tanker of anything, or say they won't import something from abroad, or he no get any shishi to do that, or is a local marketer. Immediately, Tifnubu became your president. He just stepped up. Like the Ohando, he just stepped up. They are now them they run things now. They are the ones that Dangote took to court. That the court should stop them from importing fuel to Nigeria. They are now the ones who are bringing fuel from Malta to you. That adulterated product they are selling to you in Nigeria. These are the guys. Tifnubu's boys. He is now a multi-billionaire as we are looking at him. Abdul Kabir Adisa Aliu. He's now playing with the big boys. He turned 50 yesterday and he received, happy birthday message from Tifnumbu, a special birthday message. They don't pay subsidy anymore like we pay fuel. No, they don't call it fuel subsidy anymore. It is now called dollar subsidy. The last 3 months alone, this guy, NNPCL, Ohandu and the rest of them, they have spent over $2.2 billion bringing fuel to Nigeria. Why Dangote? They do promo. Buy 2 million liters and get a discount of 20 naira. Buy petrol, Dangote petrol. Buy Dangote petrol. You dey feel me? They have finished that contraption. It is just a matter. By the time Tifnubu is done with all of now, you will never forget Maiyegun and Maiyegun's money. Similarly, Dele was pretty much enraged today at the National Assembly, talking about this Tifnubu tax bill. Tifnubu tax bill has generated so much noise, bad blood, propaganda here and there. They've gaslighted the people. They've told everybody that it's in your own interest. It's for the poor, like the fuel subsidy remover. So yesterday, they decided to step it down. They said, okay, you know what? Let's slow down on it now, until we figure out what is making people mad. But today, Dele decided to go extra by saying that people are intimidating them. They are intimidating us from doing our job. We cannot let people intimidate us. It is our job to pass anything that the Mr. President give to us. We must make sure we are not intimidated. That's what Dele. And Akpabiole agreed. He said nobody can intimidate us. We are not, the tax bill is not being withdrawn. It cannot be withdrawn by them. It is only Tifnubu that can withdraw the tax bill. As for them, it is their job to pass it. And I know they will pass it. And I actually want them to. I do want them to. Be the person who see what will happen. Heaven no go fall. One of them said that. But listen to this bigot. Another crook. One of Tifnubu's SDGs. The same way that moved against the regional system of government restructuring when that came up on that same floor. A Yoruba man that is against regional system, against true federalism, against restructuring. The same Dele. People who were like everywhere years ago, talking about true federalism, talking about regionalism, talking about this and that. Now they have the power to, but they shut it down. Here is he. Here he was. Okay. Changing the narrative to people are hating us from doing our job. Listen.
All these constitutional points of order that I have raised is simply because I watched the Arise News last night.
Is that the television or radio?
Arise Television News. And what was reported was that this hallowed chamber had suspended further consideration of the tax reform bills before the Senate. The reporter even invited the governor of Nasarawa State and pointedly told the governor that now that the Senate had withdrawn, he used the word withdrawn, this tax reform bills, which Arise News described as conundrum, suggesting that they were confusing, they were problematic. What would you say, Mr. Governor? Are you happy that these bills have been withdrawn? And the governor said, I am not just happy because the bills have been withdrawn, but I'm happy because this will now give us a chance for all of us to discuss. Sir.
Arise News.
Yes, sir.
Asked the governor of Nasarawa State.
Yes.
Whether he was happy.
Yes, sir.
That the tax reform bills
have
been withdrawn by the Senate.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, what am I trying to say here? We do not move from one TV station to another. The privilege that we have is the floor of the Senate. This is where we do our deliberations. This is where we make the law. This is where we do effective representation of our people. And if you have issues to clarify, this is also the floor that we have, rather than issuing press statement. Mr. President, we just passed our votes and proceedings. We have just passed our votes and proceedings, which is a reflection of our deliberations of the previous legislative day, being yesterday. Nowhere in our votes and proceedings was it stated that we suspended further deliberations on the tax reform bill, because we did not. And I felt it would be important to place on record that this Senate did not suspend
or withdraw.
I will address that later, sir. This Senate did not suspend and does not intend to suspend deliberations, consideration of the tax reform bills. As to withdraw, Mr. President, this is simply my response. It was a misunderstanding of legislative process for anybody to have even reported that we had withdrawn the bills. The bills were executive bills transmitted to us by the executive arm of government through the office of Mr. President. It's only the executive arm that can withdraw these bills. They are not private member bills sponsored by any senator. So no senator is going to withdraw the bill. And there is no reason for these bills to be withdrawn. In a legislative process, it is normal that some people will have concern. It is normal that people will sit around those concerns and discuss. That is why, in its wisdom, this Senate, in referring this matter to the Senate Committee on Finance, gave them as much as 6 weeks. Our instruction was that deliberate, organize, public hearing, and submit your report not later than 6 weeks. It might not be up to 6 weeks, but if they choose to be up to 6 weeks, nobody will quarrel with them. 6 weeks is long enough in a country that wants progress for a consensus to be reached. For anybody who has concern to sit down and allow such concern to be addressed in overriding public interest. And in any case, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, we are continuing with the deliberation, with the consideration of this bill. We took all I expected the media to report yesterday, which was well reported by some sections of the media, was that the Senate, at its plenary session yesterday, took a further legislative action in the consideration of the bill. And what was the further legislative action that we took? From northwest of Adamu Aleros, through the north central of Abamoros, to the southeast of Ojiuzo Kalus, we drew out people, distinguished senators, from each geopolitical zone, and we constituted them into an ad hoc committee to, on our behalf, further interface. We were clear about what we were doing. The Senate Committee on Finance is in charge of public hearing, but we set up an ad hoc committee as a further legislative action to, on our behalf, interface. Even the president of the country, called on us to please, interface with the office of the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, which ordinarily also would have done in our public hearing. But even then, the executive requested for that. And we have set up an ad hoc committee to do that. So while the Finance Committee is working on its timeline, planning for the public hearing, we want this committee to also quickly engage. And the Deputy Senate President, yesterday in announcing this committee on your behalf, also said the ad hoc committee should treat this matter with urgency, with this power, and that the meeting should start from today. As a matter of fact, Mr. President, the meeting started yesterday. So the essence of what I am saying is that it's important that members of public are patient with us. They understand the legislative process that we have to follow. They understand our role in the Constitution. Any attempt from any quarter to intimidate the Parliament will be undemocratic. And we will not allow ourselves to be distracted. But we will encourage consensus. We will encourage discussions, engagement at all levels. But we cannot be bullied into adopting a certain procedure. As far as we are concerned, the tax reform bills are alive in this hallowed chamber. They are receiving consideration at various levels, and we are open to discussions, to negotiations, to interface. But let it not be said anywhere that we suspended further consideration of these bills. And also, it would be laughable for anybody to also think or say or report that the bills were withdrawn. Because like I said, there are executive bills that can only be withdrawn by the executive. And there's no reason to do so. Because these bills, we believe, are in overriding public interest, and will do everything possible to ensure that across geopolitical...
Nuisance Lele. Nuisance Lele.
One thing is that Akpabiole has phobia for social media. Okoyewoba Dele from Ekiti has phobia for Arise News. And he may be going through corner, left, right, and all of that. Sure you get. He is practically saying that interview where the Arise guys had the governor of a state, and they were discussing the setback that this their controversial bill has faced. For example, Tifnumbu, the Jagawiri himself, has ordered the Attorney General of Nigeria, the Minister of Justice or Minister of Injustice, that they should work with the National Assembly and possibly clear out the gray areas where people have concerns. But the problem is that majority of those against their bills are not professing their distrust for the person trying to execute it. Tifnumbu and his gang, they cannot be trusted. No matter how good their proposition looks or sounds, they cannot be trusted. So the trust is dead from across board. Even though they are trying to say, trust us, or nobody can really trust them. So the only thing they can do is to ram it down your throat. But outside their own bubble, or their bubbles, right? The people have seen through Tifnumbu's lies too. When they were told that removal of subsidy was their own interest, and it was going to make the poor people prosperous. Rather, it has wreaked havoc on people's lives. Despite the fact that the guys who told them that they should endure whatever hardship the removal of a fuel subsidy brings, right? They have watched Tifnumbu and gang live extravagantly. They have lived like Darochas. So, the minimum wage they were promised to help complement the removal of subsidy, which has skyrocketed the inflation to hyperinflation in that contraption, has not been fulfilled. Shishi has not been paid. So if you are coming again with something else and you are telling them that you will not be taxed, you will not be this, you will not be that, nobody can really trust you per se. And since the highest, I mean, the height of it is that some of those who depends on the free money from Abuja, they will still get money, but they won't be receiving, I mean, they will be receiving short of what they used to get. So all of that combined makes everybody shouting at, you know, one another. No, yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no. So interestingly, Tifnumbu and his gang, they confidently believe that, okay, if you can tell us what your concerns are, let's now see if we can accommodate your concerns. But their concerns are not really tenable if you really want to push your reform. Because with your reform, it means that the status quo will change and you will become the new tax collector in the country. And the condition you have brought means they would all have to go and be creative in creating their own supposed their wealth and stop expecting what they are currently getting. And they are saying, no, leave what we are getting now as it is until we probably feel like we can trust it. I mean, because that's why I said their concerns are not really tenable. So the way Tifnumbu and his gang are presenting it is like, okay, oh yeah, tell us what you know like about this bill so that we can see if we can change it. But it is everything they don't like. They want the status quo to remain. Tifnumbu doesn't want the status quo to remain. As much as some people believe that it is long overdue, it is the guy doing it. It is Tifnumbu and his gang. He is the devil. He won't give you something without taking something else from you. It is Tifnumbu. Don't ever forget that. And he's going to have his way. It's a matter of time. You're just going to hear the breaking news. Breaking news! Tifnumbu's tax bill has been passed. And everybody will just be like, oh, what are we going to do now? Let us go and protest. Protest. But to Akpabiole, what he wanted to hear from all of that rabble rousing from Dele was that, is it the social media people that are still accusing us of being a TV station? The two of them, social media people and the TV station. And angrily, Akpabiole had this to say.
We had already, before we passed our second reading, set up an ad hoc committee in the event of any gray area. So if there is any governor, or any stakeholder in Nigeria, where no matter whether the person is a religious leader or a businessman that has problem with the bill, you know where to go to. Public hearing. The Senate will not be bullied. We are doing our work in the interest of Nigeria. And by the time we come out with our final position, it will reflect the yearnings and aspirations of Nigerians. And not only that, any reform that we can make, painful as the reform may be, so long as this Senate is convinced that it is in the interest of Nigerians, we will go ahead with it with a view to bringing our economy on a forward march in support of the administration. But we will not also shy away from deleting or abrogating or stopping whatever we feel is not in the public interest. But for the tax reform bills, we believe that there are too many provisions there that would definitely help Nigerians. You can't imagine what it means for businesses that earn less than 50 million not to pay tax. You can't imagine what it means for multiplicity of taxes to be abrogated. You can't imagine what it means for people who earn less than the minimum wage or even minimum wage not to pay tax. So the exemptions are such that up to 100 million Nigerians will benefit from these tax reform bills. So let's not listen to social media. Let's not listen to Arise Television. And I hope they are well guided with the explanation of the Senate leader. Yeah.
It's about social media. All of you for social media, eh? You are giving these guys PTSD. The same way they told you that removal of subsidy is going to change the lives of the poor Nigerians. We cannot imagine how many Nigerians are going to benefit from this subsidy removal. It is Mr. President is doing everything to make sure that you all benefit. It's only a few people that are Akpabiole and his gang. They are the luckiest people on earth. Seriously. Nigerian politicians, they are the luckiest. That's it. You cannot bully us. Maiyegun or whatever you call yourself, you cannot bully us. Somebody was asking me that, what is the solution? Will I say, you need to tell yourself something, okay? The only solution to all of this is, I've said this before, but it's just that you won't do it. If you are watching me from Nigeria and you are asking me, what is the solution to all of this? Let me pretend that I am talking to somebody who is sane. Okay? Let me pretend. The solution to all of this is that if you know you have been a victim of a failed country, you have been a repeated victim of APC, Egbekegbe. Carry your body right now. What time is it? 10:36 p.m. in Nigeria. Maybe it is too late now. Okay, it's late. Sleep tonight. First thing tomorrow morning. Go and occupy the nearest government house. Go and sit down in front of the government house and let others who have been the victims, and you are many. But we all know that not many of you are interested in the solution. You know? Sometimes you are looking for a Messiah. Yeah, somebody that can be your Jesus Christ, who is ready to come and die, so that you can say, who sent you? Now, who sent you? He will send you. Instead of all of us to come together and pray for our Nigeria, you are there. You are here. Maiyegun. If you will take my advice, I am not living in Nigeria, so I am not directly affected, but majority of you are. The policies of APC, Egbekegbe, has rendered many of you jobless, businessless, poorer, vulnerable, penniless, not business, penniless. Others are living through the fear of what is going to happen tomorrow. I don't have to be worried about all of that. So you are directly affected. So if you come to MaiyegunsDiary Politico and you're asking me what is the solution, that's the solution. If you take my advice, tomorrow morning, every one of you, from the east to the west, from the west to the north, from the north to the middle belt, everywhere, don't wait for any Messiah to come and lead you. Pack your bag. You will not leave that government house until everything changes for the better. Would you do it? Or you are afraid to die? They will shoot us, Joe. Why don't you come back and lead us? That's the problem. You are looking for a Messiah to lead you. You could see effects here. Because see, people have asked me that stupid questions many times here. What is this? What is the way forward? The way forward is for you to march forward to the next government house. If in each state, 1 million of you can occupy the government house until things changes, and in Abuja, 2 million of you march straight to Aso Rock, Akpabiole and Gangi, knowing that all of you are outside, they will begin to pass the bills that will affect your lives and change your lives for the better. But we all know that many of you are not really interested in any solution. Because the reasons why most of you complained about the problems in Nigeria is because you do not have any direct benefits from the corruption. It's not because you hate corruption. No, it's because you are not benefiting. You are waiting for somebody else to come and lead you, but you are a direct victim. You are afraid to die, but you are dying anyway. You are dying because you can't eat well. You are dying because you can't pay for your medical bills. You can't pay for your medication. You are dying because the overzealous criminal police and all of that, they are assaulting, they are abusing, and they are shooting and killing you. You are dying. Or you will jump onto MaiyegunSdiary Politico and be asking for what is the way forward. The way forward in here, no go take her. You are waiting for your Jesus Christ. You are waiting for a savior. You are waiting for somebody to come and lead you so that you can now turn again and say, who sent you? I've told you before, now stupid people that saying they fight for human rights in that contraption. Fight for which rights when you are not crippled? You are looking for an able-bodied man or another able-bodied man to come and fight for you, the able-bodied man. When you are pretty much almost the same. You are the reflection. Your leaders are the reflection of all of you. Majority of you are enablers of all these bad behaviors, all this kind of criminality. Majority of you are. Nigeria is a place where you do what is called turn-by-turn Nigeria limit. Until that time, when you realize that your problems are not spiritual. People behind all your miseries and your frustration, your problems, they are not spirits. They are the ones that bring onto your screen all the time. I bring them to your screen all the time. And you have excuses why you can't face them. They will shoot us. They will kill us. They will just kill us. So you want them to kill us. Well, you are dying anyway. Yesterday's survivors, they are today's victims. Today's survivors, they are the potential tomorrow's victims. And on and on and on, we are all disaster waiting to happen. As we continue to give reasons why we can't confront them. You are living inside Nigeria. You are asking somebody from abroad to come and lead you. That you are living inside that contraption. You are the one facing the fire, but you are waiting for somebody living abroad to come and lead you. But we'll live like that. I've said it many times. You won't take my advice. So what's the point? Giving you the advice. But when it touch you, when the bedu enter body, when the bedu enter body, yes, enter body. When the bedu enter body, bros, enter body. Nobody go tell you. You go dance. You go check. But you can still keep holding it together until that time. A stupid person, a foolish person go say one can fight for able-bodied men. To are retarded, to you are mentally retarded. Or you are just scared. You don't want to die, but you're going to die anyway. Their policies will kill you. It's a matter of time. Give it time. Talking about what will happen as everybody is waiting for his own turn by turn Nigeria Limited. Right? Yesterday, the news broke that Netflix have run at loss. I was being generous as well yesterday when I said the number of Netflix subscribers in Nigeria is less than 1 million. They said officially the total number of Netflix subscribers in Nigeria is 163,700 and something. About 163,000. The population of Nigeria is over 200 million, according to these guys. So the highest subscription for Netflix in Nigeria is $4. $4. 7,000 naira, be 7,500 naira. Nigerians are so poor. They have become so poor that number is not a blessing. 200 million people. So poor that only just about 1 or 2% of them are living above $2 a day. Can you believe that? Hey? No thanks to APC, the economy that was over nearly $600 billion 9 years ago. APC, destroyed Nigeria economy. They crashed it below half of that. Today, the value of Nigeria economy is put at 196 billion, less than 200 billion. Where did the money go? People have become wretched, poorer, and APC, to the point that they would rather just go and watch their movies on a cheat website. Netflix was giving them money to produce movies. Basketmouth said that some of those movie makers, producers in Nigeria, when they collect the money from these streaming platforms, they will spend 10% of it on movie production. They are producing junks. But Nigerians are so poor, too poor for Netflix to make any money from Nigeria. There is still Netflix in Nigeria. If you are paying, you will be watching other movies. So what they are no longer doing is to give their money to movie makers in Nigeria to make Nigerian content for them. And if you go make Nigerian movies, Netflix is not going to take it from you because of the quality. Listen to him.
Of the matter is, there was a lot of money in the movie industry. There was a lot of money. When the streaming platforms came in, they gave money to these producers. And I'll tell you, point blank, these producers will take the money, $1.5 million or whatever they give them. They use about 10% of that money to make the movie. They are listening. They cannot deny it. I cannot call names, but you know yourself. They use
not generalizing hastily.
Not general. I know. I'm not saying all of them. Most of them.
Most of them.
Most of them.
You will say like 70% of them.
Yeah, maybe more.
Really?
Yeah. That's really? Most of them. Yeah. Even to the point where the streaming platform stepped in and said, "You know what? We're going to be paying the actors directly." These guys will still go behind them and tell the actors to pay half of that money back to them. You can verify this information anywhere. So you see, you heard. So when you do that and you expect your movie to be 100%, it can't. It's impossible. Once you're giving $1.5 million to make a movie, at least use everything. That's when you get quality. But these guys will buy houses, buy cars, and it will show. And that's why when you see our movies, some of our epic movies look like stage plays. You know what I'm saying. This horse, they are lean, horse the cough.
You know. So Netflix did not leave Nigeria literally, okay? What that news meant was that in Nigeria, like other countries, okay, Netflix pay movie makers, okay, to make movies, content. It's like a contract. They will tell you that in a year, it's like, say, okay, we'll give you 2 years contract. And in that 2 years, you are a movie maker, okay? You are making your films and all that. But we need you to make at least 3 movies for us or 4 movies for us at this so cost in 2 years. So that these movies, they will be Netflix production movies. Here you get. And you will remember, like in the last 2-3 years, you've had some blockbusters from Nigeria. I'm talking about movies that they produced in Nigeria on Netflix that became #1 in so many countries, no doubt. Yeah, there were movies from Nigeria. I mean, I don't really watch Nigerian movies that much, but I have watched some that were pretty much like discussed on Twitter, on X. And I was like, okay, people are giving it some good ratings. Okay, maybe I should go and watch it. And then I'll go on to Netflix, my Netflix here. So if you have a Netflix account in Nigeria, you can still watch Netflix. The point here is that there's a certain quality of movies that Netflix expects to publish on their platform for people to watch all over the world. Oh, one of the reasons why Netflix invested in these filmmakers was because of Nigeria's population. You have 200 million people. If you can produce a quality movies for the rest of the world, and out of the 200 million population, even if it's just 80 million, right, that subscribed onto Netflix, Netflix will make a lot of money. Do you get that now? Like, if you have 80 million subscribers in Nigeria alone, if the economy was good, 80 million is a good number. For 3,500 naira single subscription, subscription or platinum subscription, which is a premium subscription, which is 7,800 or 8,000 naira. All of this is pretty much like $2, $3, $4, or even $5. So Netflix having, let's say, for example, 80 million subscribers from Nigeria, that's going to give them a huge return on their investment, but that is not what they found. In 6 years that they've entered Nigeria market, they've only been able to attract paying subscribers of 163,700 and something subscribers. Kilo day. And it is all because of the economy. Who get time today? People don't even want to go and watch movies in the cinema. The population is not an advantage. So that's what they put out. They're like, no, we know that we can't continue like this. You get that now? No, it's they are making their money from elsewhere, no doubt. Sure, you get like other countries that are watching Nigerian content and all of that. They are making their money from there. But that is not the reason why they are giving them money for production in Nigeria. They've run this for 6 years. And the ideal thing was that, you know what? Nigeria caught it off. And the Nollywood actors and actresses that endorsed this APC, they did it in 2015. They did it in 2019. They did it in 2023. Which is now the stroke that breaks the camel's back as we speak. Everybody just go to YouTube, upload your video on YouTube, make all of us they watch for YouTube. Imagine a streaming platform giving you $1 million. Almost $1 million. Which bank is going to give you that kind of money? Netflix gives you $500,000 to get quality actors and then all of to produce the content for them. Do you know how much is $500,000? Only for you to end up making $30,000 or $40,000 from the whole Nigeria. You're like, nonsense. And that's exactly what happened. And Charles Okocha, what's his name again? Basketmouth is saying the truth. Some of them became really, really good. Like, instead of using the money for this full production, they don't. They use half of it, or maybe not 10%, but he said 10% of the money, but maybe more than that anyway. But at least the economy is the reason why they just not going to invest their money in there anymore. But if you produce your movie, bring it to us, and they can negotiate, possibly pay you, but not like the money is there for you to draw from anymore. There is no contract. They even said that some of the projects that they agreed for next year, they've cancelled everything. A filmmaker said that yesterday, right away. So it is not like, and then if you see the APC, Egbekegbe telling you that Netflix did not leave Nigeria, it is because comprehension is a problem for them too. Netflix is an online streaming platform. You can sign up to be a Netflix subscribers from any part of the world. You can watch Netflix from anywhere. You can. So it's not as if to say that they opened office in Nigeria and they are closing down the office. That's not what really happened. But the economy of Nigeria is not something that is any more plausible, because the more people have become poorer, impoverished. Paying for Netflix is the last thing they want to do right now, where people are trying to eat. Oh, talking about eating, right? This lady, who is the managing director of a FAN, Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, I think it's called FAN, has issued a statement to the touts at Nigerian airports. We will no longer take it. In our words,
investors are complaining. Lagos Airport, that's the first thing they see. You get off the plane, this is welcome to Nigeria. The number of messages that I received from passengers, from the Honorable Minister, and from the Presidency is insane. Especially from Lagos Airport. But I want to focus on ABSEC. You represent an agency and an organization. The way you engage, Auntie, what do you bring home for us? Auntie, bye-bye. Auntie, open your bag. I have another individual who said, I think I forwarded that to you. These were Chinese passengers that were flying through the terminal. And they said somebody gave them a gift, their necklace as a gift. I've also gotten feedback from ABSEC officers and customs saying that they're not collecting pension. So this is the way for them to generate or earn their pension. This has to stop. And I have a very clear directive. It goes for the team leads, it goes for the HODs, and it goes for the heads of the organizations at the airport. If your organization is found wanting, then it means that you as a leader has failed, and it means that I have failed. And this better stop. I also hear that agencies are giving returns to their bosses. So let's have frank conversations in here. The airport is no longer a place to come and make money. So if anybody in your organization is asking you to give returns, I'm saying the same to you. And to all of the other agencies here, better tell them you don't want to come here. Because the penalties are going to be stiff.
Amen. Because you probably want that to happen. Auntie, we get you. And I've helped you to also spread the message. Don't give anybody where they greet you. Auntie, welcome. Welcome, sir. Bye-bye, sir. So why are you why are you only bye-bye, sir? No, they greet me like that. Or they've told you, stop greeting us. Just tell them at the airport, those of you who travels through Nigeria airports, they are doing you, you are welcome, man. Welcome, man. Say, okay, won't kick you. Don't welcome me. Where gone? Don't stop welcoming me. Do you understand? Because all this welcome, sir. Welcome, ma. Emma Willema, Erorama, Elku, Enle, and avenue to extort you. All this touting in Lagos airport. Don't all this fine barra. Or this, they will be telling you stories. We don't get paid. We don't get paid enough. So if they are not paying you enough for the efficient wallet, when you welcome, sir, welcome, ma. Can you? Well, that's rough. Don't ever say welcome to me again. You the crazy. So that they can know that you watched MaiyegunsDiary Politico as a precursor. All of you going home this December. Those of you who are going for Christmas, New Year. Once they are doing welcome, sir, welcome. Say, don't ever say welcome to me. And if any of them tells you, yes, so Anjano, don't ever greet me. And keep going. you probably will save yourself some level of extortion. It is so embarrassing. And when you see them do the same thing to foreigners, I'm talking about foreigners who travel through the airport as well. You, that is also a passenger, you'll be so cringy. They're not paying them well. They should leave the job. Maybe they should install this kind of thing so that you won't have any contact with all these akinikus at the airports. They should install this kind of device in Lagos, especially Lagos.
Clearance for a Nigerian who has just arrived in Nigeria with an enhanced passport. This is in the second stage, facial capturing. You need to see whether it's seamless. You can do it that way. Yeah. Very successful. Welcome to Nigeria. The first ever. First ever.
That's Abuja. So it's called the self-scan. So it will kind of like recognize your face and match it to that your passport. And once they match and it's cleared, that's you. You don't have to have any contact with anyone except if you're having trouble. If you're having trouble getting through, so they can come and assist you. Or this sir, what do you bring for us? Safe journey. Safe. I like you, don't ever say safe journey to me. So I'm only saying, don't say safe journey to me. Please. Leave me alone. Do that. You won't be paying anybody. Because whether your journey is going to be safe or not, they do not have any say to that. Right? And to the ones who have actually had safe journey out of that contraption, this auntie is celebrating a first snow. Something where you will get tired of. I bet this is Canada though. But it's giving the... We are saying thank you, Jesus.
Father, we thank you for 2024 winter. This is snow day. Hallelujah. All things bright and beautiful. All creature great and small. All things wise and wonderful. The Lord God made them all. Praise the Lord. We are grateful, Lord. Thank you, Jesus. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
It is our first snow. All things white and beautiful, all creation white and big. You will say when the winter to basha eton, you know go fi hold camera. You go sit down inside room, they cry. What I can't do for this country. Or if you are working in a store and the winter they sharp rap. You go there inside the storeroom or wherever you go they cry. Some of you go they cry inside. What's I going to do for this country? Oh my God. But enjoy it. That's how you feel the first time. Say, oh, everywhere white. All things white and beautiful. Thank you, Jesus. Don't worry. You don't see, I told the princess, I think it was yesterday, princess was passing through Germany. And then she was like wondering what all of us they do for this country. So Princess was like, it was so cold. I said, the any cold. Maybe say winter just they come. Winter is worse than it. You see that sun? We go shine. It's too sunny. So it's winter about more and you will not go feel your hand. People have had their their fingers amputated because of bite. What do they call that thing? Bite frost. Frostbite. You don't see where cold they chop skin, they cut skin. Anyway, the last part of this chart is the news from France. I intentionally keep that for the last. Because you know how the witches, how they do. When you bring a man home and they say, hey, mama, papa, now person where I want marry be this so. You know all those witches for your area, the village people, they go to watch. They say, Unkiru, this is your fourth man where you bring come out, so make sure say you marry this one, no. They say, you are counting it for me, ni. That kind of a thing, right? They're saying that village people, they watch you. That is how I have been watching France and Macron since he has decided to parley with Tifnumbu in facilitating our recolonization, as some of the people from northern Nigeria have been saying. Yesterday, the government that, the sort of a coalition government that Macron formed with another party crumbled and it collapsed. France is facing serious financial crisis, economic crunch, that if nothing is done ASAP, it may be one of the first country in Europe to declare bankruptcy to the level that it will not go too different from the third world countries. The supposed Prime Minister of France, Barnier, also received a vote of no confidence from the parliament. And why? France is facing financial crunch and financial crisis where they are facing budget deficit. And in France, your budget deficit, if there is any at all, is a sign of a failed government. And I think it's almost everywhere. But if your deficit is believed to be below 5%, it can still be managed. And how do you do that? You would have to increase taxes here and there, cut costs here and there. Sure you get. But the problem now is that they want to increase the electricity taxes and then there's some other taxes in their budgets for 2025, which the House, the last election, I gave the lefties, the righties, all of them, and the centrists, it gave them the numbers of seats in the parliament where there is no clear majority. Therefore, they had to, Macron as president, had to share power with these guys. So pushing that budget through the parliament failed. And because of that, the leftists, the rightists, they moved the motion of no confidence, which then collapsed the government yesterday. Now they have until July to form to conduct another election. Until then, Macron will need to find a balance between these parties in order to endorse his new, because he will need to select another prime minister. So he will need these people that removed the current prime minister. He will need their support, okay, for another person he is going to nominate to pass through and become the prime minister. And if anything goes, and the way it is, there's no love lost. So the way it is, it simply means that if he can't do that successfully, there's going to be another election, parliamentary election next year. And before that, Emmanuel Macron may be forced to resign as well. Whatever agreement he had with Tifnumbu and co, I don't know if it's going to succeed. But that is why I'm like, I am like that village people where they watch. We are watching you. We are watching you in 3D, France. We are watching you. We are. And that is where we're going to draw the curtains this evening. I am going to take calls. However, I want to give a good credit to the sponsor, our sponsor, for the phone-in segment on MaiyegunsDiary Politico. That is a Yarosululas digital. Remember, now to every one of you who has checked them out before now, I am reintroducing them to you again. If you are looking for an opportunity where you can make for yourself an extra, a legitimate income, where you are also interested in learning any new skill, owning your own business, this may be a chance for you. Now, what it takes is, if you bring out your phone, you can scan this QR code on your screen where you can read everything you need to know about this, okay? And also, signing up will cost you $149, okay? And one good thing about it is this. If you sign up and you finally feel like, or you feel like maybe this is not for you, all right, then you can easily cancel it. It is your money back system. You'll get every penny back, every penny within 3 days. This is not a get rich quick, scheme. It is not an MMM. You are not giving your money to anyone. You are going to learn about owning your own digital business, marketing, and the rest of that through the professional, group who have been doing it. We have members of this platform who have actually signed up. And indeed, we are monitoring their own progress on it, okay? So thank you so much for sharing your evening with me again. Remember, if you have to go, great. But just make sure that you like the broadcast, like it, share it, subscribe to my channel as well. But if you are staying, or you have, then you want to contribute to this next segment of this charts, the number to call is right there on your screen. Use it. And when I come back, I will take calls. We can talk. Thank you. Thank you. And that is me back, right? So again, the line is always open. It may be a little bit busy tonight or not, all right? However, if you have something to add to this chart, remember, you need to make it snappy because of the busy night it is. And you have your shot. Whether you agree with what I have said, or you disagree with all I have said, or a part of it, your own chance is now. where you can tell us from other perspective, the way you probably see the whole thing. It's an interesting part of our program on MaiyegundsDiary Politico, where everyone has a say, right? So I have the first caller this evening, and I believe this is your first one. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir, Baba Gino.
Yes, sir.
Gino.
Brethren, how are you tonight, Baba?
Sir, I'm good.
Grand. So it's been
I'm good.
It's been like a steamy night. Please.
Yes. All right. So starting from Macron. Whatever goes around eventually comes around. So, and I pray they all pay for this if what they've done. What they've done to all these Anglophone countries and everything. So I pray, yeah, let them suffer too. They need to suffer. Let them suffer. Let them suffer. The only thing that is bothering me right now is what Tinubu is doing now. All, you know, while other countries are forming alliance, and Nigeria now is trying to form something evil with France. Do we even have any, you know, it's appalling. It's appalling what they are doing. Hello?
Yeah, I'm with you. Please.
Oh, sorry. Okay, now, Akpabio.
No, I'm just listening to you now. I want you to I don't want to interrupt.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry. So, for Akpabio to Yago again. Baba, Akpabio don't run mad.
Did you see where it was pretending when that guy said, I sent all of these things to your office months ago. You never responded. And it was like,
no, the narrative also around.
Emotion.
He now make a U-turn.
Surprised.
Yes, he made a U-turn that time. At that point, he made the U-turn. But like I said, I pray these fans pay for the pain they've caused all this Anglo. Yes, let them pay. Let them pay for it, Baba. Let them pay for it.
Thank you so
much.
And
for Baba Farotimi, Baba Golojade, he must leave that place. Whatever we can do, Baba must come out. And hold the oppressor again. We oppress Nigerians. God will
Share. Thank you. Yeah, plus one. So that's brief and concise. Sometimes I can engage the chat, and sometimes I will want you to just kind of roll on and speak your truth. Here is your brother again. Hello there.
All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa.
All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, Maiyegun. Just listening, enjoying what you're doing and putting out facts, and the re-education of our people, man, is very important. So they could know, man, they've been played, they've been bamboozled, and it's time, they wake up and see what is. I'm glad, glad that they arrested the young man, because it's also going to put more spark into this movement of breaking this whole thing down. And what it is like you think you can shut somebody up by intimidation, you end up making them more famous and more relevant. And now more people want to know their story. Yes. These people, they think they're intelligent, but they're not. But it's getting to a point where, the pressure is going to build to a point where things are just going to fall apart instantly. And then I think we're getting close to that. I hope the people that's buying all these books, I hope they read it and comprehend it and understand what's going on. So now they can utilize that in their movement of breaking that place up.
I'm with you. So
that's how I wanted to.
They are so powerful that they could get away with a lot. They are beginning to make more and more mistakes. And as they are making more mistakes, they are creating resistance. And more people are becoming more radicalized, understanding or realizing this truth as they are unfolding. So you're right. It's just a matter of time.
Yes, it's only a matter of time. And this thing, they think they're invincible, but they must remember it's the people that made them feel like they're invincible. When the people now wake up and say, no, enough is enough, they'll take the power away from them, and they'll see how little they are. And there's in this world that they could hide anymore, because of their result, they've chased everybody away from that land, and everybody's all over different countries all over the world. So if they try to escape, they will meet one of us there, and then we will deal with them. So there's nowhere to hide anymore. So they're in deep mess. All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa.
All hail Biafra, all hail Oduduwa. Bro, thank you so much for stopping by. Again, the line is pretty much opened. And fair enough, my callers have abided by that simple instruction. Make your presentation as straightforward, as concise as possible, so that we can have as many contributors as possible as well. All right. Thank you so much. And one more thing again, let me say a very big thank you to you, Sir Lababs. So to those who probably recently joined us, okay, if you are interested in supporting this my platform, MaiyegunsDiary Politico, there is a one shorter way too, apart from our usual what do you call it, the super chat and the super thanks and all that stuff. You can support MaiyegunsDiary Politico by buying me a cup of coffee, which I'm going to put the QR code on the screen as well, a quick one. So that used to be the forte of the African Wahala, brother. So thank you so much, everyone. I know the line seems to be dropping some calls. Let me see. Yeah, we've had some of the calls dropping off and all that, okay? So here, if you use the camera of your phone as well, you can scan this QR code, and then a cup of coffee is $5. So you can support my platform to those who wishes to. Remember, this is also very much voluntary, not to be forced. Okay, you are not obligated to do it. The most important thing is that just make sure that you like the broadcast, you share it as well. That one is the golden support. All right, don't take for granted. There's a clip I was going to share. It's been like a day or two now, right? And I think I should share it, but let me take this call first. Here is another caller now. Hello there.
Maye Baba.
Hey, Babo. How are you, sir?
Maye Baba. Yeah, good. This is Paul calling from London.
Hello. How you doing tonight, Baba?
I'm good. Very good. We thank God. We are pushing it. And first of all, I just want to thank you very much for all your efforts, your hard work, bringing us up to date with, that contraption, what's happening to our friends, family, loved ones over there, It's been really, really difficult for them over there at the moment. And, a lot of suffering every day, asking people in diaspora for, money for food and stuff. Now they don't even think about, owning their own property, just basic things of life. What they are looking for now is their daily bread, the food that they're going to put on the table. And exactly. Maiyegun, me, before I moved abroad many years ago, I've been part of this APC. I've been part of, all these Afenifere, because I have a family link to many of them. And it's so sad to see our Yoruba, areas, our Yoruba region plunge into poverty, into destruction. Our Fulani men are attacking people on a daily basis, killing all our farmers, And at the end of the day, seeing our Yoruba president that we ought to be happy with, that is the president to do something for the entire nation. You've been preaching, like what you said tonight, they've been preaching, all these people, they call themselves Nadeko back in the days, they've been preaching restructuring, regionalism, and all of these things. And now they have the power.
When the time comes, they actually
absolutely
kick it out.
Exactly. And now look at them, look at what they are doing. It's so sad for me. I've been with APC, I've worked with APC. I have a lot of local government chairman as friends, as family, and what they've all said that Tinubu does not have interest of anybody. Don't let us deceive ourselves. Everything you've always been saying is absolutely true. Tinubu is someone I know very, very well. All these Baba Afenifere, Pa Adebanjo, all of them, and Pa Abraham Adesonya, Yinka Odumakin, all of them that died. Then, they died due to thinking that they are a failure because Tinubu came. He said he came in the name of Yoruba nation, that we want our own Yoruba. He was fighting with Obasanjo back in the days. You remember, the story, Maiyegun. I shouldn't be going back. And at the end of the day, it became what it became today. It destroyed Afenifere, destroyed the Yoruba, Yoruba groups, pan-Yoruba.
Advocacy groups. It divided
Absolutely.
It destroyed the one it could destroy. All just for himself now.
Absolutely. And now he's just there for himself and his family, destroying Nigeria on a daily basis. This deal that they just signed with France, Nigeria will be plunged into abject poverty and penury. I just pity those back home. I do the little I could do to help people. Today, I know how many people that have asked me for on a daily basis, Maiyegun. I've called you, I've told you on this platform that there was a time that people were disturbing me. The pressure was too much. And I was thinking about changing my WhatsApp group. I told you, I asked for advice from you. And you said I should just do the one I can do. And you keep encouraging those in diaspora. If not for you, Maiyegun, I swear I will have changed all my numbers. I still have the numbers I used to use back in Nigeria those days. This is the one I'm using to call you now. They still know it. A lot of people, political people, APC, and I told them that all of you supporting Tinubu back then. And I told you, if you want to choose a leader, what do you look at? Do debate for them. Let them come outside, speak to us, tell us what they are going to do. And Tinubu wasn't interested in doing all of this. And you people went ahead and vote for this man, support him. And at the end of the day, he still bribed his way in, bought the whole presidency and everything. And now you're crying. What do you expect? All of them now, some of them, their eyes are open. Why some of them, their eyes are not open? Every day by day, Maiyegun, I send your video, your broadcast to people. A lot of people have blocked me on WhatsApp. I don't care. To be honest with you,
every one of them is going to come back. If they live long, if they survive Tinubu, the longer it's going to be, 2031, Abi. That's going to be like, what?
That's about 6 years time, Abi? Or 7 years.
So because he can't be president forever, we all know that.
At all.
When he's done, they will know one thing. Just like the Fulanis are currently feeling it, that
exactly
there is no precedent. There is no precedent in Nigeria that has lifted his own tribe out of poverty ever.
At all.
It's always about them. It's always about themselves and their families. Okay.
Absolutely.
So now the Fulanis who felt pretty much like they had the presidency back then, today they are like a fish out of water. They are screaming and crying, and all the things happening to them. Every time they try to say something, people will be like, why didn't you say all of this when Buhari was there? We are trying to stop some of these people again now. Let them keep blocking you. It won't be president forever.
At all. And the funniest thing is that those that are blocking me are the ones that they are, chopping from the government. Those that they are seeing something from the government. And I still have some set of people that, Maiyegun, they are not seeing anything from the government. They are in abject poverty. They are in poverty.
Policy of government was supposed to touch your lives, not him sharing money or rice.
Exactly.
But they don't see it that way.
They don't see it that way. A lot of them, they are so. Maiyegun, someone called me tonight and told me that he went to a club in London. He's a friend of mine that for the first day in his life, he met Seyi Tinubu, and the guy bought the club that night. He said they should give everybody whatever they want. And they were drinking. If you see girls, everything they were. So from there, his friends that they went together, some people got their number, and at the end of the day, they added them to WhatsApp group, and they are campaigning for Seyi Tinubu. He told me that they called him for God bless you, for governor. that they called him a few days ago. Even his brothers in America said the same thing happened to them. He has two brothers in America, one in North Carolina, then the other one in, I think, Texas. And he told me tonight, just Maiyegun, as your call, you started the program tonight. He was telling me that they said they need people in diaspora. They should support Sheyi Tinubu for governor. This one, that one, that they know that people in diaspora, they have a lot of power. And the Nigerian government are afraid of people in diaspora. Anything they say, all these things. Maiyegun, that's when I got to know tonight.
When you see the people I call the Dele lecturers, those who live abroad, that will tell you how things are bad in Nigeria. The reason why I don't take a lot of us really serious is that some of us are actually looking for an opportunity to meet these criminals too.
Yes, absolutely.
We are living in countries where, we are pretty much above that shenanigans in Nigeria. But you'll be so shocked at how our people mile around all these guys when they come abroad. The same also that I'm talking about when we see them. We're supposed to show them. We're supposed to tear their clothes. We're supposed to When you see the way some of our people are miling around them, taking selfie, they wanted to be their friends. They wanted to, so that they can collect their numbers and say, when I'm in Nigeria, I can call you. I'll see you when I come to Nigeria. Yet, on MaiyegunDiary Politico, now all of us hate politicians.
I'm telling you. That is when I got to know tonight that all these politicians, all these people, Maiyegun, they are watching your program, watching other people on YouTube that they are criticizing the country, and they are seeing all those things. Look at what you show us tonight. Dele, all of them, they are afraid of Arise News because they say the facts. And all these people are people that they live abroad. They know how things are operated. And when they are abroad, they are the ones that will, condemn the Nigerian government, the military government. They say all sorts of things against Abacha, against Babangida, and so on and so forth. And when Obasanjo was there, look at them now, what are they doing? They are even worse than all those ones. See, it's very, very sad. And this Dele Farotimi, situation is really, really heartbreaking. Dele Farotimi has always been saying the fact, the truth, supporting Nnamdi Kanu openly. He has been supporting Biafra, Oduduwa Nation, supporting Arewa Nation, and everybody because he knows, he said the truth. We are not one. In that contraption, we are different kind of people, different, religion, different tribe, different cultural heritage, different tradition. So we don't need to live together. Now they've signed an agreement with France. And at the end of the day, France will come, steal all our resources, maybe for the next 500 years. Then we will go down and down and down again.
To sustain them from their own bankruptcy. I know.
I'm telling you, France, I have a lot of people that called me. I talk to family, friends in France. They are in serious trouble, like what you said tonight. They are in dilemma, economic downturn, hardship. They've sacked their, prime minister.
2025 is bleak for most of the people.
I'm telling you.
They want to increase their own electricity tariff, gas tariff. They want to cut down pension. The number of, the amount they pay the pensioners. There are so much things they want to cut down as well in order to balance their budgets next year. As we speak.
Exactly. They are in serious problem. That's why they've come to Nigeria.
That all these Sahel countries told them to leave.
They chased them away. Exactly. Just within 1 year.
Another 5 years for them.
5 years. It's going to be a big problem for them. They are not smiling in France at the moment. Thank you very much, Maiyegun. Don't let me take much of your time.
All right.
Yeah, have a good night. Thank you very much. Cheers, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Yes, sir. So I have another caller here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, ma.
Hello.
That's our first lady for the evening. How are you doing, ma'am?
Yeah, I'm good. And you?
I'm very well. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. How's everyone? Agbeke and kids?
Well, we are surviving, Thank you.
Thank God.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for asking.
Yeah, you're welcome. Anyway, well done. I don't know how you're doing it, but I pray God will continue to give you the strength, the wisdom, and everything to carry on.
Thank you, ma'am.
This thing, honestly, that country, why calling just to advise those people in Nigeria? If they're expecting the people in diaspora to come as their savior, they would stay there forever. I'm telling you. Because
there's no savior anywhere.
No. Because as you always say, these people back home, they only complain and criticize because they don't have the opportunity to be in that position.
God bless you. Many of
that
them.
is why they are complaining.
It's not
Many
they
of
actually
them.
hated it per se.
No, they don't hate that act. They don't hate the act. But they only they're not there. That's what they hate. That's what they don't like.
Charade was living comfortably in New York. He returned back to Nigeria about 6 years ago. They wanted him killed. He's still there with them right now. They won't follow him.
Yeah. If you want to have many enemies, go on social media and say the truth. You see how they will attack you. So, most of them, they're complaining. They don't have the opportunity to be there.
That's it.
And the worst thing is, they're not even ready to listen or to read what will benefit them.
No.
They don't even, sometimes they don't take their life serious. On social media, when you see them, what they do, how they're doing their things, something serious, they just laugh at it. They make it as, what do they, just skits.
Yeah, they downplay serious issue. They will ask you some questions that you'll be like, why are you asking me that stupid question? By the way? Like, what kind of question is that?
Exactly. See how they hate this guy, VDM.
With passion. No?
See what they are doing to VDM. And anyone wants to tell me that they know what they are doing. Anyway, they should listen to their house now. At least in Western world, we listen. We go on this what is it called? As of Parliament, we listen to them. We know what they're saying. So they should do that and
we know
listen.
What they stand for.
Exactly.
And where they stand.
Exactly. So they should listen to their leaders, and probably they will understand where they're taking them to. Probably they will know that these people got nothing for them. Probably, but no, that is not what they do. They prefer to do the parties, do all these irrelevant things, and then later they will be complaining. Anyways, I just advise them. I'm advising them. No one, they shouldn't expect anyone from diaspora, and if they like, they should do the needful. You already told them they should do the needful. If they don't, then
it's okay.
So be it.
Yeah.
So that is just it. The time will tell. We are not, but I want to tell them, people in diaspora, we are not happy that country is like that. We are not happy at all. If we are criticizing it, it's because we have the experience. We've been outside the country and we know how things work. And we know that their government is not doing the right thing. That is why we are complaining. And we all love to come to Nigeria. We love Nigeria. We love that country, but it's not working. That is the fact. It's not working. Look at the things at present and the way the government is ruling that country. It cannot work. They should take it.
That's it.
So
it's only a mad person that will be doing same thing again and again and expect a different result.
And again, it's the same result. It's not possible.
It's not.
It's not possible. So that is just it. Thank you so much, Mr. Maiyegun.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
It's
Thank you.
really refreshing to hear from you, I have to say. Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I
All right.
enjoy the
Thank
rest
you
of the
so
evening,
much.
ma'am. Cheers.
Same here. Thank
you,
you.
ma'am. So I have here Prince Adebayo from Sweden.
Hey,
Has joined us.
my king,
Yes, sir. The Prince.
my
Prince Adebayo.
my
How are you,
my
sir?
king.
Yes, sir.
I'm fine, my king. May you live long.
He say Ashe Ami.
I mean, you know, I when I listen to your program today, this part where you talk about that stout at the airport, that part made me laugh because I beg. How?
Greet you as you to say,
I'm telling you, Baba.
Yeah.
So now, this now is now in tandem with what Wike was doing in Abuja. Wike wanted to clear the beggars so that the foreigners and the investors that are coming to the state, they will not be seeing beggars on the street. It's the same thing with the airport. They don't want when the foreigners and the investors that are coming to be seeing touts. They know that that is a disgrace. But did they know, is that an issue they are ready to tackle? Because all over Lagos State is full of El Choluomo and Co. All over Lagos State is full of Admiral. From junction to junction, Baba, are they ready to tackle this issue? Are they really ready? And if they even clear the ones at the airport, where will they go? Is that not double jeopardy?
Eventually.
You see, when we who are in diaspora, when we are talking to this government that you cannot be treating your local business people and investors anyhow. They are the ones creating jobs. They don't hear. See that kind of guy that has tourism this thing in beachfront.
What do we call it? That's a beachfront house then.
I forgot that guy.
Is that Landmark?
Landmark.
I can't remember. Landmark. That's
Landmark.
it. The waterfront property.
And all the unnecessary demolitions, there will be demolition shops that are paying tax. So instead of for them to use their brain and say, okay, if we construct this shop for these people here, they are ready to enter. They have the money. Instead of if you tell them move away from this site, come to this place, than for you to just demolish them. All those shacks they are demolishing. People are doing businesses there. They are paying tax. If you build low-cost business complexes, these people will enter there. They'll be paying you tax. That's how to create employment. You are demolishing businesses that can employ these people. And then a lot of them are going to the airport to be looking for daily bread. Now you want to chase them away from them. Where will they go? Because the reason why most of these people are doing this thing is for daily bread. It's not like a lot of them wish to be doing this thing.
Survival.
This Baba Tinubu self doesn't even care about Yoruba people.
There's no sign. It doesn't give a damn about Yoruba. This
guy is dense. He's so dense. This guy is dense. You left Lagos to Agboru, and now I'm sure all other states now they are going to imitate Oluomo because now we are entering tax regime. That means all other states will be copying from Oluomo, who has the blueprint. He has the blueprint. And that's the blueprint that is all over the airports. Any airport.
MC Olueron is also following Tinubu's footsteps. Do you know that the court, an appeal court in Nigeria, said he did not win any election? He is not the NURTW president. And he is sitting there right now, disobeying that court.
Oh my goodness, Supreme Court now. Supreme Court is there. Supreme Court is where they deal with us now. That's what they do. That's where they deal with us. They will leave us in High Court, Appeal Court, and then enter Supreme Court, where their toy boy is there to not give them the case. That's where they deal with us now. So, Baba, these people are not ready. You see, they are putting the cart before the horse. They destroy businesses, made everybody poor. Now they are looking for tax. From where? From where the tax will come?
I mean, people are not even asking about that already. They just feel like they are doing tax reform. But I mean, pass the tax reform. We can see the next stage of the madness in that place.
They are too dense. They are too dense. Netflix is leaving Nigeria. How many people? They pay for Netflix.
I can't believe it when you reveal that statistic. I'm sure.
Pay for Netflix.
100,000 in the whole Nigeria.
To watch movies.
Baba, where is it? Baba, Sebi was here. I was talking that day. I was telling you the other day when this Mumu came here. He was saying he went to one Northern here, the hub of technology. Where we don't have fiber optics in
wanted
Nigeria.
to do AI.
AI.
You don't have electricity. They say you are promoting AI in Nigeria. AI. Artificial intelligence. Anyway.
Who they want to see?
No, they can keep deceiving themselves. Can you get? But it is actually the right thing to remind everybody that you cannot build something on nothing. All right.
These guys are dense. They are dense.
You can use propaganda.
They are so dense.
You can use propaganda to rig yourself in. You are going to need more than propaganda, okay, to run a country.
But there's not two ways. If you don't invest in the people, you can't collect tax.
That's it.
If you are only trying to ruin their life. You can't collect tax anywhere. People are eating. They are skipping meals now. They are no longer putting attachment on their hair.
Well, some people are still buying wigs, so they're buying wigs for their girlfriends and all that.
It's from all this. The only thing that's why, Baba, I sent you some lists now of these South Africans. How they are yabbing Nigeria. They don't regard Nigerians, every Nigerian as a criminal. Because if you look at it, this is the reason now. If you just enter airport, everybody is begging. Everybody, you see people's fathers who are sitting down there. They are telling you, Baba, good afternoon. People's parents, their salary cannot do it.
Did you know yet that they are also delivering? They are paying their superiors. They collect all the revenue, and they go and pay their superiors. What kind of life is that? It's been like that for years.
I can't miss my flight because of I know this deep rapper. This guy just signaled the guy in the front. They just began to look for necessary business. I slept at the airport there. It was the Air France manager, a French guy, that one day he said, this guy doesn't fly tomorrow, I'm going to report you guys. Then I now bought Air France and flew with them. These guys heavily I slept at the Abuja airport because of this same thing, because of bribe. Baba, we cannot discuss this Nigeria. Nigeria is finished.
Yeah, I mean, we'll keep doing our own part. And I believe that, so it's a matter of time. We're getting there. Thank you so much, Prince Adebayo from Sweden. I have another caller on the line. Here. Hello. Thank you so much, Prince. Hello, sir.
Maiyegun.
Oh, hello, ma. How are you?
I dey fine. Oh, how you dey?
I am. How you side?
Thank God. How is the family?
We thank God, though. We are still here. We can't really complain. Thank you for asking, ma'am.
It is well.
Amen.
Yeah, so I tried calling yesterday, and I just wanted to, contribute
Please.
to some of the thing that is happening in that country. As a matter of fact, Maiyegun, I just came back.
Right.
And the things that I saw. A country where the youth no longer see education as anything because they have a sort of a shortcut of making money. Except if God intervene, that country will never move up again. When I went, the things I saw, Maiyegun, do you know that now guys stand on the road, you see them well dressed, even with ladies, and they are selling drugs.
Like
police will come
now. Not that you go to joints and
no, even they have a particular places, where they sell the drugs.
Corners and all that they control.
Yes, and when they see any big cars, right, they will just approach you.
Wow.
So if you are not part of them, you just have to zoom off.
Try.
Now, the cops will come, they will raid, right? After 30, 45 minutes, or even 1 hour, you will see them back again.
That same spot.
That same spot. So it means they are just coming, take them, get money, and bring them back. So I was asking my auntie, I said, why are they now raiding them if they know they are just to take them and bring them back? My auntie said, that's the police so we eat now.
Chai.
That this is the norms, you know. And the truth is, you know, when we are talking about Dele Farotimi, these are the things this guy is, you know, talking about. And they just want to shut him up. Because they know that, see, they have so much captured the youth that, let me tell you the solid truth. If they say they should come out now for any protest or whatever, it's not as if they're not going to come out or people are not going to, you know, do the needful. The thing is, most of them, right? They've gotten a way of making money. So I think they are pleased with it. So whatever the government do, it's none of their business.
Doesn't matter them.
Doesn't matter. See, all these things we are seeing, apart from this, the people are shouting, people are hungry, people are hungry. People are looking for means to make that money. How do we feed? And
how you make the money doesn't really matter anymore. Just make it.
Matter at all. And they, you know, it's so easy to now capture these children because they need money. They need to eat. Just like the other caller said that girls are no more wearing weave-on. They are wearing no. And when you find out what they are doing, they are the part of people selling these drugs. Some of them, you don't want to know the kind of business they do. Maiyegun.
Get involved.
You don't want to know. And you'll be like, what is eating you people this deep? Like, I mean, like, by the time you now find out who their bosses are, you'll be marvel.
Wow.
You see those people sitting in that office, that senate, that governors, minister. Because once the cops catch them, those are the people they will call. They'll be the one to call them back. They'll settle them and they'll leave them. How will that society grow?
Like it's a pandemic.
How serious one, Maiyegun. Serious pandemic. You see girls, they are killing girls because of iPhone waiting.
I saw a news yesterday, 6 girls who are doing hookup. They left Lekki.
Yes.
And they have not found it. I think it was, the news was yesterday, but I don't know when this happened, right? But yesterday the news broke that they left Lekki for days now. And they have not seen them.
Those girls must have been probably dead. Those girls must have, see, when my husband went to Nigeria, the friend, do you know that somebody called them and said, he knows that your friend is in the country. I'm here, I'm available if you need me. My husband was like, need you for what? He said, I do hook up, blah, blah. How did you get my number? How did you even, you know? So these are the things people are doing. Number one,
there's this, I think it's an app. I can't remember if it's an app or if it's a website, right? I think it's an app, all right? You have you know, these OnlyFans that people always say they do, right? You see, there is an app where if you give these Nigerians, including on TikTok, if you give them a certain amount, maybe 5,000 naira, okay? So they can go naked for you to see. And it was a friend who told me that he got introduced to that. And rather than actually patronize them, it was like, it was so devastated when he realized that things have gotten this much, right? That girls, young girls, housewives, all of them, they are ready, just give me 5,000. And they will send you their bank accounts via WhatsApp. And then you can begin to watch them and all of those. Like, shoot worse to it. Things really got because our multi-wars gone. Like, get to.
Maiyegun, when I left Nigeria, I know that girls don't dress, you know, like half naked, because then you see people harassing them. But these days you see girls wearing, I said I will see them wearing, I'm like, I was asking my auntie, I know we do this in America, but it's only like in summer, you know, you see girls like, because it's too hot, Do they do it in Nigeria? But Nigeria is so worse that you see them half naked, even on Okada. And people are just going their own. Nobody's even looking at anybody's side. Manti said because everybody is so hungry, nobody is seeing anybody. So whatever you want to do, nobody is seeing anybody. Oh, just do whatever you want to do to make your money. That's it. Okay? So when Dele Farotimi,
the more the economy gets worse, the worse things get.
The worst things get. The worst thing. It is so bad that you even see young guys. I mean, you see them with big chain, gold on their neck. How did they get that money? So I just pray that Nigeria will be good. You see, they are just trying to, okay, I pray they leave Dele Farotimi. Or rather, he comes out of it because
he will.
Somebody
is just having they're just having this power toxication or so. I mean, toxicity somehow, right? So they are feeling a power toxication. So eventually they will come down.
That is it. But the truth is they cannot close. The truth has to be said. See, when you even go on the street, you'll be saying the truth. When you go on the street, you will see the truth. Agbero own is another one. Oh, Maiyegun is just too much. It's just too much. I just went back and I was telling my auntie, I'm like, God, what is all this? She said,
what's going to be the future? What's the future of this place if things continue?
But the future there on the street selling drugs. So I said I saw one sleeping like this on the street, his head back. And I was asking my auntie, what is it? He said, Otimo, ice. I'm like, what is ice? I was even thinking maybe something cold or whatever. I'm like, it's not ice water. They said it's a small drugs like this. I'm like, Jesus.
Pandemic in Nigeria right now, like pandemic. You guys
and see him, he was even sleeping. He was sleeping on the. Even my security go. He went and came in the night. I'm like, where are you coming from? He was talking. I was staggering. I'm like, are you okay?
See.
The next day I called his boss, so I'm like, come, what is wrong? Only for us to find out that was what he went to take. So we just come and sleep. Money security soon. Lale. Oh yeah.
Pack your things.
Oh no,
Anyway,
lot of
so
things
much,
going on.
And welcome back. Okay, good enough that you go back in one piece because it's like it's like going to the war front. You will see so much things that will probably almost for weeks you still have some PTSD of the whole event. So welcome back and stay safe.
I nearly did not even come back with a dime. Like when I mean a dime,
running away from people as well. Like people you were supposed to actually.
I run and run and run. No, even the one that was even seeing me said, but oh my dear, may God help us. So
you have a good one, ma'am. Okay, and good night. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It is beyond saying. If a lot of people share their own experience, it is going to make you feel more scared. And indeed, the more they destroy that contraption, the more our people's lives are put in danger. We're talking about a drug pandemic, the drug epidemic in that place. It is like a topic for another day. These are the consequences of a bad leadership, bad government. People have been pushed beyond the threshold of what they can take. But a lot of people still feel they could hold it in. I'll take one more call and we can call it a night. Here. Hello there.
Hello. Good evening.
Hello, sir.
Yes, hello. Good evening, sir.
Good evening to you.
Yes. Yeah, thank God. I'm doing great. Joined your program live now.
You've missed. We are about rounding up.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, you can still have your stay. Whatever you have to contribute is up to you. Please.
All right. My name is Monday David. I'm calling from Stoke. Stoke-on-Trent in the UK. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think it's the first time we are actually like talking or speaking. Is that?
Yeah, this is the first time. First time.
Okay. So please go ahead and make your contribution, sir.
Yes, just hearing my voice with regards to the situation of things in Nigeria presently.
Yes, sir.
It's quite unfortunate that Nigeria has degenerated to that extent now. Just hearing the arrest of Dele Farotimi and the abuse of his rights, as far as I'm concerned, is quite unfortunate. If somebody of his caliber could be arrested and be treated in that manner, I just begin to wonder what will happen to, the common citizens of Nigeria. So and that's why many of us leaving that country. I mean, when we left Nigeria, is as if we are not going back there again. And that's quite unfortunately that's not our intention. For example, I left Nigeria in the year 2022. That's about 2 years ago.
Right.
With the intention of possibly after completing my studies here, go back again. But Nigeria keeps getting worse and worse every day, and I just don't know what we can do to salvage the situation of things in Nigeria. It's really, really, really very pathetic, honestly speaking. I don't know what to say.
We are in the same boat on that. It becomes more so depressing when you feel pretty much like it is an hopeless situation as well. Like you just feel like it's like hopeless situation. It breaks hearts.
Exactly.
I don't think it's all lost on us at the end of the day. The more we probably identify or acknowledge all these vices, there is a chance that we will find a common ground to actually resist them at some point. That's my own belief. Anything apart from that, I won't lie to you. It is hopeless.
Honestly.
So there is.
Honestly.
Thank you so much. Okay. Like I said, it's, even though it is so late before I kind of have to from you, it is still a pleasure. Talking to you, Baba.
Thank you very much. I don't know where you normally start the program. When do you normally start?
Our time.
8 p.m. Yeah. Okay. What day is that? Is it every day?
Well, every day. Usually you will get to know like an hour before the start. So if you subscribe onto, for example, if you are watching from YouTube, right? When I usually set up an hour before the time. So you will see the notification, it will pop up and say, well, Maiyegun's so and so, and then you will see people. But if you set the notification on, that too will remind you. But if you check around 8 p.m. or 8:30, and you didn't see Maiyegun, that means I'm not coming on that night. Or usually every day.
Okay. That's really lovely. It's a very lovely program.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, very well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful night too. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Have a good one. So our time is fast spent right now. I am going to see us again. Tomorrow is another day, which is day 3 of this illegal detention, incarceration of Dele Farotimi. The book is still selling. Currently, it is the best seller. Everything Dele Farotimi wrote inside that book is already playing out even more to justify everything is said. It said that Nigeria's judicial system, justice system is criminal. Those who have made it more criminal are now persecuting him using the same justice system to perpetuate injustice against him. He is not afraid to defend himself, but the people that are persecuting him are afraid to actually face him on their supposed allegation. So we will stand with Dele Farotimi. If you haven't ordered your own, please do. And don't just order the book, read it. And if you are too lazy to read, when I get my own copy on Monday, I will begin to read part of it, especially the part that triggered after Babanlaoli, the 95-year-old geriatric, who was supposed to just as quietly, silently, right, spend the last day of his life, like in quietness, so to say, or rather, the narcissistic nature of people like him would never let them go quietly, so they won't go down without this kind of a disgrace. So they should keep it up. I will see you tomorrow. Of these broadcasts, it is a very good reminder that you should also read the description of the broadcasts. That is where the details of all we are going to talk about, possibly even more. Then like the broadcast, share it, Invite your friends and your not so friendly friends. Tell them all that Maiyegun today or Maiyegun is back. The prime time. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as the Ronukus, the Ronu Nazis, the Lagos Abobakus, the Oshogbo Alimajiris, the humbled slaves, voluntary slaves, obedient fools, sophisticated morons, the bastards, bat idiots, even though those who support Bokwari, the cyberbarians, as much as they would love some of the lies they are being told by these criminals to be true, and then label people like us as bearers of bad news, the truth they love to hide, or the truth they love to avoid, we continue to stare them in the face. On Maiyegun's Diary Politico, you are going to be told what is going on, the truth, no matter how inconvenient or uncomfortable it makes you. Right? This is a platform that we never call black, white, or call red, blue. Even if it makes you uncomfortable, we will still say it to you. The reason is because knowing the truth, will serve two purposes. The first one, it will kill the lie and the propaganda that they are feeding you. And the second one is that it will make you possibly act right. When you see those liars, paid urchins, cretins, online, offline, you can easily confront them with facts than the propaganda that they are feeding you with, so that you will stop hoping on lies. When they tell you something now, you want to wonder why it has not manifested. The reason is because most of them are lies. Even if you are so desperate for them to be true, they are still lies. On Maiyegun's Diary Politico, you have a chance to know the truth. But it is your choice if you want to believe the lies. Ignorance is a choice. On Maiyegun's Diary Politico, I didn't know, or I never knew that. It's nothing that we embrace on Maiyegun's Diary Politico, except if you choose to be ignorant. And the ignorant ones, the ignorant ones, the ignoramuses, are the easy targets for Tifnumbu and his gang. If you tell them the truth, they can easily gaslight you and say you are enemy of progress, the bearer of bad news. It is not bad news if you tell the truth as it is, rather than color it, coloring the lies. No matter how many times you repeat a lie, it will never be the truth. The Nigeria economy is in shambles. No thanks to Tifnumbu's policies. Most of them, criminal policies. Nigeria is a criminal or a crime scene. And I do feel sorry for those who kind of want to give them a benefit of the doubt. There are those who feels like, yes, things are bad, but somehow, I wish some of the stuff they are doing is actually true. So they are blaming everyone. They've blamed everyone but themselves for the state of Nigeria, what they have done to you and what they have done to the generations yet unborn as well. So welcome to the Temple of Truth, a place where if it makes you uncomfortable, it simply means there is something wrong that you should not be part of. And if you are, it is around the time for you to, it's about the time for you to pull out. When they started this their Emilokon campaign, people need to understand something. As they say everywhere, elections have consequences. As much as we believe that Tifnumbu actually never really won any real election to be your president, except for the compromised institutions that should have stopped him. But there are those who did all they could as well to help legitimize this fraud. Among them are the working class. You see, Nigeria is a place where the real support for the artists, for your own, the creative sector of the country. Nigeria is a place where you can easily say people are self-made. When you see actors, actresses, when you see the creative industry in Nigeria, artists and all that, right? And those who have made name for themselves, you can easily tell that a lot of them, if not all of them, are self-made. There was nowhere policy-wise, government support, genuinely, that actually protects or promotes the talents of these artists in Nigeria. But unfortunately, some of those who have kind of made name for themselves, they ended up as the promoters of the same criminals in government whose policies will continue to deny them the full benefit of their own artistic value, the full benefit. You see artists all over the world. Some of them will do just 1 or 2 projects and they are made for life. In Nigeria, you will see artists who have made over 200 movies, but they are still beggars. Their works are not really protected. They themselves are not insured. They have worked and worked for decades and they are still wretched. The reason is not far-fetched. They are also their own enemies, self-sabotaging ignoramuses who support the criminal politicians in that contraption. Criminal politicians who usually uses them for their own political advancement. And once they get what they want, they move on from them. The Nigeria economy, even though Nigeria has a population that is still pretty much questionable, Nigeria's population is put at over 200 million people. But Nigeria is so poor that population is more or less like a curse, not a blessing. You see, the population of Nigeria would have been a great advantage to the people where the economic, value of this population is probably like average. The rest of the world will be killing to invest in Nigeria. But no, Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Netflix is a streaming, well, do I need to actually tell you about Netflix? Okay, Netflix, right? A streaming platform, movie streaming platform globally, is one of the most successful streaming, movie streaming platforms in the world. And then about 6 years ago, they ventured into Nigeria. Listen, there is difference between you subscribing to Netflix to watch all the movies all over the world, premium, standard, whatever, subscribe and then just watch all the movies on there. But Netflix went a little bit further. They saw there is a Nollywood called, Nigeria movie industry is called Nollywood. It's a place where people have used very, very little budget to produce classic movies, as well as some other useless kind of movies too, right? But Nigeria movie industry captivated the rest of the world after India and then American. In fact, at a point, Nigerian movie industry sort of, supersede that of the American movie industry in the production, the amount of movies they are producing almost every day. But they are substandard qualities, most of them. 90% of them are pure substandard due to poor budgets or budgeting. However, 6 years ago, Netflix decided to venture into the Nigeria Nollywood. 6 years ago. It's not as if to say they've been there forever, right? Just 6 years ago. What did they do? They decided to start giving money to some filmmakers in Nigeria, okay? So that they will be producing the Netflix standard of movie or content for the consumption of the rest of the world. It was one of the most lucrative support that the Nigerian movie industry have received. They pumped money into them. 2 years ago, some of these supposed artists or filmmakers in Nigeria, they decided to go and endorse Tinubu for president. They went all out, forgetting about the damages that APC, Egbekebe, has done to the people of Nigeria, their supposed viewers, the people that will be watching most of their movies. They didn't care. And majority of them, they did this simply because of their own selfish interest and short-sightedness. Elections have consequences. APC, Egbekegbe has impoverished Nigerians. So out of 200 million people, Netflix only has about 1.2 million subscribers. Can you believe that? I hear that the most expensive Netflix subscription in Nigeria is somewhere around 10,000 naira or so. Someone said 5,000 naira. That's how poor Nigeria is. So the entire Nigeria is giving Netflix about $3.5 million every month with that population. However, they kept on hoping that maybe when things gets better, you know, like maybe more people can possibly be interested in subscribing for real and pay for it. So these selfish individuals got paid good money. Some of them even opened up film villages where they are producing different kind of movies and all that for Netflix. 6 years, or that's 4 years before 2 years ago. So 2 years ago, when some of them went on to go and publicly advocated for Tifnumbu, APC, Egbekegbe, 2 years after that, Nigerians have become more poorer, wretched, that Netflix was like, no, this is a wrong investment. Last week, they were called to what was called a dinner. And at that dinner, they told them they are pulling up, including all the projects that they were supposed to fund in 2025. They are pulling out. This is a mistake. We should never have been here. The people in this country are so poor, right, that they can't even afford to subscribe and actually watch your movies. It is a total wrong investment. From the horse's mouth, if you care to listen.
What we're doing is so important here, and I'm glad that Nida is talking about warehousing our content here first before moving it out. Now, Netflix came to serve the Last Supper here a couple of weeks ago. In case you are not aware, they invited our filmmakers to a party, but before then they had spoken to the people they had been dealing with. They were saying, look, we're pulling out, we're not doing business with you anymore. So it was what you might call a fatal Last Supper. You know, you agree with me, you know? Things like that should challenge us. It should provoke us, you know, because if you don't have challenges like that, you cannot see opportunities. You know, we cannot rely on them anymore. I want to say, what does that mean to you, and what advice, and what does that say to you, and what do you think, what are the lessons we should learn from that going forward? What do you think we can do, and how can government take advantage? Remember, he had suggested talking about a local, you know, a national, if you like, call it Netflix as well, or platform or whatever. So you're wearing the shoe. So speak to these two issues and yeah.
Okay. All right, again, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this. Coming to Netflix, I've tried to really avoid this because, you know, it's really heartbreaking, you know, and it's a big blow, you know, on us, because, you know, in my head, I've been thinking, how can we come from earning in dollars, like millions, and then you're now thinking, where will I put my film? 3 years ago, when we signed the 3 film deals with Netflix, you know, it was really exciting because it's like you've been given like a contract to say, for the next 3 years, we really don't care if you work for other people or do other things, but make one film for us per year. So that way you could focus on being a creative, because these things are already like, you have guarantee and you have funds, you know, to make them. But again, Netflix will say to you, oh, we're doing this primarily for Nigeria. So the budget you're being given is tied to what they earn in Nigeria. But these films are doing amazingly well all over the world. Just like Oga Moazi mentioned, I mean, a week after Adekolapo film was released, it topped #1 globally, you know, all over the world. And because of that, they commissioned the series, the first season. And after the first season, they commissioned season 2 and 3. Thank God we have shot season 2 and 3, because all the other people who were commissioned the same time with us, they've been cancelled. The projects were cancelled. You know, and that is why sometimes you need to like move.
So what they are now saying is, you know, usually when companies leave Nigeria, the Ronukus will tell you that it is because they cannot compete. So a lot of people are now asking, maybe they will be telling you now to go and watch TVC. Abi go and watch NTA. Must you watch Netflix? Prime Video was also in Nigeria at some point. And listen, it was a great opportunity. All right. For the rest of the world who are watching, for example, who are watching Nigerian content. Okay. For those who have seen a lot of them, I have seen some too. And I can say I've seen so much improvement. Like when I watch some of the Nigerian movies on Netflix or Prime Video, I'm like, it's like good stuff, right? Compared to what we were used to. So, but there is a contract there that says, okay, if we give you this money, it actually costs so much to make this movie from the normal Nigerian standard to international standard. So now, creative artists like that in Nigeria, they do not have any access to government funding. They do not have access to probably bank loans. And even if they did, right, you can't compare that to where you have a liquidity that is just there from a giant streaming platform like Netflix, okay? Something that was pretty much like a gold mine for you. Exploit, use it, and build yourselves. So now it is gone. So you would have to go and search for that funding elsewhere if you want your content to be accepted by the Netflix standard. So to those of them who have actually tasted the honeycomb of having access to enough resources, it is a total heartbreaking and disappointment. And to Netflix, we expected your country people with this population, #1, right, to be the ones to, you know what, to show interest in your content. Look at India. India, that produces God knows how many movies in a week. They have this population, 1.4 billion people. And the Netflix subscribers in India, they are more than 300 million people who subscribe to Netflix in India. In Nigeria, with the population of over 200 million people, they only have subscribers in the range of 900,000 to 1 million people. Those who are paying for Netflix for real in Nigeria. So if we are not having this advantage, having put all this amount of money here, the economy of Nigeria is so down that rather than for it to improve, it's been a total loss for us. So the least we can do is we are exiting Nigeria or putting our money there. Doesn't mean that those of you who subscribe to Netflix in Nigeria you will still watch Netflix. So, but what Nigeria has lost right now is the creative world where they put money to help your artist. It is that money that is no longer there anymore. And that means you would have less and less and less of Nigeria content on Netflix, which means a lot of you probably would end up canceling it. I don't even know if some of you watch it because I've seen a lot of you complaining that these Nigerian filmmakers is like they are already abusing this privilege on Netflix because of almost some substandard storyline, repetitive storylines. This is the consequences of a fraudulent election that brought in a criminal who is the oppressed idiot who is telling you today that you have been living a fake good life. And it is going to get worse. In the last 8-9 years of APC, they've lost the major generational businesses that have left Nigeria due to failed economic policies of APC. You have GSK, GlaxoSmithKline Nigeria, who left under Bokwari. You've got Equinox Nigeria, Sanofi Aventis Nigeria Limited, ShopRite Nigeria Limited, ShopRite Nigeria, who have left majority of your cities, right? You've got GSK Consumer Nigeria Limited. You have a Unilever, they've left. Procter & Gamble, they've left. Gorgeous Metal Makers, they've left. Errand Products have left. Mother's Pride Ventures Limited, Universal Rubber Company, Shores Foam Limited, Mufex Nigeria Limited, Nasco Fiber Product Limited, Union Trading Company. You have the Dele Food Nigeria Limited, Tower Aluminium Nigeria Limited, Framan Industry Limited, Stone Industries Limited. You have here is another set. Well, Sanofi Apprentice. You've got both Food and Jumia Food Nigeria, Microsoft Nigeria, Total Energy Nigeria, right? They divested. That's what they said. You've got a PZ Cousins left. Kimberly Clark Nigeria. They are Geol PLC. You've got now Netflix. There are many, like they've had over 100 major businesses that have left Nigeria under APC. They are like, I'm talking about, this is what created the total unemployment that you are witnessing in that contraption, which Steve Numbu came and said that you are all employed. Only 4.8% of you are unemployed. They are doctoring figures and they are telling you that it is not that bad. In fact, it has gotten so better for you under Steve Numbu, APC. So tonight, it is just to remind everyone that elections have consequences, and this is just the beginning. Everybody go collect, everybody, including those who believe that they are untouchable. It no go affect them. Everybody go collect. Just wait for your turn. Turn by turn, Nigeria Limited. Just yesterday, there was a news that broke, and it's a big scandal. According to the report, the Nigerian police IG, the same guy, Igbetokun, was fingered in a scandal of moving money, new notes printed by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Billions of Nigerian naira has been moved from the Central Bank of Nigeria through the FCT, Abuja's airport, to Lagos airport. They are moving money, printed money from the Central Bank. So in one of the cartels moving the money, the police assigned to them to guide the money. They stole 43 million naira from the recent move of 75 million naira. You see, I'm talking about, they are like, they'll print money. Some will take it and they will move it to the West. So it became a big thing that there is a cartel working with Kadobi, Isaleko Emefiole, right? The Central Bank governor and other people within that space in the Central Bank of Nigeria. They have been moving this money, running into billions of naira. So some of the policemen that they have been using to protect and guide the money through the airport down to the West, they now play the smart one. So when they got exposed, or when that became an issue, they just went on and said, well, they are working for the police IGs are where. So this morning, the same Igbetokun decided to send this PPRO to say, no, he's not involved. Though. The scandal is just some element of the police who have been doing this shady deal, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I don't want you to believe them, but I just want you to hear the defense of the police IG on top of this scandal. Yeah.
The Nigeria Police Force has noted with concern the recent allegations circulating in the media, suggesting that the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olukayode Adeolu Egbetokun, PAD, NPM, is shielding a cartel accused of smuggling suspicious new banknotes from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Nigeria Police Force categorically refutes these claims, condemning them as baseless and orchestrated attempts to tarnish the IGP's reputation and integrity of the force. The incident in question, which occurred at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport on August 26, 2023, has been thoroughly investigated. The officers involved, DSP Peter Ejike, a lawyer in charge of Zone 7 Legal Section, Inspector Ekende Edwin, Inspector Esther Okafo, and Sergeant Talabi Kayode, all attached to the Zone 7 headquarters, Abuja, were found culpable and sanctioned appropriately. These officers, led by Inspector Esther Okafo, on the instruction of DSP Peter Ejike, unlawfully arrested Andrew Eja, an employee of Fat Cargo Nigeria Limited, who was conveying the cash sum of 74,950,000 naira only on behalf of clients. Acting without authorization, they detained Mr. Eja at the Zone 7 headquarters Abuja and deliberately misrepresented the recovered amount as 31,790,000 naira only. The officers further demanded a percentage of the funds to suppress the case. Upon being contacted by the alleged owners of the money, the officers claimed that the sum they had recovered from the arrested suspect was 31,790,000 naira only, and requested a percentage of the money to jeopardize investigation and suppress the case. Outraged by their actions, the money owners petitioned the force headquarters, Abuja, and the matter was directed to the IGP monitoring unit for investigation. During the process, the cash sum of 31,790,000 naira was recovered from the officers, who claimed that it was the total money recovered from Andrew Eja during his arrest. After a tense investigation and a series of trials before duly constituted disciplinary panels, it was discovered that the officers took photographs of the suspect and the sacks of monies at the point of arrest, but claimed the phone they used was damaged and consequently lost, in an attempt to conceal their misconduct. However, forensic intelligence showed that this group of officers conspired and stole part of the money, amounting to 43,160,000 naira only, and tasked one of them to move the cash out of the Federal Capital Territory for hiding pending when the heat blows over. They thereafter resorted to several tricks and gimmicks in order to cover their tracks, one of which is the spread of this false narrative and misinformation to several online blogs and newspaper platforms. These officers have been suspended, being found culpable of serious misconduct, tampering with exhibits, abuse of office, corrupt practice, illegal duty, and acts unbecoming of a police officer. The movement of such an amount of money by the alleged cargo company could have been investigated and handled professionally by the police, but the officers were carried away by greed and therefore acted criminally and unprofessionally. It is pertinent to note that the circulating false narrative is a sponsored misinformation cultivated by mischief makers who seek to divert attention from the criminal acts of the police officers by attempting to join issues with the Inspector General of Police. The affected officers will be prosecuted upon conclusion of due legal and administrative procedures. We urge the public and the media to refrain from spreading this false narrative aimed at tainting the reputation of the Inspector General of Police. Such misinformation undermines public trust and detracts from the ongoing efforts of the current administration to reform the police force by eradicating unprofessional.
Nuisance leleyi. Nuisance leleyi.
Do you believe him? That's all I'm going to ask. Do you believe that story? The tale by the moonlight that Adejobi Muyiwa was reading now to you. We don't know how much money they have been smuggling out of the Central Bank of Nigeria. But you and I, let me ask you, how much is 75 million naira that you probably would be arrested for by the police attached to the airport, and then they will now take part of the money for themselves? Does the whole story make any sense to you? That is the contraption, and a lot going on in that place. You understand what is called state capture? That is exactly what you are experiencing. You are experiencing kakistocracy, where unscrupulous, worst, least qualified, and most unscrupulous elements or citizens are running the country. That is what you have in that contraption. As some are looting in dollars, others are looting in naira, and they are not looting in naira like that. So they are taking cash that you have no idea. Just yesterday, you saw the news of the EFCC confiscating 753 houses, duplexes, and apartments from the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiole. Now, Emefiole on record printed 27.5 trillion naira for Bokuwari, which nobody can actually say this is what they use the money for. Right now, and this was like in 8 years, by the way, under the Izaleko Emefiole Kadobi, they have already printed over 22 trillion naira in 18 months. 18 months, Tifnubu has printed over 22 trillion naira. So when Emefiole was printing money for Bokuwari, he was printing money for himself too. Because that's the only way you can explain how they managed to get 345 billion naira from the Central Bank of Nigeria with no traces, no record, nothing. But they were able to put it on the real estate, where they were planning to build 774 duplexes and then apartments in Abuja. That's the only explanation. Was that 75 million naira new notes, newly minted naira? Was that the only money that was traveling through the airport in Abuja that day? Or was it just the only one the police officers decided to corner for themselves? And why is the police IG hiding that information from the public since August? This is December. August 2024. That was 4 months ago. Until the scandal broke out just 2 days ago and yesterday. he never deemed it fit to tell the public about these officers. Maybe the names are even fake names. The people that raised the alarm, according to the report we got to, they were the guys who were moving the money, the cartel, who said that there is a cover-up here and there, and somehow, it's like Igbetokun is involved. They actually said he's involved, not it's like he's involved. The useless old geriatric, who is called Ape Babalola, is about to trigger something in that contraption. In case if you are not following, this man, this old criminal, has been one of the people who have been compromising the Nigerian judiciary. He is accused in a book that he's been using his criminal link to further compromise the judiciary and then occurring judgments in favor of those who have been able to pay his bill up to the Supreme Court level. This old criminal, Ape Babalola, is from Ekiti State, and I heard he's like a 95 years old man. Currently, is holding a human rights activist, Dele Farotimi. Now, he was accused of using his influence, okay, to control the corrupt, compromised judiciary in Nigeria. And guess what? He denied that. However, within the space of 48 hours, Ape Babalola has confirmed everything that Dele Farotimi said about him. At first, he said he's been defamed. So therefore, he commissioned the criminal police officers from Ekiti State to go and kidnap Dele Farotimi, a crime that is synonymous to Nigeria because they did kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, okay, to commit an international crime, which has put a bit of a stigma on that contraption called Nigeria. So somebody like Ape Babalola could use the same system to kidnap a citizen that he disagreed with, a citizen that sued him once, and he used the judiciary to crush the case from seeing the light of the day. So he's accused, he's exposed of his corruption and then the manipulation of the judiciary, and exact what he did yesterday. He kidnapped this guy, took him, smuggled him to Ekiti, put him before a judge in Ekiti, and then a defamation case that is bailable automatically turned to a criminal case where his bail was denied. Exact thing that Dele Farotimi said. Right now, although people believe that a lot of people have been reacting. They have been reacting that something must be done. Release him now. Release him now. Meanwhile, there is already a global mobilization. There could be a big shutdown. Dele Farotimi will not be in that prison until the 10th of December, as ruled by one useless judge that is pretty much obeying the order of this old man. There is going to be a showdown, which is already brewing. I can assure you of that. While guys were having a space on that, or talking on space about this development yesterday, this particular chat was captured among people who are reacting. Please listen.
Some of the worst subjugation, suppression, and depression, in Nigeria's history by leaders who have turned rogues and become relics of some sort, who are just bent over heel to ensure that they crush the spirit of Nigerians against all odds. And like she rightly said, the game is not about deformation of character. This is not the first time. If there is anybody in the history of our nation, dead or alive, who has insulted and spoken, evil, whether rightly or wrongly, against President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is his current spokesperson, who he has, ordered to work for him. And so we understand exactly what the stakes are. And my admonition is that we have to get ready, because even by holding this space tomorrow, you could hear that Dr. Mo has been picked. You have to be ready. And I remember when we marched on the street, you know, immediately after the 2023 general election, even though we're just a few hundreds of people every day for over 23 days. I said, if I am gone down, you have to move. Uncle Dele is taking today, we'll do everything. You know, people have come to the point that, yes, we'll not be able to come out. They better get ready to just kill each and every one of us, because in any case, this is not even life that we're living. And let history bear it, because it is the guts and blood and sweat of founding fathers. It's upon their fearlessness and their objectivity and decisiveness that countries like America, like Britain, like all the nations of the earth, like India, like Mahatma Gandhi, who refused to eat until he became a pack of bones, like Mandela, who spent not 23 months and days and weeks, but years in prison. If this regime has become such a tyrannical regime that wants to crush everybody, then we better die now, for the souls of people who will, upon the death, upon our blood, will rise up to build a nation where people can live freely and speak freely. If you check up Dele Farotimi's handle, what you see there is a victim of a nation that is not born. Nigeria has not been born yet. And that is why people die for their ethnic agendas. If you want people to die for Yoruba cause today, they will come out. If you want people to die for Igbo cause today, they will come out. If you want people to die for Fulani, for Hausa, for Tiv, for Idoma, for Birom cause, you will find people. But where are those who are ready to die for cause of Nigeria? Dele Farotimi is not a Yoruba man. He's a Nigerian. He dared every consequences against all odds. He speaks not for a man, but for a Nigeria that is not born. We're here today, connected by the blood of our shared unborn nation. And if you're listening, you better listen real good, because what connects us here is not tribe. What connects us here is not religion. And we have to reaffirm and re-educate and reorientate and keep releasing these words for each and every one of us to understand that we will continue to speak this truth and this power until it becomes evident in every living soul. And so if you're here today and you're a bigot listening to this, it is you we're speaking to, because we're here fighting for your soul. We're not here fighting for any tribe. We're not here fighting for any region. We're not here speaking for any religion. We're here talking about a Nigeria that has not been born, a Nigeria that has not had. We've had Buhari. Buhari was a northern president. Bola Ahmed Tinubu is a Yoruba president. We're not looking for an Igbo presidency. We're not looking for a tribal president. We're not looking for a police that is there for just the social elites and class of people who have money, so that when you are slapped today, you cannot go to a police station and find justice. We're not asking for a courtroom that is there that can be bought. That's not what we're asking for. We're not asking for old people who have lost their minds, like some of the laureates who can only fight, have money, so that when you are slapped today, you cannot go to a police station and find justice. We're not asking for a courtroom that is there that can be bought. That's not what we're asking for. We're not asking for old people who have lost their minds, like some of the laureates who can only fight for their tribe and for their ethnic leanings, who only understand their class. No, that's not what we're here for. We're fighting for a Nigeria that has not been born, represented, epitomized by Dele Farotimi. That's why we're here. And for that cause, we will speak. For that cause, we will march. For that cause, we will live. And if need be, we're ready to die. This is the Nigeria of our dream. This is the new Nigeria that Mr. Peter Obi keeps speaking about. This is the new Nigeria that we're talking about. This is why we're here. Beyond any rhetoric, we're not afraid. We cannot cower to bandits, political bandits, police bandits, bandits of tribal jingoism. This is not why we're here. And no, nobody should talk down on speaking on social media, because we're not just social media warriors. We're warriors all rounded. We will speak on the street as we will speak on social media, regardless of your location. Whether you're in America or you're in Abuja, whether you're in Zamfara or you're in Lagos. It doesn't matter if you're in Ekiti. We're connected by guts, by blood.
And for your information, the guy that is speaking in that audio is not a social media warrior. He's not ranting on Twitter. He has led marches. He was one of those that rejected the idea of just going to court when the Peter B got rigged last year. Himself and hundreds of others, which some of you keypad warriors were laughing at. There's something I told you a while back, which I am going to say it again. There are some of you that are the real reason why there will never be a united front in confronting our oppressors. Because to some of you, if something is going to be done, it has to be done your way, even though some of you will never move an inch to really do anything. You are keypad warriors who have all the ideas. If they are not marching to break up Nigeria, I'm not joining them. Or you are not leading a march that will break up Nigeria. You are comfortably in that your bedroom, and then you are there judging others who are actually like making efforts. We are captured people, and we are not captured by foreigners. We are captured by the people that speaks like us, that looks like us, that possibly live with us. They are your supposed neo-colonists in black skins. So many of you, when you see those who claim to be pro-Nigeria, which is not this Nigeria, they are wasting their time. So that divided house or divided front is not to anybody's advantage other than your oppressors. And that is why they can match their soldiers to go and shoot at the Biafran campaigners, the Yoruba nation campaigners, as well as those who rejected the current status quo called Nigeria. So the only solution you know is your own solution. The revolution now believes that Nigeria can only be rescued this way through revolution, their own type of revolution. Other people's whatever means is not applicable. And guess what? It only works in the interest of these rogues. So we are still looking for that common ground where a lot of you will know that except this current establishment is totally destroyed and dismantled, we are all not going anywhere. None of us is going anywhere. It is to their own advantage. So you can sit down there as usual and begin to judge them. But there are people who have actually really stood up, confronted, faced the same barrel of guns of this supposed pseudo Democrats, APC, Egbekegbe. They have been shot at, they have been arrested, they have been locked up without trial, they have been abused, they have been tortured, they have been traumatized, but many of them still never give up. Why some of you are seated there to judge them like you are doing right now? So that person talking there is not just talking on Twitter. He has led marches. The marches that millions of the rest of us possibly laughed at him or are laughed at them because they are not doing it our way. They should have done it in our own way. You know, they should have, they should have marched to break up Nigeria. They should have this, they should have that, they should have occupied this. But none of this, any of this idea is ever led by any of you. I just thought I should remind you. Let's finish what they are saying quickly.
By blood, by ruthlessness of an understanding that our nation is not yet born and that we've never had a Nigerian president yet. All we have had are regional fathers, regional presidents, bigots of governorship, of chairman, of ruthless people, lawless people. That's what we've had. We've not had Nigerian leaders are not born yet, but they are listening. We've not had Nigerians who have become leaders in Nigeria yet. Because when they speak, you will not hear their tribe. When they speak, you will not hear any class. You will not hear any tribe. And you will not hear any region. You will hear Nigeria. Just like America. You will hear the dreams that is enshrined in our flag. You will hear white. You will hear green. You will hear accountability. You will hear transparency. You will hear a questioning of the old order. You hear a challenge that is unquestionable. That is what you will hear. That is in Nigeria that we're talking about. And this is why we're here today. We're here because our nation is not born yet. Yes, we have the Igbo nation, we have Yoruba nation, we have Tiv nation, we have all our beautiful different ethnic nationalities, but a Nigeria has not been born yet. This is why they will carry Dele Farotimi. I don't know how many of you are listening to me. What is the date of today? It is not about defamation of character. It is not about Afe Babalola. No, these are all tools and symptoms. It is not about I'm going to withdraw. We will withdraw all our money, including from UBA. We will start it. We will crash it for anybody that will be used as a tool. But I need us to understand my rhetoric and my narrative. It is not about those who are used as tools. This is about regime control. It was Dele Farotimi that came out to declare that we will use the methodology of sit at home beginning from the 3rd of December. 3rd of December. What is the date of today? What is today's date? You think this is coincidence? You think this is coincidence? What is today? This was the day he declared for the sit at home. And because they knew that they have stopped us from protesting, they have stopped every kind of thing. Now we don't have elections anymore in Nigeria. From Kogi to Ondo State to Edo, there is no more election. To Imo State, there are no elections. There are no state elections. All you have right now is grab and run away, snatch and run away. They have even gone beyond grab, snatch and run away. Now what they do is they declare a sitting governor in Edo State was walked out of the INEC room, was told to get out. Get out. Even the IREV, they determine what is in the IREV. They condition what is in IREV. If you're listening to me, wake up and understand what is going on. No human being on the face of the earth, including Donald Trump, president in waiting of the United States of America, that has not been insulted, defamed, and abused. Go and look at Mr. Peter Obi's tweets right now. He said, I've been lied about every day and against. Defend every day by useless, lawless, infused, diffused, infected agent, paid agent, constantly every day, every living day. It is not about defamation of character. It is about today, the 3rd of December, whom Dele Farotimi declared that we will begin to test the sit-at-home methodology, which is one of the most ancient method, because when they beat you and kill you and ensure you cannot protest, when they ensure you cannot write, when they ensure you cannot speak, when they ensure you cannot do any other thing, there is one more ancient method that has worked. He worked with Martin Luther. He worked with what's the name of this guy in the father of modern India?
Mahatma Gandhi. The last time Dele Farotimi spoke on this same matter where it was presented as a presser on record 2 days ago, before they kidnapped him yesterday. His words.
It came to my knowledge that there is a charge that had been fraudulently preferred against me before a court in Ekiti State at the instance of Chief Afe Babalola. This charge had been fraudulently preferred, hidden from view, and the court had purportedly demanded my presence multiple times, and I had failed to appear before this court. And this court had then proceeded to issue a bench warrant for my arrest. This is classic Afe Babalola. I detailed his corruptive influence in my book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. And what he has done is exactly what he has always done in hiding. But he has done it this time again. And the calculations were that I would have been picked up, taken before this judge who must have either been compromised or misled in Ekiti. And I would have been remanded in prison custody for being somebody who was meant to face trial and who had refused to bring himself to court. I am reliably informed that social media influencers had been paid to spin these narratives after my arrest. Human rights activists have been positioned to start speaking after my arrest, including one Agbaya. High offices in this country have been compromised in pursuit of my person. High offices, from the Inspector General's office, because the police have been subverted. The Attorney General of the Federation needs to examine himself because his office has been somehow linked to this as well. I do not know if the presidency is directly involved in this, and I will not make frivolous charges. But high offices have been subverted in pursuit of a criminal purpose. I have committed no crime, done nothing wrong. If I have committed any wrong for which the state requires my attendance in a court or at a police station, they know exactly where I live. I will live only once, but I will not live cowering to any man. Let us be clear. If and when I have a charge to answer before a court, you all know where I live. I'm not hiding, and I'm not running away from anybody. Let us be very clear about that. I will never run away from Nigeria. We all have to pretend that we are in a democracy, and we have to pretend that we are citizens, and we have to pretend that we are a country ruled by law. And by all means, you will pretend that we are. I have done nothing. And if I have a charge that should be preferred against me, bring it on. I'm happy to come to court to have my day. If there is a crime, there must be justice, not only for the person who is aggrieved. There must be justice for the accused. And there must also be justice for the system. This is not how to build a rule-based system, where the system itself becomes so criminal that policemen were engaged in criminality.
Dele Farotimi, 2 days ago, few hours after that presser, indeed, as he predicted it, as he narrated it, it all happened in that sequence. These faceless police officers, nameless police officers, like, they barged into his office, stole the gadget of his staff, assaulted them, and then they abducted Dele Farotimi and drove him straight to Ekiti. And when they brought him before that same judge, as he said it, the judge today denied him bail and he sent him to prison.
Let him speak for himself.
Can you see now?
And immediately they sent him to prison. They paid social media influencers, APC, Ebekebe. They started batching him. How dare he insulted the Afe Babalola? Do you know that Afe Babalola is this and that? How dare you? You said he's compromised. And immediately they launched a campaign to get all the copies of the book written by Dele Farotimi off the shelf. They said they wanted every copy to be taken away from the circulation. Books that people are already ordering from all over the world. Now, everybody wants to read the content of that book now. Everyone wants to read. this old criminal, this Oloju, I don't even know how to describe this Olori Bruku man. This old criminal has been instrumental into the destruction of Nigeria judiciary to what it is today, the judiciary for the highest bidder. This old criminal, Afe Babalola, and it is all connected because they've always been looking for ways of getting Dele Farotimi. A defamation of character is now what they have locked somebody up. Now, people are asking, where did he make the money, the billions he used in building Afe Babalola University? Where did he see that 10 million pounds sterling that he gave to a college in London? Is it King's College in London? And from the report we are getting right now, even the King's College in London are receiving a monumental, messages and phone calls from all over the world that they should detach themselves from Afe Babalola, this Olori Bruku man. On Rise TV, they had a chat around it also. Today, it's trending.
Honoring the invitation of the Zone 2 Police Headquarters in Lagos some weeks ago, the spokesperson for the Ekiti State Police Command confirmed Farotimi's arrest to journalists on Tuesday, saying that he was arrested over a petition about alleged defamation and cyberbullying, but declined to name the complainant. We know that the activists had said that police officers from the Ekiti Command were acting on a petition allegedly filed by Afe Babalola, a senior advocate of Nigeria. Let's take some reactions. Inivehe, he had written on X saying that distance from Lagos to Ekiti State is more than 7 hours. There is no airport in Ekiti. That is the horrendous journey the police is embarking on because of alleged case of defamation of character. Dele Farotimi wrote about the rot in the Nigerian criminal justice system, and he's experiencing it again in real time. As a lawyer, it is one thing to know how deeply flawed Nigeria's justice system is. It is another thing entirely to personally suffer from that unjust system as a lawyer. I'll take Peter Obi's tweet. He wrote, I just learned of the arrest of Dele Farotimi, a respected human rights lawyer and advocate, over an alleged allegation of defamation. This action is a gross misuse of police powers and a grave assault on the principles of democracy and justice in Nigeria. I condemn this action in totality. It represents not only an attempt to intimidate opposing voices from questioning authority, it is also a worrying signal to every Nigerian who loves and values freedom of expression and dares to demand accountability and transparency. I'll take Atedo Peterside's tweet. He wrote, the people writing petitions against Dele Farotimi, along with their errand boys in the Nigerian police, have actually defamed themselves far more than Dele could ever have done. There is no hiding place for them. Dele Farotimi is a brilliant intellectual and a detribalized Nigerian who epitomizes the conscience of the nation. By their actions, they have confirmed that Dele is a great giant that they are afraid of. Well, Serap also wrote, breaking. The Tinubu administration must immediately release activist Dele Farotimi, who is reportedly arrested for alleged defamation. Nigerian authorities should not be using criminal defamation laws to turn critics into criminals and undermine freedom of expression. The first tweet I had was Omoyele Sowore, who actually posted a video of the CCTV footage of the actual arrest. This has been condemned by the, Nigerian Bar Association, by Afenifere. I mean, it really is a gross violation about these sort of arrests. We've seen it only recently. I believe it was this musician who was arrested for defamation. And we talked about the enabling laws. Speed Darlington and Burna Boy, Dr. Abati, the enabling laws that covers, the arrest for defamation of character.
Okay, Section 373 of the Criminal Code deals with defamation. What is defamation? When you expose another individual to ridicule, to hatred, or you lower the person's estimation integrity in the eyes of members of the public. So to that extent, in other words, we're saying that nobody has a right to defame or libel the other person. That's what the law says. The law, however, says that there is defense. If you are speaking out of public interest, if there is justification to say that you are saying the truth, in other words, it's not automatic that when you are accused of libel, you will be punished for it. Now, there's been some argument whether it's a criminal offense or it's a civil wrong. Well, in Nigerian laws, a civil wrong can also be a criminal offense, particularly if it leads to a breach of peace. In the Aviomo case, determined by Justice Ogunwomoji, which has been quoted in the last 2 days, what he says is that in Lagos State and Edo State, defamation is not considered a criminal offense. But where it can become a criminal offense is when it leads to breach of public peace and violence. But in this specific case, which the Mazia Famusigwe SAN, had to intervene, we were told that the policemen went to Dele Farotimi's law firm and disrupted the work of the lawyers, and that even one lawyer was rough-handled in the place. Now, the MBA president and MBA as a body has to stand up to ensure that people do not just keep going to people's law firms and harassing people all over the place. So Mazi Afamusigwe is to that extent right. And then the second thing is that we were told that Dele Farotimi was abducted. It was in a gangster-like, operation that he was picked up. So there are persons who have said he was not arrested, he was abducted. Because if they want to arrest him, he's a lawyer, they will have invited him. Even if he's a lawyer, he's not a lawyer, he will have been invited. And he said about a week ago, he was at the Zone 2 police headquarters, where he was presented with 2 different allegations, one by the chairman of United Bank for Africa, the other by Chief Afe Babalola, SAN. Now going to abduct him, coming from Ekiti Police Command to come and abduct somebody in Lagos. The question that the Nigerian police force will have to explain to us is whether that is standard police operating procedure. So it's the untidiness of it that is also part of the problem. The Lagos Police Command could have apprehended him if that needed to be done, and they could have handed over to the appropriate jurisdiction, not to go and abduct somebody from his office. And the Ekiti Police Command, they even had the courage to come and say that they came to Lagos to take him, and they were taking him to Ekiti Police Command.
7 hours journey.
It's a law enforcement. The police is a law enforcement body. They should not be seen to be lawless. Finally, whatever the matter is, I don't think Dele Farotimi will be afraid of them. He's a lawyer. He will get his own lawyers, and he will meet them in court. His rights must be respected. So that if you accuse a man of defamation does not mean that the man is a convict per se.
Yeah.
He has a line of defenses open to him. Truth, public policy, justification, and all of that. And absence of malice. Once he can prove that he's not speaking out of malice and that he's speaking in public interest, so nobody should think that because they are highly placed, they can intimidate anybody. And no lawyer is afraid of going to court.
No,
you cannot intimidate him.
Yes, I really liked Atedo Peter Side's tweet, though. I love the ending of his tweet where he said, by their actions, that's the people who arrested him, by their actions, they have confirmed that Dele is a great giant, that they are honoring the invitation.
Afraid of. So Nigeria is a lawless place, no doubt. And the person they are currently harassing, Dele Farotimi, is not afraid of them. And in fact, it is expected to trigger other things in that contraption. It is unraveling. Today, they've had their day. They've had him locked up and denied bail. Tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow is when a lot of people expect some other reactions. Dele Farotimi will not be in that detention till the 10th of December. That is something that we wait to see. Let's see how they're going to push this. Ape Babalola and his own co-travelers, they probably would not see what is actually coming for them in this whole imbroglio. So they can pay people, they can pay influencers on social media to continue to push the narrative that he defamed him, That you are accusing somebody of defamation doesn't mean that they defamed you, that you are going to win. And like Apati said, no lawyer should be afraid of going to court. Afe Babalola is not a lawyer. He is a criminal that has stayed on the ground for so long until Dele Farotimi decided to halt him. And halting him right now is acting exactly as Dele Farotimi portrayed him. So go and get that book. If you need to search for the book, please do. Okay? Go on to Amazon. They've started shutting down some platforms selling the book, I have been told. Go to the Amazon, where have you, and order yours. Nigeria is a lawless place. Two guys, they recorded, this is the story of the Nigerian customs and the supposed Nigerians and the smugglers. Two citizens recorded the action of Nigerian smugglers. And guess what happened? The smugglers grabbed them, hired the soldiers to beat them up. And they made a video of it in that lawless contraption. I want to warn the viewers. Viewers' discretion is advised on this clip you're about to watch right now. This happened because these guys recorded the activities of the Nigeria smugglers. And this happened.
You know, as I can see the video, you accept it. But this one, all their own case. No case. The time we say they ask you say you do video. Wetin affect them? I say, wetin affect them? You know this one. Go edit. You know this one. You know this one. No wetin I tell you. The way we say your man dey get, I say now you get am, but just talk straight truth. Make this video rush.
Stand up, idiot. Stand up. See, you better tell me the truth. See. Just like what I told you, say, even today we are brother, go tell say, me, I say, see, you go to get this way they do so. You go to get some, what is that agree? Show me, where I go South Africa? Today, now me help and go South Africa, I don't know. Ask him, go ask him. Go ask him. You go tell say me.
Nobody send me. Yes. Nobody send me. Nobody send me. Nobody send me. Nobody send me. Nobody send me.
Okay, now as work not going now, what you don't get now?
I'm not getting it. My work is there. My money is there. I think I'm about rice now. Now I tell you my account. When you see about rice.
Don't worry now.
Yeah, nobody send me. Yeah. Okay, nobody send. Yeah. Oh, Jimmy. Okay. Yeah. Why? Your God. You yourself. No, nobody send you now.
Buy she. Hey, you don't break this bamboo. You don't break them. Huh? Come here. Okay. Why do you send this man? She said this man arrest, have you?
My phone.
This man arrest.
Check my phone. See my phone. Now, fiber and the camera. You know sharp. I can't say
okay, no sharp.
The camera no sharp. The boy no sharp. That's why you said. No, the boy is sharp. The boy sharp. I've been waiting. I want to sharp. I don't know where I go talk again. That's as if they say they send me. If I don't tell you, say they send me.
When they tell me, you can't tell me say in camera no good. So and I must have the drive.
So enforce you.
He tell me say
he force you.
No. He tell me say make I do
on your own.
No, I don't do it. I don't do my head to do any video. When I want to use the video, it's why do you do the video? Now you send me. Okay.
Smugglers, contraband smugglers, people who smuggled drugs, who smuggled weapons into Nigeria. They hired soldiers to kidnap two civilians that recorded them. And they beat them silly. Make video of it. Post it on social media. It didn't end here. Somebody who saw that now called called the smuggler that, listen, don't involve soldiers in your stuff. Don't ever bring soldiers into this thing. We don't want to be part of this. And guess what he said? He said, if I had my way, I would kill them. I would have killed them. That I beat them up like that. It's even like I did them a favor. I would have killed them if I had my way. Listen to this phone conversation between this guy and the smuggler.
Hello?
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 Fine, sir.
Yeah.
Oga, I beg. You hear wetin pilots that they do like this?
What do the pilots do?
You hear say federal brother with worker. I don't know wetin conspire with them. Where they use soldiers, they brutalize them now. For local.
And I mean, they say, if I have my way, I'll kill them.
Oga?
I didn't hear like this, so if I have my way, I'll kill them.
Oga?
Oga,
I don't want something where we say he go come be like say soldiers don't enter this matter. If they get an issue with them, may they deal with them by themselves. May they don't involve soldiers. I know what's not they talk.
Yes, my friend, make it involve what thing?
May they not involve soldiers. Anything where they want to, may they do their test. May they not involve. Those people don't get issue with soldiers.
They don't get issue with soldiers.
Yes.
What they come with them soldiers?
They don't say no be that soldier position at some point. Hello?
Go see me.
Egmon?
I'm the same number Sakari. I mean, number Joseph Lolo.
Joseph. Zati mo ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ tí ẹ kọ́ níbi wọlé sí. Ó lọ sọ pé wọ́n gbé tóun bá rí ìwé àti pa wọn máa pa wọn. Òun máa pa wọn. Mo sọ pé kó máa jẹ́ tọ̀nà sójà wọn náà rọ̀ yìí o. Ó lóun gangan lòun wà ń bẹ̀. Mo ní kó máa jẹ́ tọ̀nà sójà kó má di pé ó ní ẹ̀wọ̀n fídíò àwọn sójà sòun. Kò sí wàhálà.
Sójà ẹ̀wọ̀n fídíò kí ló kàn pẹ̀lú sójà ẹ̀wọ̀n fídíò?
Ẹ má wọrí. Ọ̀gá kìíní ń pè mí sí, ọ̀gá Joseph ń pè mí sí, ẹjẹ́ ń gbé. Hello?
Hello, Jimmy.
Yeah, the Yorubas.
Okay, I don't call the operation officer, so they go there now.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't gonna reach
Zach did it like this. I don't call Zach.
Okay, in there, but
I don't call Zach.
Okay.
In they tell me say, he didn't get way to kill them. He go kill them. I don't want make soldiers smart. I can't enter this, you know. What is that? They make it come on handle. I need to meet CEO to tell her this, you know. Make it come on handle. I don't want this thing where they drag soldiers. So.
No problem.
I don't want something where they say I go start to drag soldiers. So.
No, Allah.
All right. No, Allah, bros. Something where they say I go start to drag soldiers. So.
No, Allah.
All right. No, Allah, bros. Something where they say I go start to drag soldiers. So.
He was actually calling one of the supposed leaders of the soldiers, I don't know, one of the officers. The officers hired by the smugglers to beat up the civilians, brutalize them. And he said if he had his way, he would have killed these two civilians. He would have shot and killed them. And he said that on a call. That is your Nigeria. Thanks to those ones who probably felt like they should respond, clearly. Last year, this story, I don't know if you remember this woman, Chike, my man. Thank you very much for that. Your super chats, that's quite generous of you, as always. Thank you. Dowen College. I don't know if you remember this story. Remember this woman?
I thank Nigerians and I appreciate the great love they have for us. The parents, the family of Ogenenyeru Sylvester Oromoni Jr. I so much appreciate them. God will continue as God used them, and God is still using them to fight for us. God will continue to fight for them. God will lift them higher and higher above the reach of all their enemies. In the mighty name of our Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Nigeria, I'm so happy, and I appreciate the deep love you have for us. The love that you people have for us, I appreciate all. But this battle that is on ground is of the Lord. Everlasting living God, the creator of heaven and earth, the I am that I am, the beginning and the end, the first and the last, the owner of the whole planet, the God that created the whole universe, we must surely avenge the death of my son, Sylvester Oromoni. Everlasting living God, we avenge the death of my son, Sylvester Oromoni Jr. For this, the whole world will know that there is God that fights for the oppressed. Jehovah God, arise! King of glory, arise! And let those that cut the life of my son short, cut their life short, O Lord. And those that are supporting them, O Lord, cut their life short. Let them feel the pains that I'm passing through.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. She's dead now. She died 2 days ago. And this was like after, like 8 or 9 months after the police investigators, the school. Now, the story is that a son who was beaten by his colleagues, he was fed with some sort of poisonous substance. He was beaten and beaten in the hostel, a private school, Dowen College. The school had to protect his classmate that did that to him, because they are children of rich people that had to be protected because their lives. The autopsy showed that the young boy died from the torture and beating by this his colleague in the school, a boy that was very, very healthy, going to school, returned home very sick. Then he told his mom what happened or what they did to him. His mom took it up. It became a big case, but the Wayne College buried it. They used all means to say the boy didn't die from any kind of abuse from his colleague, from his own classmates. And they absolved all those involved. The woman, according to reports, was having some health issues before this whole thing started, and that escalated. She died 2 days ago. And there was never any single justice for her. That is your Nigeria. Just for the sake of those who care to know why, Nigeria is a weapon fashioned against us. Nigeria is a country that is eating our own citizen, a system that continue to shorten our lifespan simply because we are so unlucky to have been saddled with horrible, horrible human beings. We are so unlucky to have come from a place where the value of human life is next to nothing. It is. And it is unfortunate. Anyway, going forward in this lawless contraption, a police officer woke up and told everybody that you can no longer use a tinted glass, because there is no law that banned that, by the way, but it is Nigeria, right? Where anyone and everyone is a law unto himself and expect everybody to obey. This is the police commissioner for Abuja, Dizu.
We are clamping down on all commercial vehicles and everybody tinting their vehicles. We need to see people in their vehicles. Tinted glass is contributing to a lot of lawlessness. A lot of the victims kidnapped that we have rescued have given us their words that the tinted glass made it impossible for people to know they were in distress. And a lot of them at the same time covered their number plates, or some deliberately did not put number plates on their vehicles. This is the one resident of the Federal Capital Territory that henceforth the police will enforce all laws on tinted glasses. Nobody have right to tint their vehicles. We will enforce the law on covering of number plates. Nobody have right to cover their number plates. We will enforce laws on people not affixing registration numbers on their vehicles, because all these are forms of criminalities that people take advantage of to rob innocent citizens of the federal.
Nuisance, Lele. Except if you are a politician. The politicians are the ones driving tinted cars. They are the ones covering their plate numbers. Except if you are a politician. The law is, nobody is above the law, except if you are a politician in that contraption. Then you can stylishly be above that law. A bit touch on the raging Tifnumbu's tax bill. Now, the Nigerian Senate has discontinued the debate and the conversation around the bill, even though it has already passed the second reading. Now, because of the controversy it has generated, they have now discontinued it. The House of Representatives says they won't even touch it. So what everyone is now trying to say is that they want to consult more now, whatever that means. And according to Taiwo Yedele, Tifnumbu's presidential committee chairman on this tax bill, he said he's so shocked, he's surprised that the people that, the states that are paying more into the cover of a VAT, Lagos State, River State, he expected them to be the ones to complain that some of their own contribution is being given to other places. But they are not, except, according to him, except the people that they are trying to help. So they are trying to help the poor states in Nigeria to get more money, according to him. But these poor states, including other Nigerian states, are the ones who are totally against it. He couldn't believe it. In his own words.
Federation, including Borno State, Nasarawa State, and the Northern State. Do you speak to all of them?
Yeah, that's another, very tricky one, because if you say you want to speak to finance commissioners, you go through their forum. You're unlikely to find any meeting, whether of the Governors Forum or NEC or Finance Commissioner, where everybody would attend. And I cannot recall, because I don't know all of them one-to-one, so I can't tell specifically whether the Finance Commissioner for Borno State was in attendance. But I would imagine, because we have more engagement with the Internal Revenue Service, at least four sessions, so he must have attended at least one of those sessions. So I would say yes. And even, by the way, on our committee, the committee that worked on these bills for over 1 year, we have 6 head of Internal Revenue Service from the 6 geopolitical zone that were members of the committee, including our discussions where we simulated what this was supposed to mean, along with the other proposals where people needed to build consensus. And for us, because of the data we're working with and the inequity we thought we were going to correct, we had not envisaged that this was going to be a pushback from the other states. We thought that the pushback was going to come from Lagos State mostly, and maybe a little bit from River State, because that's what the data we had was saying to us. It's almost like we ended up with the people we are fighting for are now fighting us. But that's why for us, otherwise would have insisted in speaking to maybe governors from states where they don't have a lot of derivation today, but we are trying to push their derivation up. VAT derivation, I think that word is just very sensitive, because people think about the oil and gas derivation where it's based on production. So if you're not producing crude oil, you don't get any part of that derivation. Whereas for VAT, every state consumes. So when you share anything based on derivation, everybody will share out of it. And in the Constitution, as we speak today, with respect to stamp duties, it actually says under Section 163 that, stamp duty should be shared 100% based on derivation. So what we are proposing is not strange to even our Constitution. When it comes to matters of tax generation, you must recognize where those things are being generated. Otherwise, we end up with a situation where one state will get a Supreme Court judgment, like we had for, I gave you 2 examples before. And then there's also the local government who will have no opportunity to discuss, negotiate, or agree on anything. It will happen, like today, and tomorrow VAT is gone. Everybody has to administer it and keep their revenue 100%.
Welcome to Nigeria, where everybody is lying to themselves. And then they will tell you they are doing it in your own interest, in my own interest. Bulaba took it to the next level. He just went to for the jugular by accusing the northern governors of the same gaslighting. Like, they have been the one to impoverish their people. They are telling lies to their people. Instead of them to tell their people that they are responsible for their poverty, blah, 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 blah. The usual way. Bulaba went a little bit, took it a bit notch up in the name of defending the bill. Listen.
Playing the policies for negotiation. They want to bargain. They want to have a bargaining stand with the president. On whatever issue, I don't know. But if it is strict application of this tax for the purpose of dealing with poor people of Nigeria, we make it clear we're disseminating this information in the languages from the north for people to know that this is not utter. I even saw a fake news circulating that the president recently signed a contract with Macron for the recolonization of the northern Nigeria.
Well,
it is that bad.
That's preposterous.
It is that bad.
Yeah.
So let the governors, I know that they are working together with the president, let the governors, and one good thing, to be fair to the tax team, this is one of those teams in recent history and memory of our democratic experience that have done wider consultation, more than any other subject. In the last 2 weeks, conversation around the tax reform have happened across platforms more than 200 times, just to communicate to the people. And this is open. You can see it. On this side, it favors Lagos. On this side, it favors Kano. On this side, it favors Bordeaux. On this side, there are the application of the tax law in terms of dealing with hunger, bringing good governance. It is the best that has ever happened.
But what about the collection process of the revenues and those tax revenues?
There are some taxes that benefit consumption. There are some taxes that benefit production.
Well, VAT is a consumption tax, isn't it?
Yes, but even within the precinct of VAT, the distribution formula is such that there are those that go for equity distribution, or those that go for population, and then those that are on derivation in the stricter senses. And what I told a friend of mine, come from the north, I said, if you are making the argument that this tax is introduced to afflict the north from the south, who, apart from MTN or one other company, is the highest paying tax man in Nigeria? Is a northerner. Where is his business? In Lagos. Why not in Kano or Maiduguri? Because Lagos climate.
It's about Dangote and
people like, because Lagos provide the climate for him to benefit. Most of these governors, their posh houses are in Lekki, in Banana Island, in the places where there is value on the asset or value on business. So let us discuss business and take away this issue of north versus south. It is one of those things that will not make for the progress of Nigeria. If you have a case to make, come with data, come with statistics. If you have an argument to make it on the basis of facts that can be verified. But the idea you carry some of us, who innocent northerners, who believe that this tax is good, and you're saying it afflicts us. No, I don't think that is a good argument to make. And I'm calling on all the stakeholders from the northern Nigeria to look at it from the point of view of construction rather than destruction. Look at those areas that affect. Negotiation is there. It's going into public hearing. There may be, in the course of this conversation, one tinkering here or there, but you cannot throw the baby with the bathwater. And if it is one that touches on the needs of the poor, this tax reform is for pro-poor and not anti-poor.
Well, certainly there have been a lot of people from the north who support the bill. I mean, we've had quite a few of them sitting where you're sitting who make the same sort of argument. But Do you think this problem can be solved by simply devolving revenue collection to the states?
What kind of solution? Because this tax system is one of the many reforms of this administration. There are many reforms. This is one of those. They call it fiscal reform or whatever. In terms of revenue collection, it's easy. It's the easiest thing to do. We already have a revenue collection institution that by this act coming into law will be redesigned. When the revenue is collected, it will be distributed according to what the law provides for it. So there will not be a problem in terms of distribution. And let me tell you something, Mr. Charles, and by extension the Nigerian people. Some of our governors who decry this issue of tax and say to afflict the North, you need to go to our respective states and see the taxes that are collected on people who do keke na pep, right? To the point where the people are living like a slave. If a man is riding keke na pep in a day, how much does he make in a day? And you subtract that from how much he pays as a tax in that state. At the end of the day, he goes home with little or nothing. Is that not part of the things that impoverish the North again? Why is it that it is this tax that impoverish the North, but the taxes we collect in our respective states without concomitant constructive effect in that? So let us, I think that 2027 is not here. Let us not spark the conversation for politicking of 2027. Let us focus on governance.
Remember, he's now being paid. Before, he was doing it for free. So now, Bulaba is being paid to lie to you. I, as a person, will be very skeptical to take whatever nonsense comes out of his mouth. I will never believe any word from his mouth, anything at all. There's no way he can sort of present it that will make somebody like me believe any nonsense coming out of his mouth. He is paid to lie to you. And guess what? They are already telling themselves that, like I said, the number of spokesperson for Tifnumbu is like it's not enough. Tifnumbu will need to employ more people now. Maybe this is going to be the time they would have to give Reno Mokri his own appointment. Add them to that of ex-convicts. Do you quick, be? They need more people to come and lie to you. Because like I said, these whole lies, no, they work. They told you that subsidy removal was because of the poor people. Today, majority of you have become poorer. Even those who could afford food before they removed the subsidy, they now said that though you are suffering now, but you are living a fake good life before. They removed the education subsidy. And then they told you they were giving you for a student loan. Didn't they? I won't believe any word that comes out of their mouth. Never. I won't. There's no way. See, no, I don't care how good it sounds. Oh, there is another clown. There is another clown which says that Tifnumbu, he said, this tax bill, they should translate it to Hausa so that Hausa people can understand it very well. Because Tifnumbu is a messiah, is a God sent. He is from Kogi. The way is from Kogi. I don't know which one is worse, Kogi or Ekiti. You know?
If I even go back there today, I'm not a stranger there.
So in all of this, what do you fear the most about the political future of President Tinubu?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not saying it because I'm on TV, I'm saying as it is down in my heart. I don't have any fears. By the time we get to 2026, they will see this country. How everybody will be praising the president.
You think the president is capable of performing and impressing the Nigerian people?
Absolutely.
You're so sure?
100% sure.
What gives you that confidence? Even the president, I'm not sure the president is so confident about himself as much as you are confident of him.
No, when you see... If you see somebody who knows where he's going, you will know now. Okay, now, if you look at this tax bill and see the structuring that is taking place there, it shows that this level of borrowing in Nigeria will reduce in the near future. We will not be borrowing money to finance our budget as much as we are doing now. And then we'll be able to finance the infrastructures There will be roads everywhere. Then this light that is up and down will be stable. So, you've seen Nigeria.
So you think that Tinubu is the Messiah Nigeria needs today?
Is the Messiah Nigeria needs now.
And it can fix Nigeria.
It can fix Nigeria.
What are those? I mean, those people who think in the last 1 year or more that this government, that the activities and the direction in which Tinubu is driving this nation doesn't look like what a lot of people thought. That in fact he's driving us in a different direction. And if we're going this way, Tinubu is going to lead us into a disaster. That's what a lot of people think.
So have you forgotten that at the twilight of the last administration, even for you to get 1,000 naira in your pocket, was it easy? Were you able to get it? It came to stand on minus. You know, in mathematics, when you say minus 1, 0 is bigger than minus 1. We're minus 1. Not even ground zero.
Under Buhari?
At the twilight of that administration.
Why in negative?
Yeah. Everything went down completely. And you are in the media. You know how much was printed from the CBN. How can the economy survive like that?
So you are confident.
Who will take you serious?
So you are confident. You thought that the nation was run aground under Buhari, and Tinubu is going to get the nation out of the quagmire. But only that it is not happening now.
Yeah, it's already happening. Things are getting better.
With exchange rate still 1,600 as of
this
today.
This exchange rate issue will be fixed with time. It
and
is better.
Food are still very expensive commodities.
It is better we go to reality than hiding. It can be done. If you can do it by fiat and say, okay, like Abacha did, and said, oh, official rate is 25 naira to $1, while the black market, that is autonomous market, is 18 naira. So you can do it even now. But is it sustainable? Where is the economics to sustain it?
All right. Honorable Leke Abejide is a member of the House of Representatives representing Yagba and some other local government areas of Kogi State in the House of Representatives and a member of the
Nuisance Lele.
Is the way somebody said the way they're supposed to be, cutting tickets in one motor park in Yagba, in Kogi, is a House of Representative member. He can do it. He can do it. He can do it. You see, at 2026, even this electricity that is, it will stop. You will see road everywhere. Yes, he can do it. Adjusting himself on that seat like, the same set of clowns that told you that Bokwari was saving Nigeria. If not for Bokwari, the PDP has looted Nigeria beyond any comeback. So if not for Bokwari, Nigeria would have blah, blah, blah. Now it is the Tifnumbu's turn. If we can lend ourselves to innovation, here is a successful again. A town hall is different from Bala Blue, Bulaba, Blue.
If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Here is a successful again. A town hall different from Bala Blue, Bulaba.
The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
Hey! This is not the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know. Since 1992 when I encountered you, I don't think this is the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know. That calls me his friend and I call him my friend, and calls me my son and I call him my father. This is not the Ahmed Bola Tinubu I know.
I said, if Ahmed Bola Tinubu fails, hold me responsible.
You say?
I say, if Tinubu fails, hold me responsible.
Thank you.
The job people are already angry that this is the worst government.
We have just started. We must learn a lesson.
This man!
You're gonna trust man, Adam, Ojo, your eyes will see what your mouth cannot talk.
Ah, man, you go hear them. Everybody go hear them. Anyway, after the long trip to France, to South Africa, Kolu left South Africa this afternoon and is back in Abuja this evening.
May you rest well. Thank you very much. Travel well. Thank you. I'll be going to Nigeria. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're going over there. So once again, super. Thank you. Have a good meeting. Thank you.
Call Jayori Jare Abi. And in another few days, they go find another place for him to go to. They are all visiting presidents to Nigeria from the days of Bukwari. So I don't know. You should be asking him, how long is he visiting you before it's going to go again? According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, they have responded to the complaints of the North that said that Tinubu is systematically removing them from Central Bank of Nigeria by replacing them with his own people from Yoruba land. The Central Bank of Nigeria said, no, we did not plan to sack 1,058 people. Rather, they are the ones who are leaving voluntarily. We just decided to package a sort of what do you call that thing again? Is that pension? No, not pension. Payoff. There is an ongoing what do you call it? Sack or forced retirement, whatever you want to call it, is to try to get out over 1,000 people from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The ones that want to move to Lagos for obvious reasons. Now they are asking them to retire. 53 billion naira has been reserved to pay them off. The Northern Nigeria said this is a target on them. The House of Representatives said the central bank must stop that move until further notice. The central bank was like, stop which move? What are you talking about? We are not sacking people. We are not retiring people. They are just living on their own. We're just giving them a severance package. And the process is almost concluded. As we are talking about it, they've already sacked the 1,053 people. They are processing their money. All these ones we are hearing in the news is just like an afterthought because we didn't force them to leave. They choose to leave. That's the defense of the Central Bank of Nigeria. It's funny, but that's it. I do have a few more to share with you, but my time is so up. And I want to take calls. I want people to react to the conversation tonight. I do not want to leave you or leave you hanging. I'll keep the rest for later, including this guy who was reported to have been issued a deadline to leave the UK. Yeah, your Instagram pastor. He came out this afternoon to say, I am still here. Yoruba says, that is, if they send me away from somewhere, I will go somewhere else. I have been targeted for so long. They have been trying to bring me down. All these stories that you are hearing, they are not true. At least I'm still here. Maybe we should wrap it up on that.
Hi, good evening. Let me post this. I've read a lot today, and I'm doing this because of our fans, our friends, people who are worried. I'm right here at home, no cause for alarm, and naturally I'll dismiss things that has to do with retrogression. Every Nigerian should be proud of me. Being in the UK, a city that is well known for pulling people down. I've survived all sorts. So the matter that they are propagating now is the smallest of matter. In Yoruba, they say, "Toba le ni biko biko le ondari si abilusi." What I'm trying to say is, no panic. I love London City. It's my city, and nobody can do anything. Of all the people of color you know here, pastors and leaders, have survived everything. Now, let me talk about fraud case. They keep saying this. This is an advanced country. I'm speaking here openly. Yeah. After all these years, have you ever heard someone goes to the parliament and make all sort of complaints? Someone from another race and another color. Nothing came out of it. So those who hate already. What you want to hear is not what you heard today. What you want to hear is they've arrested him for money, this, money, that. Not one criminal case, not one money case. You should all be proud of me and of the nation family. So I'm here, I'm at home. Nobody should panic for me. I succeeded well in this country despite all challenges. And I'm in the league of the people you look up to, people that they'll pick out to persecute. I've survived that well. We're surviving well. Nothing has changed. Nothing will change. I assure all our followers and friends that there will be no embarrassment for you other than noise, which we've survived for many years. I am here. I'm PT, #1 in London City, and nothing is going to bring us down. I love you all. That's all I've got to say for now. Thank you.
The performing governor, Oga wey no dey fail, Mr. Project. Oga Tokona do Oga. My Oga no dey fail. Oga wey no dey tire for work. God bless you, sir. God bless you, sir. Edo is now a new Edo. The performing governor.
Did you say my audio? Did somebody say audio? What happened to my audio? Nah. Well, that's strange. Tell me, can you hear me before I continue? Can you? Oh, it's on. Okay. Yeah. Now, what happened is this. I am going to actually go on a short break. Okay. And then when I come back, right, I will take calls. And yeah, we have the floor to react to all we have said so far. And listen, if you have to go as well, you just need to like the broadcast, like it, share it, and yeah. And to everyone else who has something to say, the number to call is right there on the screen. And I will be back myself in a minute or two. And thank you very much, everyone who is still here tonight. So again, if you have something to say, the right number to call in is right there on the screen. It is WhatsApp call only. Remember that. I have my first caller.
Yes, sir.
Hello there.
Kings from LA, Maiyegun.
Kings and Kingsley, how you doing tonight, sir?
God is great. Maiyegun, you're digging deep, man.
Thank you.
Oga. You know what they say? My shame, they catch shame. For Afe Babalola, shame, they catch shame.
You know, they say your shame, they shame me. Like,
but
they say you know if you shame the shameless.
You see, when they paint Obasanjo as somebody that is not corrupt, Obasanjo is one of the most corrupt leaders, if not number one, in Nigeria.
Is the founder, is the foundation for all corruption. This person. See, you get one story, right? He helped Obasanjo to sort of incorporate a company. Way back that time, Obasanjo paid him 250 million. How much did they take register company? This man.
No, be only No, be only that one. Even registration, even when MTN came in, Airtel, Econet, when they all came in, it was after Babalola that syndicated the whole agreement.
You get?
He was Obasanjo's personal lawyer.
I tell you.
Every AG under Obasanjo was taking. That was the first problem Obasanjo had with late Bola Ige. That was the first problem Bola Ige had with Obasanjo. He told him, "I'm not going to take brief from Alpha Babalola. I am the Attorney General." After some time, you see the drama in Nigeria. The drama, I know you know this one. You know I said it before. Netflix, I most unfortunately say they don't leave Nigeria, but they fit hang their camera for satellite. They pick every event. It's still the work. Honestly, but this one where they pick this human rights activists, you go choke them for neck, for truth.
It don't
you
happen
go choke
already.
them.
The momentum is already building. I tell you.
You go choke, no be small choke. My brother, keep doing what you're doing. There are a lot. Like if I keep talking, there are a lot of people can come in, but it's most
It's really good to hear from you. So to say, man. Thank you so much for calling.
It's most unfortunate. Keep doing what you're doing. God bless you.
Stay safe, Baba.
Go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. You have a good one, okay? That's classic. Here is another brother. Here is a brother from another mother, another one named All Hail Biafra. All Hail Odudu. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, Maiyegun. All hell Biafra, all hell Odudu. Oh man,
Thank you so much for calling in. How are you?
Yes, man. Man, I'm doing great. It's just been busy end of the month. You know what I mean, of the year, so to speak. So
it's Christmas time as well, so everybody's gonna really be occupied. I can imagine.
Yes. But no matter all that, we still have an issue at hand. This whole contraption, And your show was excellent today. I mean, I don't know how you do this to be able to come up and formulate the structure. It's just amazing how you just structure everything.
Thank you, man.
And yeah, I really appreciate it. I mean, straight to the point, and everyone can articulate and just comprehend what you're saying. There's a serious issue that we have there. They are going to come after everyone that speaks the truth, everyone that tells it how it is. They're going to try to lock everybody up. And the sad part is everyone is just standing there and just allowing these people, just like enabling them. No one is saying anything. No one is doing anything. And just enabling them. Now they could just pick off anyone that they want to pick off, And this is sad and crazy. I mean, you look at all the list of companies you mentioned earlier that just left that place.
Those are the few that you can count with your fingers and your toes, right? The number of companies that have left Nigeria, they are like in quantum, man. Millions of jobs have been lost, direct and indirect. But these guys they are doctoring the data, telling another story that no, things are actually getting better. That's what propaganda does.
Yeah, but the thing is, the propaganda can only go as far. But after a while, the narrative starts falling apart. And we're getting closer and closer. I mean, the video speaks the truth and they all attack him. Was he lying? No. Is anything that the guy said was a lie? None of them was a lie. This is like straight reality of what's happening on ground. If you paid attention, do not even risk your investment in Nigeria. I can tell you I'm a prime example of that. I try to get into the oil business. I sent some trucks in. Till today, I don't know what happened to my trucks.
Oh dear.
So, so this is like one of the things, that helped push me towards like, no, we got to break this place up. Because there's so much you can't do anything. There's nothing you can do in order to make things better. Either rather than being a criminal, stealing, robbing, doing, like being a crook. That's the only thing that you could be successful there. But anything else, forget about it. But thank you so much. I don't want to hold.
You'll be used as a sacrificial lamb when you try to be so legit Ask those who have become their victims. They will tell you.
Yes, Maiyegun, we used to ship cars, and we shipped so many cars. They're looking at business about to thrive. The people that we were dealing with, this is also, employment for them. Little did we know that these people were actually conspiring. Certain cars got there. Oh, custom seized it. Custom never seized it. These people took this the car, sold it on their own, split the money. Now they no longer have a job.
Yep.
You see, like shows, everyone has become a criminal there. It's like, where do you start? The only solution is break it up. Free Mazin Namdekano, or hell Biafra, or hell Odurua.
Thank you so
Peace.
much, man. That's it. There's no other way around it. For those who cares to listen, right? It is not coming from the place of animosity. For a lot of us who have seen it all, to some extent, we believe that you can give it a try if you think there is still a remedy for this contraption, but it won't take long before you will tell yourself the truth. There is no way out for this place. The damages is so deep, and the state capture that you are currently experiencing, oh man, except these guys are stopped, they will never stop. Chike, my brother.
MaiyegunsDiary Politico.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. How are you, sir?
I am very well too. Thanks so much for asking. Here we are.
Nice. Yes, sir. It's I've meant to call all this while, to be honest. It's been a very busy year for me.
Oh, bless you.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I just got back from Madrid last night, and I'm still jet lagged. But
that's like how many hours flight to Canada? How many hours that?
So from Edmonton to Amsterdam is about 9 hours, and then from Amsterdam to Spain is another 2 hours. So let's say 11 hours in
11
total.
hours combined. Oh, bless you.
That's just being in the aircraft, But I got back and I started hearing about this Dele Farotimi issue. And it really touched me because, I had to call in. That man is, there are some people you don't touch in Nigeria. And I believe he's one of those kind of people, because he's been by himself. He has his own show, just like you, talking his mind. He has his fans.
That's right.
Telling the truth. He's been telling the truth for so many years.
That's right.
He has a book, regardless of which party you lean in. He has a book called "Do Not Die in Their War."
That's right.
I have never read that book, but the title says it all.
Do not die in their war. You're right.
In their war, right? In Igbo culture, there's a place for people like him. They call them Ndi Na-ekwu Eziokwu. So people who tell the truth. Right?
Right.
So when you're classified as such a person, Igbos don't care how wealthy you are, how poor you are, how educated you are. If you're deemed as someone who tells the truth in society, you will always be held in the highest esteem.
That's right.
And Dele Farotimi is one of those kind of people.
He's one of the destabilized Nigerians I have seen. And he doesn't hold back in his beliefs.
He doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't care who you are. Honestly, I was even surprised he supported P2B. I was surprised because, I always saw him prior to P2B running. I always saw him as someone who had no political leaning, and he will tell you he was not even a member of the Labour Party.
Yep.
But he just believed in the idea of P2B and decided to throw his hat in. You know what I mean? So I feel like they've tried to shut him up.
For a long time.
Or maybe
if you listen to Dele Farotimi, right? Sometimes I actually feel worried for him, even though he will tell you not to. He will tell you that we are not victims waiting to happen. We are not citizens. We are not treated as one. But let's pretend that we are citizens. Let's pretend that we have a country. Let's pretend that you have a democracy. So that you can actually argue in that terrain and be like, why is it like this or why is it not like that? So, I mean, I fear for his life many times, but he's not really afraid of it. So to say, he's not. It's
not.
obvious.
He's not. He's not. In fact, I think the other day, I don't know, I was watching one of his shows, and he was talking about how he collapsed and died. Or sorry, how he collapsed and fainted. I think on his 50th birthday. And that's the only thing that really worries me about him. Like, okay, I hope he's in great health. You know, but if it's roaring back at those people, if it's fighting back, he's going to do it. And that is why they have gone and brought in a legal luminary, in quotation, Afe Babalola, to try and get him. And Maiyegun, it is a big mistake. And I believe it's a stain on Babalola's legacy or lack thereof. Right? It's going to go down as one of the biggest mistakes he has ever made. Again, Maiyegun,
Farotimi said he's been doing it behind the scene. This is the first time he's actually going to do it in public. And look at the reaction. A lot of people are now going
look at the reaction.
I mean, a lot of people are going to unravel him. And a lot of things that has been assigned or whatever, you know, to his name, a lot of people are going to demystify all of that. People like myself are demystifying some of those now.
Right.
I'm considering that we have been lied to a lot about these guys. That if we begin to look into them, we will realize how much they contributed to the destruction of that place. And somebody like me, I'm not alone. There are many like me now discovering this and that.
You know
what the heck?
You know what, Maiyegun, you actually opened my eyes today, because I remember a few months ago, or was it last year, they said he donated about 15 million pounds or so to Oxford or something like that.
In London. I was like,
right.
How could somebody from Ekiti use that money a lot? They gave it to you because they always love to buy the validation from this part of the world.
Right. That's what it is. Buy legacies for their grandchildren, so that, you know, those if their grandchildren, I can bet you his grandchildren will never go to his university. They'll go to, you know, Oxford or wherever he donated that money.
Oxford, Harvard, all those places.
You know. Yeah, but let's see. Things are unfolding. You know, this Farotimi is a different kind of person. I believe Nigerians are going to rally behind him. But let me say, Maiyegun, I tried watching you from Spain briefly, and I had a very different appreciation of the work you do with the time zone. Many of us here in North America actually take you for granted, right? And I don't say it flippantly. I mean, it's what time? It's about 3:22, and I'm watching. But when I was watching from there, I was like, wow, it's really late at night for you. So thank you for the work you do. Like that day when I tried, I think you said you're not going to take calls. I was like, yeah, don't take no calls. Go rest. You know, you really do a great job, and continue to tell us the truth. We really appreciate you, bro.
Thank you so much.
Really.
Okay. Thank you so much for all the support as well. I am not taking that lightly too, not for granted. Okay. And you get some rest yourself. Okay. Stretch the legs.
Thank you.
You know.
Yes.
Enjoy the return. All right, Baba. I'll see you later.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Take care, bro.
Yes,
all right. Bye-bye.
That's Chike, my brother from Canada. And I do have Ahmed on the line tonight as well. Inaoni,
nagajiya Maiyegun.
Lafia Kalau, alhamdulillah. Yaya Mata, Yaya Gida.
Lafia Kalau, ya gida ya jin dadi.
Lafia Kalau, good. It's been a very much like a heated last 2 days when Dele Farotimi got kidnapped. But there's been so much shared. And here you are, Baba.
I mean, I've listened a lot about what he talks about, and I mean, he's a great man, and hopefully, the people will rally around him, and they will do what they are supposed to do. Because there is one thing about these criminals in Nigeria: once they see that everybody is standing up, they see the pressure, they just lay low. This one no be person with feet touch you. You understand? I don't really have much, but I think I try to coin out a name for that. Afe Babanla Oli. You know, go call him Babalola. Afe Babanla Oli. Babanla Oli. I say make I contribute that one.
Now, if all of us really want to be honest with his role, of his role in how Nigeria got to where Nigeria is today, is pretty much like a Banla Ole, for real.
You know these things, like you have tried to always try to give these criminals names. And I think I've learned one thing from that. Each time you call these criminals, I just find a name that goes straight with them. And I'll try coin out a name for them too.
Yes. And you will never let anybody gaslight you to respect criminals. No matter how old they are.
We'll never respect them. No. So anyone we won't die now, I think this is the time for you to go and die, because we'll call them out. We give them names. If you are not comfortable with that names, then go and die. We'll not even tell you to just go and die. All these people that support that's just what I have to say. I don't have much, Maiyegun. I don't have much to contribute.
It's really good to hear from you too, okay? You have a good day. All right? Thank you so much. But here is another caller, and this is my own one name. Osita.
One name, the number, one name, the author.
One name. How are you, Baba?
We got digide. You will always live for us. That is the meaning. We got digide.
He say, I thank you so much for all the support as well. Osita.
Yeah. This afternoon I wondered, is it this morning rather in American
the
time?
Brunch time, right?
The brunch time. So I wanted to call, but I joined the party solo.
I know.
Even right now, I joined the party solo, but I wanted to say something about.
It's never too late for you to actually have
our dear brother Dele Farotimi. Anyway, there's a trend that is going on right there in that contraption right now. If you're against them, they try to arrest you, bring you into their corridor and start negotiating with you. Start negotiating with you so that maybe you could be on their own side, because it is better for the criminal minds. It's better that you bring your enemy close to you, keep him in your own camp, than letting him sit down outside there. So all these things that they did to this man, because they themselves, they know they don't have a case against him. So what would they do? They have to bring him in, threatening him, then start negotiating with him. If he falls, he becomes one of them. So that is the trend that you will see that will start going on in Nigeria soon. Everybody they know that is an activist will be arrested. The new word is defaming.
Intimidated, threatened, and then given an offer.
Given an offer. That is what you are going to see that is going to play out. And secondly, you know that Dele Farotimi is somebody who talks more about the ongoings in Lagos State. This thing that you are saying is connected to his son, Sheyi, trying to be the governor of Lagos State. This particular thing you're looking at. So that is where we are. We will see intimidation, but it is only when we resist that intimidation. Even some of us abroad, they watch your program.
I know.
They are trying to know who is commenting, who are the people contributing,
who are the regular callers.
They are trying to find out. The reason I'm saying it is because of they are there. They are there. They are watching your program right now. All of them, they are there. So you will see a lot of people will come back from Christmas this year. They will tell you they were being stopped at the airport. They were being questioned about one thing or the other. But we are ready for them. There's no problem. I tell people. So I tell people that is the reason.
As we speak.
Yeah.
Then,
so that is exactly that is exactly what is going on. There's nothing big than what is going on right now, because all this case, it is something they tested with Burna Boy and the other guy with Akpi.
Yeah.
Whereby even if somebody defame you, all you need to do is to go to court, serve him a court warrant so that he can appear to court, so that he appear in court, so that he can defend himself.
That's it.
So that is, yes, that is one part.
You can't
The
say
other
because
part I wanted to talk about.
somebody says something you probably feels like is defamation. It doesn't mean that you are right.
It doesn't mean you're right.
Just go to court and let the court prove it that, you know, but they won't. That's why they will use the police first. And then the corrupt judiciary will help them. So they work hand in hand and they will lock you up for days. Do you know Akwe is still in detention right now? Police detention.
Yeah.
They didn't even take him to court.
They didn't even take him to court.
For the second time, by the same Bonner
For the
boy.
second time. Yeah, by the same Bonner boy. So it's crazy. That is the same thing when, look, when your judiciary is broken, that means the country is broken.
It's gone.
It's gone. Just the same thing. I'm not a fan of Emefiele. You know the way I attack him especially when he said, "Oh, you wanted to become president." I said, "So what? What?" But the truth is that buildings are coming out now, estates are coming out, and they are saying he's Emefiele.
Like
why didn't you allow him? Why didn't you allow him come to court? Then let him defend himself. We will know the ones that he owns, and he will tell us other people who were with him doing all this evil.
But they won't let him
bring
do
him
that.
to court.
No.
They won't let him do that. Then the
They had
next
to
thing
do
you
the
see,
media trial, like we are
yes, the
witnessing.
media trial. That was the same thing they did with Desiani. They said he bought $1.5 million bra.
Remember,
it
that golden bra.
Bra. It was still their EFCC chairman that came out and told the whole world, no, that there was not such a thing. Bauer said it, that there was no such a thing. So this is my own take here, is that the country is gone. Why don't we just do this thing without shedding any blood? Let everybody go their own separate ways. All these things that they were talking about, the tax bill. This tax bill, you will find a lot of frustrations that will come into it. Because of the people of Niger Delta, for example, they are supporting the bill, but they are telling you that this is the way it ought to be done. Because you cannot do that thing partially. If you want to do it, you have to do it wholesomely, whereby those things will work. They are now telling you, you cannot take oil from Niger Delta because of the company. Shell has their corporate headquarters in Lagos. Then they will have to go and pay their taxes in Lagos. This is corporate tax. So you have to pay that tax in Bayelsa, for example.
Yes.
So if you want to do it rightly, without any shady
The first thing first is that Dangote, for example, should relocate some of his companies to Edo State, where he's getting limestone, to Ogun State, to Kogi State, and pay the taxes based on the amount of limestone he's taken from those places, right? Then he should, the oil companies, all of them should relocate back to Port Harcourt, relocate back to Bayelsa, all these places where they are taking crude oil and gas, so that they can stay there. But no, they won't do that. They said they will collect it and share the money back to them.
So this is the problem that we are facing in that contraption. It is not working. Either we like it or not, and it will never work. No matter how you try to adjust it, it will never work. No. Break it. That is the only time it will work. Thank you very much, my brother.
God bless you. Osita, good to hear from you, Baba. Listen, if you are still here, remember, okay, we only have just about 25 minutes to go. It's a reminder. Do me that big, massive favor. Like the broadcast, okay, and share it, and possibly maybe subscribe to my channel if you haven't. But if you have actually liked the broadcast already, you don't have to do it again. One or once is enough. Just once. And that's you. And most of the time that a lot of you actually like the broadcast, because I have actually realized something. Majority of my viewers now watches MaiyegunsDiary Politico on their screen, on their TV. And then it seems as if to say it's impossible to like MaiyegunsDiary Politico on TV. But that's not true. I wish I can show you this, right? This is my own screen. If you look at, okay, hang on. Let me see if I can hide here. You see, that's my screen. And if you press the remote control, your remote, the upper button, like that, you can move the, what do you call the cursor to like. See that? Can you see that? And then like. See? You don't really. It doesn't really have to be. Doesn't really have to be on your phones only. Okay. Thank you so much. I have another caller. I bet this is Adeola. Thank you.
About Samuel.
Adeola. How are you today?
I'm fine. I'm very all right. I thank God. You know, I think I don't even know where to start today, but I'll do it. I'll try and do a very quick one.
Wherever you start is okay by me. Please.
I would try and do a quick one. You know, I will start with France very quickly. France is like I'll quote a scripture which says confidence in an unstable person in time of trouble, or confidence in someone that is unfaithful in time of trouble is like a bad tooth or a foot out of joint. So, you know, so who's that person that you're having confidence in? Kolu, you know, at this point in time. France is in deep waters. There was an article that I read 4 weeks ago about, you know, about the Sahel states, you know,
yes.
Burkina Faso, Niger, and the other one. So in that article, they coined them as the coup belts. They referred them as coup belts, derogatory terms, you know. And in that
by a Westerner, possibly.
Yes, you know, the Financial Times, I subscribe to it and I read it on a regular. But at that point in time, I was slightly incensed by the way they reported the news. But the real value of that particular article was that those Sahel states have asked for renegotiation of contracts of all those mining licenses they were given before. So a lot of companies that could not renegotiate on the terms of this new government, if you check their trading status on London Stock Exchange, they have been suspended because trading on those companies has been suspended. Those companies are in deep waters, Baba. So it now takes us back to the agreement, the MOU that Kolo has signed with these guys. Are we going to see a revitalization of those companies that have gone under? Now sinking their claws into the Nigerian mining system? Is this what we're going to see? Is that the lifeline for all those companies? Those companies, I know the companies. So obviously we are watching clearly what will happen if those companies would have some form of breath of life afterwards. Because we have to be very clear that this, you know, and that takes us to my second conversation today regarding all these, I'll call them soldiers of Pharaoh's army. You might call them Afe Babalala, you might call them Tolumelumi. Those people, for me, I see them as soldiers in Pharaoh's army. It's a country whereby you have weapons. See, let us be clear. Let us be very clear that, you know, there's some base assumptions in every argument that it is a system whereby you can weaponize the police if you have the highest dollar in your pockets. So let us be very clear that justice is immaterial, Baba. So if you have the money, if you think you have the money, you can weaponize the police.
Which is what we're witnessing right now.
That's what we're witnessing right now. Whereby you weaponize the police, and who are the police? They are soldiers in Pharaoh's army. And you know how this will end, Maiyegun. See, when you start saying things like this, these are the markers. These are the markers of the end. See, this is the devil throwing out the kitchen sinker. This is their last attack. You know, see, you know you are doing the wrong thing. You know you are on the wrong part of life, but you are picking on people that are truth tellers. And truth tellers, they are immune to your rubbish. You can get rid of the man, but the truth still subsists. You can't change that. So them trying to hijack Dele and, you know, Uncle Dele Farotimi and, you know, and to shut him up is, you know, a lot of Nigerians don't even know Uncle Dele Farotimi en masse. Why? But this news has given him limelight. People go and check his videos, people go and subscribe, then people start hearing the news.
You cannot buying his book as we speak, like in droves.
In droves. So people, you see, and that is the markers of
people want to know what really jolted this 95-year-old man. that he used the Gestapo style to kidnap a fellow lawyer. And
those guys are
drag him to Ekiti. What did they write in that
those
book
guys,
that they don't want anybody to see?
If you look at how those people, if you look at how after the battle those people made money. They made money with different governments. They are in bed with different Nigerian governments.
They are the ones who are the buccaneers of the judiciary. They are the ones who get you the deal. You can pay the price, including if you want to run Nigeria and you need the judiciary cover up, they can get it for you. Just pay them the millions of dollars.
Because he's a son. So I would say that people like Father Balala they were the people that enjoyed the richer pickings in different administrations. So when it comes to richer pickings and people getting contracts to do X and Y, blah, 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 the people that enjoyed richer pickings with different administrations. And when you have enjoyed richer pickings, these are the markers you lay down when someone tries to block anything or to block your legacy or to unveil exactly what your legacy was all about. So for me, it's not really about trying to get Dele Farotimi per se. I think he's looking about his legacy. About, okay, how can I make sure I leave my legacy intact?
And that is something that the legacy that is like a bubble.
Yes.
Dele Farotimi's expose has put a bubble to bust it.
And it's the same thing with Elumelu, definition of character, because that legacy is all he has. And if someone is opening the book for you and is saying to you, this is who you are, and you are, and you cannot defend yourself in court against a libelous case, and you are weaponizing the police against him. It's just like what fella sang, power show. This is power show. You are telling us you are bigger. See, Michael, when you start facing, when evil men start facing irritation from common men, this kind of irritation, know that the end is near. I'm interested to see what those 2,000 defunct mines are all about, because I try to scuttle around to see if I will see anything under the MOU or to see what kind of preliminary agreement that they have, because we have to research this. 1/3 of the uranium that powers France comes from those Sahel states. Maiyegun. 1/3 of the electricity from uranium comes from France. So it comes from those 3 Sahel states, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. And they refer them as coup belts because they said, you know what? You have to renegotiate the contracts. No more stupid. You buying our uranium,
buying our resources at given prices, destroying our environment, impoverishing our people.
Dollar on the ounce. That was what they were buying those uranium from. Dollar on the ounce. They were paying next to nothing, and they were selling those precious metals on London Mercantile Exchange for prevailing market prices. Maiyegun. So we need to understand what that deal is about. We need to understand which companies are negotiating those deals, who are the people involved in it, what are the terms, what are the conditions, what are the legal implications, and more importantly, those 2,000 mines that they've put down that they want to revitalize. We want to see it. We want to see, how they want to go. Before you know it,
the reason why they won't put out the details is that the more they try that, the more questions we are going to ask. Like the one you just faced right now, all these dead French companies that have been living off the people of these Sahel states are now going bankrupt, right?
They are going bankrupt because their shares have been suspended. Their shares on London Exchange have ceased to trade. They are next to toilet paper prices.
They are going to become the Ohando in Nigeria that was making 70 billion naira, and today they are in trillions after people claim to have removed subsidy. And within a year, Ohando jumped, and their profit jumped as well. But they won't pay a dime to their shareholders. That's another thing, anyway.
Baba, may I leave tonight? I wanted to attack those two areas.
Adeola.
Baba, God bless you, sir.
And you too. You stay safe, man. Bye. Okay, you have a very good one. I have another caller, and I believe it's Festus. Is that you?
Yes, it is, Mr. Maiyegun. Good evening.
Something must have actually really kicked in that got you interested in calling in tonight. You barely called.
Yeah, I just keep watching. I also watch Mr. Dele Farotimi whenever he posts videos on YouTube.
That's right.
So I was going to ask a question.
Please.
So my friends and I were trying to put a bet on you traveling to Nigeria and being picked up by the DSS. This is, of course, a joke. So I'm thinking if you go to Nigeria, you won't be arrested by the DSS. But my friends are thinking if you do go to Nigeria, you'll be arrested by the DSS. So what's your take on that? Since you're the most popular.
But I'll tell you something.
Okay.
I have considered it. Okay. I have actually really considered it. But number one, I'm a jobu man. They won't pick me. However, that is going to be a bit selfish. Because in 2018, when I went to Nigeria for my mom's burial, I wasn't this massive then, right? So, and 6 years after that, I must have ruffled some feathers in the last 6 years, right? And I don't want to be so selfish, right? To go on there and then, you know, get taken, and then I'm just taken out of the circulation. And the rest of you on this platform and all that will just be like, why did he do it? Why did he go? What is it for? Blah, blah, blah. You get? But yeah, I've really considered it. I have not done anything wrong. Okay. I don't think anybody would want to, but so many people watching now that I kind of have to think beyond just myself. Okay.
Yeah.
So I am of no use to anybody if I am locked up anywhere. It's not because I'm afraid of it per se. Okay, not afraid of that. However, I am of no use, and I think I am still critically important in the scheme of things right now, right? So the answer is that I don't think anybody would want to lay hands on me, or I also don't want to be too confident that they won't want to try. Festus.
Yeah.
So you're likely going to win.
So two other. Oh, okay, that's good. Good to know. So two other things.
The reason why I haven't tried it because I said I would, because I've actually missed my kids. Sincerely, I have missed them. I'm saying this publicly now, right? But the thing is that I do have this close affinity with them, even though it's not like a flesh touch and all that. Okay, so that has prompted me to consider it. I have seriously considered it, but when I just kind of feel like, okay, you know what? I don't want to be that selfish, but eventually I am going to go. I will. And whatever the circumstances, you know, this latest one is pretty much like a bit of a setback. Some of the people I believe are going to do what they can to stand up for me is this our own person, Dele Farotimi. I have a lot of people that will really stand up if anything goes should happen. Okay, but here we are. These guys will do a lot of things that some of us will probably think they won't try, but that won't stop. I am still going to go. I promise that I'm going to go, even though it might break some people's hearts. Don't try it, Maiyegun. Maiyegun, don't. The day I spoke to Princess, and I said, Princess, I want to come around even for a week. Man, it was like I put her in a panic mode for weeks. You have no idea. Until I now said, you know what? Don't worry. I changed my mind. I was, oh, better. Please don't come now. I was like, I am not a criminal, and I wouldn't let a place controlled by criminals now kind of criminalize our own sort of a free speech and stand. If all of us are running away from them, that gives them some level of power over us. Here you get. So one of these days, you're all probably going to see me there. I will damn the consequences. I won't be wrong.
And I hope I make money too. So two things I would like to touch on briefly before I guess I'm done. One is when we see the French African countries or French speaking African countries kick France out of Africa, it seems like we are doing the opposite. So that's one I'd like you to touch on. And secondly, in light of Mr. Dele Farotimi's abduction, how do we expect to get foreign direct investments, considering now, you know, Netflix is out? How would we be able to, like, you know, let outsiders trust our judiciary system when there is actually none in the country? I mean, Dele Farotimi just got arrested, so I'd like to get your take on that.
Okay. On this last one, there is no investor that will go to a place where there is no rule of law. People need to understand that. The real people who are demarketing Nigeria is from Tinubu and then their regime, the corrupt judiciary, the corrupt police. They are those demarketing Nigeria, but they are not taking responsibility. To them, right? They are not doing anything wrong. No investor will go to any country where rule of law is non-existent. Okay? And yeah, they can keep it up. The rest of the world, because the world is so flat, it's on our palms. The whole world is watching this beyond what you can imagine. What's the first one again?
The fact that the French-speaking African countries are kicking France out,
right?
And we are holding.
It is not a good thing for us. And the reason why it is not is because, Baba, people want to know the content of that MOU. Do you understand? And in the absence of that, there is always going to be room for speculations, room for other things, which is what we now have. And the reason why Tinubu and his gang will never disclose the content of that MOU to us is because buried inside it is the anti-Nigeria interest. Do you understand that? So if they should open it up for all of us to see, there's a chance that we are likely going to see what chased France away from these Sahel countries. And seeing that means we will probably never welcome them. Do you understand? And that's why they won't show us the content. And since they won't show us the content, of course, you can believe that everything inside it is anti-Nigeria. That's what they stand for anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
Festus, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You have a good one and send me well to your pals, okay?
You too.
Cheers,
Thank
man.
you.
Yes. I love Festus, by the way. Is one guy that, just doesn't call. And whenever he does, he's looking for answers. Always looking for answers. And I always do my best to sort of answer as honest as I can. Okay. Here is your first one. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. You.
Here first one. So we do not have any problem of connection this evening, which is a good one. How are you, sir?
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
I'm very well. Thanks for asking.
Yes, sir. So, well, there's been a lot. I mean, you did some program back to back. Back to back.
I know. And see, if you miss one day, there's so much that you need to catch up on. Because that's what Nigeria is. It's almost every minute, every hour.
Every hour, every minute.
Before you close your eyes and open it like this, a lot has happened. And you'll be like, what? Did I not just close my eyes the last hour now? I say, well, a lot is happening.
Yes. A lot is happening. But my only concern with all these things they are doing is, oppressing people.
Yep.
Oppressing people, trying to silence people who are saying the truth. And now they would say to Nigerians and say the gangs of Tinubu, gang of Kolu, Oloribuku, Kolu. He will say to people and say Nigeria should be patriotic. Right? So if you keep oppressing,
do as I say, not as I do. Unpatriotic element themselves.
So if you keep oppressing people, right, and the foreign investors they continue to see your actions, how you are oppressing your people, what you are doing to your people. Don't you know the way you treat your people matters a lot?
It does.
I mean, when it comes to the in international scene, the way they see you, the way you portray yourself. Now, Baba Farotimi, you went ahead and kidnapped the man. For what? Because he's saying the truth. I don't remember maybe the last show that you did. I'm pretty sure like the last 3 shows, you talked about Nigerians should have been developed. You talked about Singapore Now it took Singapore 30 years to develop, right? And
that
time they were proposing, when they forecasted that, Nigeria was among those countries that were given 30 years to develop. So in 30 years, instead of we developing, we are oppressing our own people, killing our own people. Okay? We are killing our own people. Nigerian president is killing his own citizenry, right? And he is also oppressing his own people. So we want to invest in a nation like that. Which investor in his right sense? We want to invest in a nation, in a country like that. We Nigerians outside Nigeria. How are we going to be proudly boast with ourselves and say, I'm a Nigerian? My God, I told you, since day one I joined your show, I said, I don't call myself Nigerian anymore. I identify myself as my tribe. Yeah, it's shameful. We don't want to be, don't want people to know that from that place.
You know what people told them, these useless politicians, right, who are mistreating our people back in Nigeria? They said that if they are smart, right, they are number one investors, assets. They are supposed to be the Nigerians in the diaspora. We are a group of people that make over $40 billion annually. Only for these guys to come and rubbish that, because we are not sending the money through their banking system so that they could have their cut. They said it's a lie. Where is the money? You are not sending the $40 billion. Meanwhile, the world remittance record keeping shows that in Africa, Africans all over the world are remitting over $60 billion to Africa. And guess what? Over 60 to 65% of that money is remitted to Nigeria alone.
Yes.
But these criminals, because they are not getting the money directly from us through their central bank, they came to rubbish it. Now, they are making the place so much, some of our investments in that place, they are either being stolen or being confiscated by politicians for their own personal use. And now, a lot of people have held back. They don't want to put their money in that place anymore. Now, you are begging around for $2 billion. $1 billion all over the place with 10 years moratorium, loan with interest that continue to devalue your naira, devalue your currency. But they still don't see that the main investor they need is for them to actually implement a rule of law where people actually have real rights. And then you see Nigerians all over the world. They are capable of lifting Nigeria out of this economic quagmire. But the trust in the system has broken beyond any repairable stage. It can no longer be repaired.
That's how stupid they are.
That's where we are.
That's how stupid they are. Yeah. So lastly, I want to remind that Baba. Okay. Evidently, it is. But you are proving that the man was abducted illegally.
Yes.
Okay. So now. Atokumaku Baba afẹ́ kí wọ́n pè afẹ́ báwo ni babaláwo ni to your family as in your daughter, your son and your children. If you don't release this man tomorrow, I will go to tell you what Bible says about oppressor, and I will read it now.
Go ahead.
I will make your oppressors eat their own flesh.
Amen.
They will be drunk of their own blood.
Amen.
As like a sweet wine.
Amen.
Then all mankind, they know and they will see this, that the Lord He Himself is the Savior.
Amen.
So, Baba Kelola, to Baba Ki, O General, Baba Kelola, I didn't go borrow to be very sorry. Within 72 hours.
It's a Air Force One.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy the rest of the night. And thank you. To the dear Templars. Again, I want to say a very big thank you to all of us. Tomorrow is another day. We've had an interesting day, like it was yesterday, so it is today, and so shall it be tomorrow. As long as that contraption continues to exist, it continues to claim the lives of our own citizens, sacrifice it to prolong the life of the criminal elite, which are few in that place. So when the people becomes more aware of the danger that they are currently sort of enduring, hopefully we will reach that critical mass. A critical mass where people will say we've had enough and this is it, we can't take it any longer. Until that happens, on MaiyegunSDiary Politico, we will never stop exposing all that is wrong with that contraption. Thank you so much for spending your day with me again today. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, please stay safe. Keep it simple. Joining us. This is Maiyegun live. For those who are watching it live. Brethren, as you are joining us at this hour, please read beyond the description of this broadcast. Read beyond the caption of the broadcast, rather. Read the description as well. Like it. Share it. Invite your friends. Invite your not so friendly friends. Tell all of them that Maiyegun today. And if you have done that already, thank you. Tonight, even though we have a lot to catch up on in the last 2 days, we are starting tonight with the news of the abduction, the kidnapping of Dele Farotimi, one of the outspoken individual from that contraption, Nigeria. Dele Farotimi raised an alarm just yesterday. And it was about some individuals who were totally after his life. According to Dele Farotimi, is out there an ongoing running issue with the supposed Nigeria oligarchs, the Nigeria elite, the stinking, dirty, coward elite of Nigeria. Started with Tony Elumelu of UBA. Then from Tony Elumelu to the useless old man called Afe Babalola, the criminal from Ekiti. So according to Dele Farotimi, in a piece on your screen right now that he released just yesterday, he has been invited by the Nigerian police in Lagos, Zone 2, where he was being questioned because of a petition written by Tony Elumelu. And according to Dele, DF, he said on Monday, the 11th of November last month, he was informed that an invitation letter from Zone 2 Police Command was delivered to his office. The letter requested that he report to the station on Wednesday, the 13th of November, 2024, by 10 a.m. So accompanied by his legal counsel, he arrived at the station at 9:45 a.m. on the stated date. At the station, he was presented with a petition written by a lawyer on behalf of Tony Elumelu, accusing him of defamation. Despite finding the petition baseless, according to DF, he addressed its content. Subsequently, in quote, he said, I met with the Deputy Commissioner of Police, DCP, and the Assistant Inspector General of Police AIG in charge of Zone 2. After discussions, I was released on bail on self-recognizance and asked to return to the station on Thursday, the 21st of November. So following this, I informed my friend, Pastor Sam Ayedogbo of Realm of Glory International Churches about the incident. On Saturday, the 16th of November, 2024, Pastor Sam informed me that one of the pastors in his church, John Untekume, had been abducted by the police, interrogated, and then returned to the church. He was coerced to write a statement along with another pastor, Obiora Ochoku. The police showed them a petition written by Shifafe Babalola in Ekiti State, addressed to the Ekiti State Police Command, and demanded that they lure me to the church to facilitate my arrest. The pastor informed the police that they had no means of doing so, as I am not a hidden person and do not have a direct relationship with them. They explained that I had preached at their church as a guest of their senior pastor and left. From their accounts, it became evident that the officers were from the Ekiti State Police Command. I found it perplexing that the police would attempt to lure me through such means, especially since I had already reported to Zone 2 on the 13th of November 2024 and was scheduled to return on the 21st of November 2024. During my visit, I even met with the Assistant Inspector General of Police in charge of Zone 2, who supervised the entire Southwest Police formation. I honored the invitation on the 21st of November 2024 again in the company of my legal counsel and was permitted to leave. However, I subsequently began receiving suspicious messages from individuals clearly attempting to lure me to certain locations where I feared I might be abducted. It became evident that these individuals were operating outside standard procedures. As a precaution, I approached the Lagos State High Court, seeking enforcement of and protection of my fundamental human rights against these unconventional tactics. I also alerted my associates and staff, urging them to exercise caution. To my dismay, the situation escalated when one of my domestic staff was targeted. These individuals contacted him, claiming to have a package for him at Evron Food Store on Chevron Drive, Lekki. Having been forewarned, he asked them to leave the package with the store's security personnel. When the attempt to coerce the security guard into luring my staff failed, they arrested the guard, took him to Zone 2 police station and questioned him about my home address and wife's contact information. The security guard was released on bail later that evening. I must reiterate that I am a law-abiding citizen. I have consistently honored every lawful invitation by the Nigerian police force. However, this recent development, targeting my associates, tracking my phone, and harassing innocent individuals are deeply concerning. It has therefore become clear, and it is no longer hidden, that there are policemen from Ekiti State Police Command who are currently working out of Zone 2 police stations on a mission to abduct me. Now, this leads me to ask a question. If I faithfully attended the police station as invited, why not invite me in the same manner again? Assuming there is even a charge, it does not take a lawyer to point out that law enforcement officers going around arresting people connected to me and intimidating them is not the proper way to carry out a lawful arrest. So I have good reasons to be fearful for my life, my personal liberty, and even the well-being of those around me. You will all recall, gentlemen of the press, that in February 2021, I publicly disclosed a murder plot against me. I was given 6 names by the persons who reviewed the plots. I mentioned 3 with specificity to the Lagos Commissioner of Police at the time, Mr. Hakeem Odumosu, who is now part of Lagos State Parks and Services. One of the persons whose name I did not disclose at the time was a serving police officer. Of the 3 that were specifically mentioned, one is a traditional ruler. All this happened in 2021, and the police never once investigated these claims. Yet, the same police are now surreptitiously trying to abduct me outside the procedure of the law. Now, let me be clear. I wrote a book, Nigeria and its Criminal Justice System. I wrote the truth, and I stand by every single word in that book. Should anyone be aggrieved, there are clear provisions for redress, even if one elects to pursue criminal proceedings and attempt to criminalize free speech, as Shipafe Babalola is attempting to do, there is still a lawful process to follow. It is no accident that the Ekiti State Police Command has been enlisted in this injustice and has become an instrument of evil. Shipafe Babalola is the largest employer of labor and the highest taxpayer in Ekiti State. Abducting me to be tried in Ekiti State is not justice but a witch hunt. I am being prepared for the gallows by Shipafe Babalola and his minions, who are doing his biddings in Ekiti State. If I have committed a crime, it was not done in Ekiti State. I live in Lagos, I work in Lagos, and every event described in my book occurred in Lagos State. The rest is in Lagos. What I alleged Shipafe Babalola did, he did in Lagos. I published my book in Lagos. If I have done anything deserving of criminalization, those acts occurred in Lagos State. All we have seen so far is unbridled impunity unleashed on a citizen. So the rest is pretty much on Dele Farotimi's Twitter. So the stinking, dirty elite of Nigeria, who actually hates responsibility, they are, they are part and parcel of a ruined, destroyed Nigeria. You see, I have said it on this platform severally, that the destruction of Nigeria, the ruined Nigeria, was not done by the politicians alone. They have their friends in the banking sector. They have friends in the legal sector. They have friends in the supposed other sectors of the society, including the religious sector, if that is a sector. So the criminals in Nigeria, when you talk about the establishment in Nigeria, the establishment is beyond just the politicians. And you see, the police in Nigeria, the criminals in uniform, they are always very much ready and handy to track citizens that by any means goes against the norm of the supposed stinking, corrupt elite of Nigeria. Dele Farotimi is a well-known individual. He has spoken out on so many public vices many times. But you see, those ones, that always feels like their ego pretty much bruised when the truth hits them. So they have the police recruited or enlisted, as DF put it. They can track citizens. They can track your phone. They can lay siege around you. They can track people around you. But these criminals, this criminal police in uniform, right? They can never track the real terrorists terrorizing Nigerians, abducting, and then killing them. They can't do that. So that they do not have resources to do all that. But if you offend a big man, or a big man feels his own ego is bruised and he feels offended, he can enlist the Nigerian police force in a twinkle with a prize. So what really happened? Dele Farotimi put it succinctly in this short clip. Listen.
I'm saying that Ariafe Babalola corrupted the judiciary. And in corrupting the judiciary, it came across my practice. When I came across it, I challenged it as a lawyer and I fought it to the point where he could not enjoy the fruit of his exertion in the Supreme Court. In writing the letter that he wrote to the then Chief Justice of Lagos State, Ayomide Philip, he libeled me and I sued him for libel. And when I sued for libel, the machines of corruption went into overdrive, and a case that should never have been killed at the preliminary stage was killed. If Ariafe Babalola was the only person who is licensed to enjoy that level of impunity, that's different. It's not about him. It's a system-wide problem. You simply can't get justice. I'm saying that Ariafe Babalola...
And that's to put it in a short form. So, Ariafe Babalola used his influence. He's used that many times. The judiciary of Nigeria is always for the highest bidder. Justice in Nigeria is pretty much like non-existent. So if you offend the criminals in charge of Nigeria, they can use the rigged system okay, to totally, right, destroy you if they can. Because they can actually do that. So according to the report, this morning, some criminals who were not even like wearing uniforms, they were in jeans, they barged into Dele Farotimi's office, his supposed partners, his chamber in Lagos. And when they got in, they pointed guns at the staff and other partners working in the firm, asking for Dele, DF. So when they finally got to him, they took the phones of everybody in that place, assaulted them. They threatened to shoot and kill them if any of them make any attempt of getting closer to them. So then they took him. In that forceful manner, they dragged him and took him out of his office. And they put him in a car. In an abduction style, it was like a pure kidnapping, the style of the Nigerian, the Nigerian criminal police. Okay? So they did not tell anybody who they were, where they were from. They were not wearing police uniform other than they were wearing, a vest which is like bulletproof vest, and RRS was written on it. So they put him in a car and they drove him to Ekiti without telling anybody. So when people started making phone calls about, this guy honored your invitation when you invited him to Zone 2 in Lagos. And why was he invited to Zone 2 in the first place? Another criminal in that criminal system, Tony Elumelu, said that Dele Farotimi defamed him or he bullied him on social media just by also, right, exposing his own criminality, free speech. And if you feel so kind of triggered, if you feel offended that somebody says something that is like a libel, something that is not true, what you need to do is to actually write them and sue them. There has been several court charges, court pronouncements in Nigeria. And there have been some states that have actually decriminalized, defamation. So which means that, especially in Lagos, if anybody feels like you defame them and you are in Lagos or you live in Lagos or they live in Lagos, that is not a criminal offense. Defamation is not a criminal offense. In so many of these states in Nigeria, in places where they still use that as a criminal offense, these were those who were keeping the same military dictatorship, this military act or so. So in Lagos State, it's there, defamation is not a criminal offense. What that simply means is a civil offense. It's a civil case. What you do is that you will write the person. If I say something about you right now, and it is not true, it's a lie, right? And you know it's a lie, it's going to defame you. What you will do is that you will write me and ask me to retract and apologize. If I choose not to, I double down that yes, I'm saying the truth. The next thing is going for you to institute a case. That is how you treat defamation. You do not call the police. You see, the Nigerian police is a criminal organization. It is the most corrupt organization or police force in the whole world. And it is also the most evil too. Where they are not working to protect the interests of the people. They work to protect the interests of the few, which are mostly the elite. They are lawless. They don't even have anything to do with law. To start with, Nigerian police force. So they reported Elumelu, the billionaire that is in bed with those who are destroying Nigeria, Tony Elumelu, the same criminal who went on to go and make a deal for Bokwari and Afrexim Bank. They gave Bokwari about $5 billion. They used Nigeria crude oil as collateral. That is why today, Nigeria, that was supposed to be getting 300,000 barrels of crude oil every day from the IOCs in Nigeria, they don't have any crude oil to give to Dangote. This is why they don't have any crude oil to give to Dangote. Because of the likes of Tony Elumelu. He will tell you that he's a businessman. He's just doing his own business. But they are the ones who are destroying that contraption. They are the ones who are bankrupting that contraption. Their own corruption and their money laundering for these criminal politicians is like next level one. It was the same Tony Elumelu of that UBA who also went on to again to make a deal with the Afrexim Bank for Tifnumbu last year, when they gave Tifnumbu $3.3 billion, a loan that is backed with another thing again, another crude oil. So if Tifnumbu doesn't pay back that loan by 2028, Afrexim Bank, the one that is taking crude oil of Nigeria today, that Dangote don't have any access to, the same Afrexim Bank, by 2028, they will be taking 167 million barrels of crude oil from Nigeria. That is $12.6 billion worth of a crude oil they will take for a loan of $3.3 billion that they gave to Tifnumbu to go and defend the Naira. The same Elumelu. Now, if he feels offended, if he feels that this information is a lie, what he needs to do is what? Sue the person who says it. Take him to court. Okay? And then all evidence, all documents, all, what do you call it? He will be put in the stand to come and defend if indeed this was also a lie. Now, to cover up all of this, if you say all these things, they call it cyberbullying in Nigeria. You are bullying me. You are bullying us. So the same Elumelu that collected 5% from brokering, I don't know how much he collected, from brokering the $5 billion deal for Bokwari and then the Afrexim Bank in 2017. Now, Bokwari is not paying that money. Today, the Nigerian crude oil is being taken by the Afrexim Bank. The same Afrexim Bank is in the new deal. Tifnumbu collected this $3.3 billion. They gave him the balance February this year. Tony Elumelu collected his own 5% from it. Make this money, smile to the bank. Now, Nigeria, right, is in debt, in this perpetuity of indebtedness. He is in bed with Tifnumbu as we speak. So he was the one who wrote a petition. He wrote a petition to the Zone 2 to invite Dele Farotimi. This particular kidnapping is not done by him. This one is done by the Olori Bruku Agbaofo. That Afe Babalola. You know, Afe Babalola was Obasanjo's lawyer. Afe Babalola defended Obasanjo, all his court cases, all his tribunal cases when he was president and all of that. Afe Babalola was cashing out over 10 billion naira from Obasanjo, money paid to him from the federal government of Nigeria. Now he's got his own Afe Babalola University. Money made. He will tell you that he's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm just doing my job. But he is in bed with those who looted Nigeria. And he got his own share for being their lawyer. So this similar, corruption in the judiciary that Dele Farotimi exposed or spoke about, right? He felt offended, and he is a lawyer, a senior lawyer. I want sandpaper, sand, and Olori Bruku Baba. When you begin to actually really, dig into the lives of some of those people you called lawyers in Nigeria, senior advocate of nuisance in Nigeria, you will see their collaboration. Another Olori Bruku lawyer is Pastor Ruga, Ikene Shatabandu, right? There was a time that FISA did a drug test, like a drug test on children, polio drug test or what have you. And the thing went bad, right? People died, children died. So then Nigeria now sued FISA. Said they are going to collect $7 billion. Guess the company that represented FISA in that case? Pastor Ruga. They beat it down so much that they told Pastor Ruga's law firm actually told the court that the life of an American or European or Westerner is more valuable than the life of Africans. Guess how much they finally settled? $6 million from $7 billion. $7 billion. That Pastor Ruga ended up being your vice president for 8 years. And you know what they did? It was the same Pastor Ruga, a lawyer, who was the Attorney General of Lagos State under Tifnumbu. All the stolen properties of Lagos State that Tifnumbu converted to his name today, or converted to the names of his own associates, they were done by Pastor Ruga. The same way they ensured that all those things that Tifnumbu now owns in Lagos, the Lekki, all those things that Tifnumbu owns in Lagos today, they own them by law. Who wrote all of that? Who processed all of that? Pastor Ruga, Oshimbade, Ikene Shatabandu. if you look at how they destroyed Nigeria, the roles of all these Olori Brukus, one by one, right? You will realize that when they tell you about your heroes past, when they tell you about your heroes past, you will realize that you don't have any heroes past. They are criminals. They are a bunch of criminals. So right now, the Nigerian, the Nigerian police have shown that they will remain a lawless organization working for the highest bidder. While the pressure is on them, they continue to act like the proper criminal organization that they are. Okay? There is no arrest warrant. There is no court that granted that, there was no invitation. There was no arrest warrant. Just the usual Gestapo criminal way, okay, of we have been ordered to go and bring you. And if anybody try to stop us, we shoot you. Rogues. Charade, Professor, tell me that it is not, it's called a FISA or PISA, whatever you want to call it. You shall know what I'm talking about, Abby. And if you do, and if you don't, that's your own cup of tea. But that's actually not the point this evening. The point here is that the people that are helping the ruiners of Nigeria, they are getting their share, and every one of us, that is the old criminal, Ape Babalola. The other one is on the right. These are the faces of the ruiners of that contraption. Free speech is gone. Just remember that. Okay, you are now in what is called the kakistocracy, a state of a state or country run by the worst, least qualified, or most unscrupulous citizens. Chancers. They call themselves the elite. But guess what? They believe they can get away with anything. But with the social media, as well as the internet, their days are actually numbered. One by one. Every one of them will be demystified. Information about them will be out there. And then a generation that is never going to leave their asses is here. It's just a matter of time. Before what? Before they will meet all their own Waterloo. So they should let DF go. Farotimi is done nothing wrong. Anybody who feels offended, sue him. Now, if they can do that to Dele Farotimi, now you can understand why some people have chosen, right, to just remain silent. And possibly because they don't have the same, they don't have the same societal clouds that the likes of Farotimi commands. They will let him go eventually, because it's like what Yoruba call the Gielira. This particular one, you would have to drop it eventually. But it is to help us understand the kind of system they run in that contraption. It is a lawless place. And if you still probably have a tiny bit of hope for that place, I am not sorry for you. Keep your hope alive if you can, or bury it for your own sake. And going forward, Tifnumbu and his gang, they have now escalated, increased the tempo of their tax bill law. A lot has happened in the last 48 hours. Yesterday, Yakubu Dogara is now their poster boy when Channels Television organized a supposed public hearing or public debate on the, on their tax bill, where, as we speak, the supposed NEC, which comprises of all the 30 state governors, they have rejected it. Maybe you do know why, but you'll get to know more. The royal fathers in Nigeria said they have rejected it. Again, you probably will understand why. However, the selling point, which actually makes it more suspicious for somebody like us, is that they are telling the people that this their tax law or tax bill is in the interest of the poor people. Just the same way, if you can remember, I know a lot of you do have what is called the Stockholm syndrome, a very short memory. Memory of, you have the memory of Edun. And that is what this APC, Egbekegbe, will continue to leverage on. Emotion, tribe, religion, regions, all of these things that have kept the Nigerians divided, they are the ingredient that keeps the propaganda of APC, Egbekegbe, floating. I remember that an ordinary people then, even those who didn't agree with Tifnumbu, those who didn't like Tifnumbu agreed that a subsidy must be removed. And to them, it was in the interest of Nigeria. Right? Until they realized later that they were deceived into believing that the subsidy removal was in their own interest. Some people still kind of stylishly believe that the subsidy they removed was the reason, I don't know. However, the same people that told you that you should tighten your belt, that told you that if the subsidy removal was going to be for the interest of the country, they ended up increasing their own salaries by over 300%. In fact, it's pretty much like over, 400%, but they announced 104% for the judges and for themselves over 200%. But in reality, that's probably over 1,000%, okay? Because for example, right, the National Assembly members, I'm talking about the Senate and the reps, right? The House of Representatives members, before now, they used to go home with 15 million naira every month, between 15 and 18 million naira. And now, an average House of Representative member goes home with over 33 million naira since after Tifnumbu increased their pay. Senator, an average senator in Nigeria goes home with over 30 million naira before Tifnumbu increased their salary. Today, an average senator in Nigeria goes home with, every month, goes home with 55 million naira, between 55 and 57 million naira, okay, today. But the money is still not enough for them, so to say. Tifnumbu himself, right, spent over 60 billion naira. Out of that, right, 22 billion naira for the house of his vice president. Then another 10 billion naira to renovate the current house of the vice president, Aguda House. 5 billion naira to renovate the vice president's lodge in Lagos, right? That's 32 billion naira. Tifnumbu himself spent over 30 billion naira renovating the Asshole Rock, the same place where Bokwari just parked out, all right? Then the same Tifnumbu spent another 11 billion naira renovating the Dodon Barracks, okay? The presidential lodge in Lagos as well, okay? Then the same Tifnumbu awarded over 20 billion naira for his wife, right? The office of the first lady, to buy cars, to do this, to do that, right? The same Tifnumbu spent over 11 billion naira giving it to Bajabi Abole, the office of the chief of staff. The same Tifnumbu spent over 44 billion naira, allocated to the office of Ribadumbu. I don't know if you remember this, right? And then the same Tifnumbu, right, allocated over 242 billion naira, okay, to the office of the National Assembly guys, all these guys in the National Assembly, after giving each of them 160 million naira cars. 360 plus 109, 369, 469. 469 people collected 160 million naira car each. But that is not including the leadership of the National Assembly. People who told you that removing subsidy is to cut costs and to save money. Then Tifnumbu went on to go and buy a local plane, 150 billion naira. That is not including the how much money they also claimed to have spent in maintaining the presidential fleet of planes. In case if you don't know, I'll tell you. When Bokwari was there, the same Bokwari spent 5.8 billion naira maintaining the presidential fleet in Abuja. Now, Tifnumbu have spent 18 billion naira to maintain the same presidential fleet in 2024 alone. Okay? And the money is, you want me to go on and on and on and on, right? And these are the people who told you that, they were removing subsidy to save money. And guess what? The same them said the floating of Nigeria naira was for the interest of Nigeria and the poor. Now, they are in town right now to tell all of you that their tax bill is in the interest of the poor. I know some of you are in support of it because, again, if you cannot fall for the propaganda of APC, you must have some immunity in you. I will never trust anything that these guys pushed out, okay? No matter how good it sounds, we are talking about APC, okay? I will never trust it. And here is Dogara. in a town hall meeting, where they call it town hall debate on the bill, and everyone is telling you that the Tifnumbuse tax bill is for your own interest. I would never believe that. Here.
Are you and your committee against the North? We have another leader here. He's a former Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Yakubu Dogara. He's going to give us a keynote speech for about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, I will start my intervention by thanking Mr. Sheun for inviting me to participate in this town hall. Before now, I thought that we have flurry of experts, both in leadership positions and in the National Assembly, so issues of taxation shouldn't be this complex and obfuscating to a point where we will be stuck in a binge-watching rut that we're presently under. So when I got that invitation, I did tell him, I'm not going to participate. I need to see the bills myself, because I want to be 100% convinced of what I will say. So they quickly dispatched the bills to me, and I have them there. I have studied these bills, the two most important bills. The other two are establishment bills. And I don't intend to speak to the details because we have heard from Mr. Taiwo, who chaired the committee that produced this wonderful piece of legislation that's before the National Assembly. I've been in the National Assembly for 16 years, and I must say that I've seen very few bills that can be compared to the bills they produce in terms of quality, the originality of thought, and in terms of effect that we will have on our larger economic ecosystem. Having done that, I still, as a representative that I am, I thought that it's not even good enough for me to just come here and present my opinion. So I summoned some of my brothers, leaders in their own right, across all sectors, most of them, almost all of them northerners like me, to say, come, let's look at this thing dispassionately. What is the problem? What are people complaining about? And honestly speaking, I don't begrudge noise in a democracy. As a matter of fact, the more noise your democracy generates, the more functional it is. The only problem it is, if you allow the noise to degenerate into violence, that is where you have a problem. And then we sit down and look at some of these major objections that are coming from across some of our leaders in the north and some of our brothers. So I wouldn't say I'm an expert. I'm here as a student. I want to learn. But because I have studied this, nothing precludes me from saying my opinion. As a matter of fact, the moment they announced, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday, that I'll be participating in this discussion, my phone almost broke. So many pleaded with me. That was why I knew how important this is. Some were even pleading with me not to even show up. I said, no, but that's not leadership. Even if I disagree, I should go there and tell them that I disagree. So let's look at some of these objections that have been raised. I will address the question of leadership. And my appeal to all of us here, we are all leaders. We should remove the cap of regionalism, the cap of sectionalism, cap of religion, and put on the cap of leadership. Because that is what will resolve the current problems that we have. I think
I'm going to save us our time. Then he went on and on and on of how this is the best thing it is, you know, all these people's complain. It's not that bad. It is for the good of Nigeria. Nigerians are going to enjoy it. In fact, it's the best thing to ever happen. Yeah. And me listening to them yesterday, I just kind of felt like I'm listening to this same crop of criminals that were convincing Nigerians last year how amazing, how bold it was for Tifnumbu to remove subsidy. How in the next 1 year, the price of petroleum will begin to come down. How when Dangote refinery comes on board, how everything is going to be, in fact, how the people who are benefiting from the subsidy were the rich people sharing the money. It is not reflecting in the life. So petroleum price jumped from 167 naira to 610 naira, then to 1,100 naira, which is it is today. But Tifnumbu and his gang, they continue to pay what is now called dollar subsidy, which they are hiding from you. They don't call it petrol subsidy anymore. They call it dollar subsidy, where they are ferrying your scarce dollars to the Tifnumbu's appointed receivers now, since Bokwari's time is past. The importation of petroleum to Nigeria skyrocketed, and so was the money. Now they are smiling to the banks every now and then, but you are still paying through your noses, which also affects everything else. Now they are using the sentiment of the broken, what have you, in that contraption, the broken, trust, where the Southerners are feeling like the North, which has been a parasite for